by mile. We also have two traditional well-crafted baskets. One, you found it outside where you picked 3 colors. You picked 3 colors. Yellow. Oh, you picked one each, but there are 3 colors that were in the box. One is yellow, pink, and then light green. I want to emphasize they have no relationship with politics in Uganda. I know colors are taking over politics. So please, if you have picked yellow, it doesn't mean that or movement. You are just in the yellow what? Then good enough, we don't have pink, also don't have light. Red is missing. And we intentionally missed out red, but they don't know how yellow came in. But anyway, somehow it surfaces, it finds its way in. So we have 3 cards. These cards are going to be used for the breakout sessions. So if you are in yellow, if you have card yellow, you'll go with the yellow group or yellow team. And then if you have pink, you'll go into pink group. And if you're in blue, you'll go in blue group. Their sessions, we shall have three sessions, breakaway sessions, but we also realize that on our program, there are days, especially day 2, where we'll have 2 breakaway sessions. So there are some of you also who have cards with numbers. So if you have a card with a number, that card will be used to break that group into 2, to join either group which doesn't have a what? A card. The other second basket is a Q&A basket. It is over there on my left, extreme left. There are some questions that you may wish to ask, and maybe you don't have time because of the tightness of the what? Of the program. In there, we have cards like these ones. We have a marker. Write your question and put it there. If you still have energies, there are pins over there and some punch boards there. So you can pick a card, write your question, and punch it on the punch board. Are we clear on that? So these questions, there are those who feel like I should not ask this question for some reasons, just best known to you. Otherwise, we shall have enough time for Q and A. The third announcement about the loos. Those who want to go for safety calls, you'll be passing there or here, and then you can find both gents and ladies just over there. But also for the breakaway sessions, we have, this will be breakaway session 1. So breakaway session 1 will be here. 2, we shall have a person, it is just over there. You just climb some stairs over there. And then the third one is the other side of the reception. But all these, hello? For all these sessions, we shall have somebody guiding us. I still want to recognize everyone who is coming in, and I'm requesting you, when you're coming in, at least to take these front seats, because I'm still seeing this side very empty, and of course this one is very full. But again, I don't want to keep emphasizing it. If you're comfortable where you are seated, please stay well. Thank you very much. Those are a few announcements. In the next few minutes, we shall be starting, and then we can have the program running. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wait to start, allow me recognize very important people who have just joined us. We have Chris Nkwasiwe, the Deputy Executive Director from the Uganda NGO Forum. Please, Chris, yes, you'll correct that one. This is what I've gotten. We have Mr. Hamilton Kalyejera Boldi, the Chairperson of Kancha. Please wave to the people, and please give him a big one, hand clap. You know, it is healthy to clap. When you clap, you get warmth in your body and in your mind. So please, if you want to enjoy the coldness of Fort Portal and warm it up, the best way you can do it is clapping for yourselves and clapping for others. In the room also we have Mr. Stephen Okello, the Executive Director, Uganda NGO Bureau. And also we have the Country Director, GIZ, James Macbeth. Yes, thank you so much. And we also have in our midst the Vice Chairperson of Kancha. Have I seen her around? Yes, I've seen. Oh, you're very much welcome. Brief as possible, no speeches. It will just be the name, where you're coming from, and the position you hold in an organization. Then we shall have the first session. We shall have welcoming speeches or opening speeches for this conference. And after that, we shall get into business. And we shall kick off our presentations with the state of civil society in Uganda by Chris Nkwasiwe. The titles, he will let me know. Then we'll have a break. But before the break, we'll have a group photo. And the person in charge of photos will take us through, especially where we're going to have our photo from, and then we'll go for tea break. Immediately after the tea break, we'll not come back here. We'll go for the breakout session. And the breakout session 1, we shall get a presentation, keynote speaker, presenting to us the state of civil society, outstanding issues from the national perspective. Then the breakout session 2 will have challenges and opportunities for civil society. And breakout session 3, we shall have leadership as a success factor for the sustainability of the CSO sector. As you can see, that program runs from 11:30 to 1. But we'll have designed it in such a way that we'll run it up to 12:30, and 30 minutes we shall reconvene. As you can see, these breakaway sessions have got very important topics for all of us. So we shall use the last 30 minutes to reconvene here for plenary. And each group will have 5 key takeaway sessions to share with us, and then we shall have Q&A. So we'll use the 30 minutes, the last 30 minutes, for Q&A and also presentation from other groups. And then we shall break for lunch at exactly 1. After that, we shall have another presentation. And this time we shall be looking at NGO compliance. And we are very honored to have the mind man, Mr. Stephen Okello, with us here to present to us a session on NGO compliance, and it will be right here. After that presentation this afternoon, we shall again go into breakout sessions. And the breakout sessions are meant to dig deeper into the 9 presentations. And in this first breakaway session, we shall go deeper to understand issues of compliance with the legal framework. And then session 2, we shall look at the strengthening the QAMs as a mechanism to improve civil society compliance. And then the other breakout session will be on governance in civil society, organizations, and adherence to internal controls. We shall end the day with a coffee break and briefly come here for inspirational input, and that will be presented by Naren Mampeo, Care Uganda. And then we'll have outcomes from day 1 presented by the rapporteur, and then the day is expected to end by 5. That will be day 1. It's a little packed, but you're going to enjoy it. We have selected very nice presenters, and I'm extremely confident you're going to enjoy the day. We go to technology. Sorry.
Can I facilitate the facilitator? Would you like me to?
So now,
Press this, it goes off.
yes. All right. We go to day 2. And when we come to day 2, we'll start the presentation of day 2 looking at digitalization and compliance. And day 2, we shall have only 2 breakaway sessions. We'll have building strong relations with parastatal entities, and specifically we shall be looking at FIA, URSB, PDPO, and NGO Bureau. And then breakaway session 2, we'll have building strong relations with parastatal entities. And we shall be looking, we shall have an opportunity to interface with NSSF and URA. In the afternoon, we'll have 3 breakaway sessions, and it will start, the first session will start with sustainability of CSOs, and we have Mr. Sam Rukidi from Ride Africa who will be presenting to us. And then we have keynotes presentations in all the 3 breakaway sessions. One is on innovative approaches of resource mobilization, stroke social enterprise building. Breakaway session 2, we shall have building self-reliance and sustainability of CSOs. Breakout session 3 will be on local fundraising and mobilizing support. Then we'll have a coffee break, and then that will lead us into inspirational input, and we shall have this special presentation from Paul Mulindwa from Kison. We'll also have outcomes of day 2 presented to us by the rapporteur. Day 3, we'll start the day with cooperation of DLGs and civil society, and Robert Kakuru from KIK Uganda will be presenting to us, and he's already in the house. We shall have a tea break, and then break into 3 groups, and breakaway session 1, we'll be looking at development of strong partnerships between CSOs and DLGs. Then breakout session 2, we'll be looking at participation of CSOs in policy process at subnational level. And breakaway session 3, we'll be looking at digitalization, use of social accounts to amplify citizen voices, stroke civil society visibility. And then we shall have lunch, and then after lunch, we shall go to validation of outcomes and civil society statement, and that one we shall craft it out with Kancha. And then after that, we shall transition to reception event. The reception event is going to be an informal interaction. And I think from the invitation, you have already been informed that it will be more of an Afro reception. It's going to be a stand-up event. We'll also be having a little bit of band. And for those who like dancing, I think you can come prepared to have a small dance, and that will be after the what? And all the participants are invited. We'll have an opportunity also to interact with who is who in the house. I know sometimes it's difficult to interact in such spaces. If you cannot interact, if you fail to interact in tea breaks or lunch breaks, you'll have time to interact during the reception event. But please don't wait for this event on the 3rd day to interact. Start interacting now. The purpose of the conference is not just about presentation, but it's also about knowing each other, getting connections, and doing business together. We have also requested you by email that please, if you can, that evening, since it's going to be an Afro evening, put on an African wear. The choice of your African wear, you know very well. So that is going to be our program for the day. That is going to be our program for the day, and we shall be starting officially in the next few minutes. Also to remind us that this program is being funded by GIZ under Strengthening Governance and Civil Society program. And the GIZ team is already here in this house, and they'll also be introducing themselves when we start. And this specific program has been organized by the Central South team of GIZ. And Johannes will be introducing his team as we kick off the program officially. I thank you, members, for your patience. We should be starting in the next few minutes. Thank you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm requesting that we take our seats and we start our program officially. And we are going to start with the anthems and prayer, and then we shall go into opening remarks. I'm requesting Ms. Jane Kabakama Adieri to come forward. She'll be leading us in the national anthem. I'm requesting Mr. David Kugonza to come forward. You'll be taking us through the Total Kingdom Anthem. And Sister Kitinsa Grace, please come forward and you'll be taking us through the prayer for the day. Kindly come forward in the interest of time.
Please rise up for the national anthem. O Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hands. You are dead free for liberty, together we'll always stand.
Let's remain standing for the Kingdom Anthem. Agutambo mukama waito, agutambe ntale ya toro, karamalo mukuma mfuze, angeri zomwebingwa. Omukama waito mulungi, omukama entale ya toro, karamalo mukuma mfuze, angeri zomwebingwa. Thank you.
God of today, yesterday, and days to come, we thank you for the gift of our lives and for the gift of today and for safe journeys you have granted to all of us. We pray that everything that will be done here will be for the good of us all and for the good of people we serve. We pray all this through Christ our Lord.
You can resume our seats. We can resume our seats. Thank you so much, Sister Grace. Thank you, Miss Kabakama and David, for taking us through that first session of anthems and prayer. Straight away, we'll go to a session of knowing each other. And as requested, you'll introduce yourself by name, your position, the organization you come from, and also the place where you come from. I'll start from here. David.
Okay. Thank you very much, Julius. My name is Kakuru Robert. I'm the Executive Director of KIK, Corruption Out of Uganda. It's found in Kabale, Chigezi, sub-region, southwestern there. And I'm happy to be part of this conference. And I'm yet to exercise my skills at the end of the day of bonding. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. My name is Ismail Kusemererwa. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwestern Region Anti-Corruption Coalition. We are based in Hoima, working in that entire sub-region. I'm equally very happy to be part of this conference. I equally look forward to a lot of interaction and knowing more and more people. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tumhirwe Florence. I'm the team leader of Kigezi Women Involvement. We operate in Kigezi sub. Nice to be here.
By the name is Usinga Vincent, and I work with the Albertine Development and Advocacy Organization. I've come from Hoima District. We are actually working in the entire Albertine region. Our organization is focused in environment and conservation and oil and gas governance. At the end of the day, I'm very sure that by the end of this conference, I will have learned on how to follow the laws that our organization that they're operating in. As I conclude, I want to thank everyone for having attended this conference.
I'm Jane Kabakama, Chairperson Rescue Mission International from Kiko, and I'm the Treasurer, Kancha.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Margaret Oguti. I work with Caritas for Poto Hewasa. I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, team. I'm Kahumza Jennifer. I work with Joy for Children Uganda, and I'm a board member, Kancha.
Good morning, colleagues. Lutabi Juma is my name. I work with SORAC Development Agency as an IT person. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. My name is Joshua Mugisha. I work with Obdu from Kisoro as a field officer.
Good morning. My name is Mulangira Gilbert, and I work with Barara District Farmers Association, and I'm on the board. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, everyone. Rita Chichoncho is my name. I work for Accord Uganda, and I'm coordinating the USID of VC West Central activity that is implemented in 12 districts and 1 city, that is Fort Poto City. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Karungi Jamila. I work with Blessed Children Ministries, Kagadi, and I'm the head of social work department.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gloria Nasasara. I work with Empower Youth in Technology as the head of finance and administration.
Morning. I'm called Muikiriza Tadeo, Programs Director, Cso Uganda. Thank you.
I request that we appreciate these people as they present, as they introduce themselves, please.
Good morning. I'm Carlotta Hensler. I'm from Germany, and I'm an intern student in International Emergency and Disaster Relief. I'm at Yahweh Foundation at the moment in Rengoma and Fort Portal.
Good morning. My name is Kizito Nganda. I work with Accord Uganda under the USID Office West Central activity as Cluster Linkage Officer, coordinating HIV implementation and prevention activities. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. Alice Nakandi is my name. I come from Rakai district. I'm representing Raka, that is Rakai Councillors Association, and I'm the project officer for that organization. Thanks for inviting us for this great conference.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marshall Orch, Head of Operations and Digital Strategy at Kampala Analytica. an independent think tank reimagining policy, business, and civic engagement in the context of the fourth and fifth industrial revolution. I'm glad to be here and get to meet a couple of you really interesting people.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Mugisa Casey Ronald, Executive Director, Foundation for Rural Development, Uganda.
Good morning. Kabasita Rachel is my name. I'm a legal officer at Wenzori Women's Forum under KRC. I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rosemary Kusemererwa. I work with Youth and Women Empowerment Foundation, which is Yahweh. It is found here in Fort Portal City. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Kairumba Lamek is my name. I'm the Executive Director for Rwenzori Empowerment Programs of Transformation and Action, and it's known as Reporter in brief. Our head offices are based in Ntoroko District. I'm happy to be with you.
Good morning, members. I'm Arija Grace from Chegegwa. I'm representing an organization called Hope After Rape. It has offices in Kampala, Chegegwa, Kumi, and Kamuli. And I'm a volunteer. I'm happy to be with you.
Good morning, everyone. George Pele is my name, and I work with GZ. I'm part of the governance team that is here. So thank you very much, and good to see you.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Vicky Kakurora is my name. I work for Kind Initiative for Development Uganda, that is Kind Uganda based in Chionjojo.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Doreen Nasima. I'm a journalist working with Vision Group.
Can you introduce yourself? You can sit.
Good morning, members. My name is Vyakutaga Aaron. I work with the Association of Rwenzori Community based here in Kavarole. You're most welcome.
Good morning. I'm called Murungi Jacqueline Impaka, and I work with the Rwenzori Women's Forum as a coordinator. We focus on women and girls' inclusion and also fight against domestic violence. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dennis Atwaire from Kagadi, a legal officer in World Voices Uganda, an NGO that tries to make sure that each and everyone accesses justice, mostly the indigents. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Monica Emmanuel is my name. I work with the Uganda National NGO Forum under administration. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm Kansi Meslivia. I work with Red Africa, and I'm their programs officer. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Skovia Maska. I work for Karambi Action for Life Improvement, known as Kali. We are based in Kasese, and we also have activities in Kamwenge. And I'm glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Atwaire. I work with Rwenzori Forum for Peace and Justice as a human rights officer. Thank you.
Rukid Sam is my name. I'm the Executive Director, Human Rights and Democracy Link Africa. We are operating in Toro region. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nyakana Doug Patrick, the team leader Kadfan, the vice chair Kancha, yet to be Toronet, and I work with the Regional Referral Hospital, Buhinga.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Warren Nwenyesiga. I work with Platform for Labor Action, that is in Kampala. I'm the Monitoring and Evaluation Officer. Nice to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nyonjogo Ether. I work with Let's Save Uganda Development Initiative. We are based in Kavare as a project officer. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Reverend Sister Grace Kitinisa, a sister of the Holy Cross. I work with Justice, Peace, and Rehabilitation Center located in Fort Portal City. And we focus on victims of human trafficking and other human rights abuses. Thank you.
Good morning. Dennis Sevgo is my name. I work with Chitara Civil Society Organizations Network, commonly known as KISON. I work as M&E coordinator. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Baguma Ronald Ske. I work with MICOD. MICOD is Midwestern Center for Human Rights and Democracy, located in Masindi. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Caroline Athieno. I work for Joint Efforts to Save the Environment. We are based in Fort Portal here. We work in the whole of Rwenzori, Bunyoro, and Acholi sub-regions. I work as the Communications and Advocacy Manager. Thank you so much.
A very good morning, comrades. My name is Richard Mugisha, and I work with CARE International in Uganda as the locally led technical advisor. A pleasure meeting all of you.
Yes, good morning to you all. Paji Jackson is my name. I am here on behalf of Salama Shield Foundation. We are based in Liantonde. We are into health and community development, and we operate within the entire Greater Masaka region. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning, all. My name is Gerald Twebaze. I'm a member of Kamunga Development Center. I'm excited to be in this Regional Civil Society Conference.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nicholas Mwangu. I work with the Ministry of Gender on the Expanding Social Protection Project, but I'm here as a rapporteur. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kandole Annette Balewa. I'm a consultant in the evaluation, program design, and I'm a specialist in environmental governance. I'm here as a rapporteur.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jomhena Tadeo. I'm part of the rapporteuring team. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Johannes Heide. I think many of you know me already. I'm working as an advisor in the Strengthening Governance and Civil Society program implemented by GIZ. And let me just allow me to introduce our team. So we have our country director, James Macbeth, with us. We have George Pele, who already introduced himself. We have Brian with us, our digitalization advisor, Daisy, our finance and administration specialist, and our head of component of the Central and Southwestern Hub, Jacqueline Kawumi Kasoma, but she's not around at the moment. She's busy in another engagement, but she's going to join us later. Thank you.
Let's appreciate him. Okay. The other members have been introduced already, so we just clap for them. Aboki Bamanyisa, your name, your organization, and what you do there.
Yeah, my name is Bamanyisa. But if you find that name difficult to remember, call me Black anytime. That will be easier, yes, Black Aboki. I work with the oldest organization in this country, the Indigenous Administration Toro Kingdom. Before every colonial master came around here, we were here and very organized. I work as information minister, and I'm glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. Tembo Charles are my names. I work for Kima Foods, a local NGO based in Kasese. I work as a compliance officer. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm Emmanuel Manindo. I work with the Rwenzori Corruption Coalition.
Welcome. Yeah, there's a team, IT department here.
Good morning. My name is Benneth from COG team.
Good morning. My name is Clifford Ofonya from COG Studios.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Busa from CSOS Studios.
You're welcome.
This standing is a sign of warm welcome to every one of you friends. You are very welcome to Fort Portal. My name is Kaliegira John Hamilton, Director, Unite 7 Nature USAN, who loves nature by passion, not by fashion, but also Board Chair, Caroline GeoCB Association. You are very welcome to Fort Portal. Thank you.
So my name is Chris Nkwatsibwa. I work with the Uganda National NGO Forum.
All right, thank you very much, everyone, for introducing yourselves. As you can see, we have a diverse team in terms of geographical spread, but also in terms of expertise. I was hearing people are environmentalists, people are into corruption, people are into human trafficking, name it. So we have a lot to gain from each other in these 3 coming days. I must say, the selected key presenters are going to give their opinions, but I strongly believe all of us are experts in our own ways. So we'll be learning from each other, and whenever you have a reason or a chance to share with us any other perspective, please, you're very much welcome. We are going to another session, and that other session we are going to is opening speeches. But before that, I still want to give a big thanks to Kancha team, and please, chairperson, please rise up again. Kancha team that has been part of this planning and organization of this conference. Please, Edward, also stand up. And every Kancha team, are you here? Kancha team, if you are here, please, can we give them a big hand clap? What you have seen so far, the team behind them is Kancha. We also, please take your seats. We also have a team from GIZ, and that is the Central South team, led by Johannes. Please put up your hands there and we clap for you. Yes. Thank you very much. And I still want to remind you that this conference is being funded and supported by GIZ under the Strengthening Governance and Civil Society program. We thank you so much for this support to civil society. Now we are going to opening remarks, and I'm inviting the Executive Director, Kanja, Mr. Itote Edward, to take up the microphone and talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our dear moderator, Mr. Julius Mwanga. We also raise our hands together and appreciate so far the work he has done for us. Thank you, Julius. As I talk, allow me to welcome Kanja team to come over here, and the board, please come in front. The Kanja team members who are outside, kindly get in, because I have to introduce you formally. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend who is here, James Macbeth, Mr. Stephen Okello from the NGO Bureau, the team from Central and Southwestern Hub, GIZ, and the Governance and Civil Society Support Program, we appreciate you for all the endeavors. Kindly come in front. Around there, Julius, I'm going to introduce them so that the members get to know the team behind the scenes. My name is Edward Itote. I am glad that all of you have been able to come safely to Fort Potro. We thank God for the journey mercies. Allow me at this point in time introduce to you the members before I make my statement of the day. The board members are hereby headed by the chairperson, Kancha, Mr. Hamilton Kalyegira. Just 2 steps forward and wave to the people. Aha. Thank you so much, Mr. Kalyegira. We have our vice chairperson board, Mr. Nyakana Patrick Dugu. A few steps forward and wave to the people. Thank you so much. We have our treasurer. She's a musician. She's a teacher. I'd want to say, she's also born again. So Madam Jane Kawakama, you're welcome. Thank you so much. We have a board member who is Madam Kahumuza Jennifer. She works with Joy for Children, Uganda. A few steps forward. Thank you so much. We have other board members who retired from office. I saw Mr. Aaron Byakutaga. Kindly stand up and wave to the people. Thank you so much. All members of Kanja, you are all recognized in terms of your presence. Allow me to introduce the staff members here with us. We have Mr. Kugonza Joseph. He's our finance and admin officer. We have Mr. Yakuyamba Peter. He's our research and advocacy officer, but also doubles as a program manager under a SIN project, strengthening citizens' engagement in elections. We have Madame Scovia Enabiona. She's our finance manager. And we have Madame Silvia Kobsinge. She's our membership officer and doubles as a field officer for all our programs in the field. Members, you can kindly get back to your positions and take charge of your assignments. I wish you the best of the day. Thank you. Once again, I do welcome all of you here. As you may be aware, we started the process of engaging you way back in time, about a month ago, and we are honored that you are here. And with a special gratitude, I want to appreciate Chris Nkwasibwe from Uganda National NGO Forum. Chris, you're most welcome. I appreciate. I don't take this for granted because I know you have a very tight schedule and you've been able to make it to be with us here. Chris is also one of our mentors, and he supports us greatly to build our capacities, hence moving forward. GIZ, I specifically want to thank Johannes for the great endeavors. Johannes, thank you so much with your team. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, this is an issue at hand that has affected us most times as civil society organizations. The issue of the NGO compliance has affected many of us, and I feel that it is an opportune time that we are going to have a point out that we are going to consider at some point. We are lucky that today we have the ED, Uganda NGO Bureau, is here with us. If you have any issues, pertinent issues that have really affected us as we move on with our work, it's time that we share. Mr. Stephen Okello, we appreciate and we know there are enormous challenges that civil society organizations have faced. And of course, many of the challenges based on the penalties that these NGOs suffer with. The penalties are so huge that sometimes many of our NGOs have closed shop because the penalties are very many. And the systems are also hard sometimes when it comes to deliverance. We talked about the digitalization. You know, Uganda is transforming from analog to digital, and many of the reports and annual returns are made in that area. So there are a lot of challenges in there that we are grappling with, and I'm sure that by the end of this 3-day workshop, conference, we shall be able to highlight some of these key issues. And Mr. Stephen Okello, as one of the moderators mentioned, we shall have a unified voice at some point, and we shall have a paper that we shall present to you as the NGO sector in this region. And of course, this encompasses all NGOs from Kampala, because we are having Wakiso, as you've heard from the introductions, stretching through Ankole, coming to Renzori, going to Toro, Bunyoro, and we have also tackled part of Mubende. So the entire Bunyoro region. So these are basically about 4 or 5 kingdoms that we're talking about. And that summarizes almost 3/4 of our country. So when the voice comes out from this region, I am sure that you'll be able to table it and have a discussion on the pertinent issues that will be coming out. Dear members, I want to also work with you during the 3 days session to see that we are really encompassing what has brought us here. We have breakaway sessions that are going to be a tool to guide us, and I'm sure the moderator is going to help us undertake the processes. And you might find that you are having 3 options to undertake. There are 3 sessions and you want to attend all of them. That is going to be next to impossible. So, but be sure that we are going to have a summary of all the sessions that you might have missed. You'll be able to get the information that has taken effect in those other sessions. So be calm enough to attend to your session so that you really have that positive contribution. My dear facilitators, I want to thank you for taking off your time to facilitate this conference. We have prepared a lot, we have discussed a lot, and I'm sure we have all it takes to share with the members. As one of the members highlighted, we are not the master of knowledge, but we are going to share an open ground for discussion. Our dear moderator, you're going to guide us in that specific area. Civil society organizations, I want us to reflect and look at the in-house, our inner house within ourselves as institutions. How are we standing as far as the law is concerned? As far as compliance issues are concerned? As far as sustainability of our programs, sustainability of our NGOs are concerned? And above all, we need to look at visibility. Visibility is one key component that we need to address as civil society organizations, because at the end of the day, Mr. Stephen Okello may not know what civil society organizations are doing unless we are visible somewhere. Unless he's able to see us somewhere, then he'll not know what we are doing. So kindly, let's have our reports. Let's have our submissions to the line ministries, to the line departments, and also engage our stakeholders as we continuously move forward. Without us engaging stakeholders, they'll always know that civil society organizations are not doing anything. With us not engaging them, they'll always know things are okay, and therefore you need to keep moving that way. Mr. Stephen Okello is one-handed man who is here, and we look at the laws of the NGO sector as too much. There are too many. Every other year we are getting another law. Every other year we are getting another law. So these are issues that we need to look into, and I am sure that Mr. Stephen Okello, being a noble man, is going to undertake these issues with the NGO Bureau, and discussions are going to take place in the Ministry of Internal Affairs so that these issues are really worked upon. I want to wish you the best of this 3-day conference, and I am sure that all of us are going to stay here for the next 2 days, because continuity is one important aspect that is going to enable us to move forward. As we move away from this institution, from this conference, let's package our work very well so that as we go back after the last day, we should be able to share out these issues because they are very pertinent. I am happy, Mr. Moderator, that one of the organizations has a compliance officer. And I think that is the direction that we have to move. Without a compliance officer within our organizations, members, we are likely not to succeed because these things are too many. The things are too many. And if you don't adhere, then you cease to exist. You cease to continue in operation. I want to wish us all the best. And also, my last submission, Mr. Moderator, is to appreciate GIZ. Mr. James Macbeth, I want to thank you so much, but I don't want to thank you enough. I'm looking forward to more support as far as engaging with civil society is concerned. We still have a lot that we can work together with you so that we develop the image of the civil society in Uganda, but also strengthen these NGOs to continuously serve the people of this country. Thank you so much.
A big hand clap to our ED Kancha for that inspiring speech. Before we go to the country director, I'm requesting Stephen Okello, the executive director, Uganda NGO Bureau, to just say a few words because you have a big session. But of course, we are very honored to have you in the house. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. The GIZ country director, Edward, the Kancha team, everyone who is present here. I came knowing that I have a session in the afternoon, but now I'm being told to say something. But I want to start by thanking the organizers of this event that I think this is the first regional convention, and I think this is a very important historical day for this country. And I think we should clap to that. That so many of these engagements have been happening at the national level, and now we are being pushed to also have the regional ones. So for me, I think this is something good, and I just thank GIZ for supporting that, and I pray that you take it to as many regions as possible, because much as everyone here is going to benefit within these 2 or 3 days, we just hope that the rest of the other regions can also benefit from this. So overall, I want to say I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to see my colleagues, Chris, and the other people who are present. And I really look forward to having these engagements. The rest of the details of what I want to say, I will say more in the afternoon. But just to say I'm glad to be here. And I really request that you maximize these 2 or 3 days. As Edward has already said, these are rare opportunities, and the moment you have it, maximize it. Don't think there's going to be another time you'll have the opportunity. Unfortunately, I'll be here the whole of today. Tomorrow I'm stepping for some engagements within the district, but Thursday I'll be fully back. So I'm requesting that anyone who has an engagement that involves the NGO Bureau, as I said, please ensure you bring them out. Or anything you feel that NGO Bureau should know, please you bring them out. But overall, thank you so much. And I can tell you that you have full blessings from the Bureau, and we are glad to be a part of this event. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen, and our country director, GIZ. Please take the microphone and talk to us. Thank you.
Do you mind if I use the pulpit so I can do a bit of preaching? Why not?
Let me just spread it.
No, it's fine. I just need this because I've got so many notes which I've written into 3 different documents, so and I couldn't do it standing up without the help of a pulpit. Good morning to you. It's so lovely to be here in Fort Portal. So good morning. I'm James Macbeth. Okay, and I'll say something about myself because it's got loads to do with the NGO and NGOs and community-based organizations. But first of all, I would like to observe a little bit of protocol because I think that's quite impressive. Edward, the constituents you've brought together here for this wonderful conference. Hamilton, Hamilton, there you are. It's lovely to have you here, and we are awaiting the arrival of the RCC very soon, the representatives of the Toro Kingdom. Edward, of course, it's great that you have extended the invitation to me. Chris, I'll practice your surname a little bit later. Okay, it's lovely, and because we've been, Stephen Okello just came from Namugongo earlier on. Okay. No, last night where you stayed, and maybe I'll just use a little bit of a word from the Bible. Our daily Okello give us today. So I think you've got a tall order cut out for you today, with all the questions which we have, and I'm really happy that we're having representatives of the Financial Investigation Authority, URSP, PDPO, the NGO Bureau, which is here, and NSSF and URA as well. And if I left anyone out, please be patient with me. Now, it is not the first time I'm in Fort Portal. Okay, the last time I was here, that was exactly 18 years ago. Indeed, because this is my 2nd time in Uganda. I've been working as a technical advisor in the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development as a technical advisor to Zoe Bakoku Baguru at the time. Okay, together with the PS, Ralph Ochan, and some of my friends in the MGLSD are still there, and they're commissioners now. So it's lovely to see a former colleague of mine doing the rapporteuring. Thank you very much. So why was I in Fort Portal? We did a children and youth project and income generation and various other things. But I came here for my honeymoon. I got married in Kampala and had to go up KCCA 8 stairs, I think it was, with my 96-year-old father who had to witness. Okay, and I've been married to the same woman ever since, so I'm very grateful to Fort Portal to make that happening. But on a different note, I left in 2006 and came back as country director in 2020 during COVID, which was also a hard time for NGOs, as you know, and I find a different Uganda. First of all, because we talked about the districts earlier on, Edward, there were fewer districts at the time when I left, okay? But Uganda successfully dealt with the LRA rebels, and that was terrible times. And we worked together a lot with NGOs and CBOs up in the north. You were still fighting, and quite successfully, HIV and AIDS. UPE was a thing which started just before my time, which was quite a novelty on the African continent. And besides all of those very positive developments, of course there are challenges, and some of the challenges we'll be talking over the next 3 days. And Stephen, you don't have all the answers, but you'll have to have a direction, I suppose, later on when you're talking to your counterparts in the, of the NGOs. So, and I have to say, Portal changed also over these 18 years. So congratulations on that. So now, why am I here? You know, making my way from Kampala to this conference, and I'll have to say it's NGOs, no, because I wanted to impart a little bit of our thinking as GIZ and as a representative, you know, of the German implementing agency of German foreign policy and development cooperation. And I think it's very important for all of us, also the wider public, so I'm quite happy that we are on television. In Germany, civil society is such an important part of the makeup of Germany as a system. Last weekend, Germany celebrated 75 years of their constitution. 75 years which have been very, very successful in terms of a state, economic development, democracy, and parts of why we are here is, of course, they would like to extend a helping hand in other nations which are, you know, to help them to take a positive development trajectory. So civil society is part and parcel of what Germany does as a state. It's intentional. It's intentional that civil society plays a big role in everything Germany does. So, when you take your wife or your husband and you go to hospital to have your baby delivered, it might be in a Catholic hospital. When you send your child to preschool, it might be a preschool which is run by an NGO. When you send your children to school, it might be a Catholic, a Protestant, or a free, you know, NGO-based school. When you send your children to after-school activities, there are so many NGOs offering activities for children and young people. And it goes on and on and on. Once you're old, a bit like me, and you have to be looked after, you go to a institution which looks after, you know, elderly ladies and gentlemen, okay, and be cared for by NGOs, hospitals, but also dealing with refugees, for example, is a lot relies on NGOs in Germany. And also what we do, development cooperation. We are being, you know, because we are bilateral cooperation between Germany and the government of Uganda, we are also being asked by various NGOs, are we doing the right thing? Is money spent on the right projects? And all of those things. So, in summary, services in Germany are delivered to more than 50% by civil society. More than 50%. And Germany works, I believe. And you probably also believe that, I hope. So we don't have these discussions whether NGOs are opposition or not opposition, but we discuss them in what could be their contribution to the development. The same goes for your colleagues in Kancha and all the other NGOs. What is your contribution to the development in terms of economical development, social development, and all those things? And you have sometimes, you know, voices where you do things on behalf of the state, but sometimes you also question, you know, policies and Stephen, you know what's going to be, you're going to be asked about it later on as well. So this is why Germany is so engaged and will be also in the future engaged in civil society and supporting civil society. I think that's one of the mainstays because they do it right, I believe, you know, with all the ups and downs, okay? But they do it right, and so there's no reason why we should not continue on that trajectory. And today, I was so impressed when everybody introduced themselves. Okay, what a wide range of diversity and variety of NGOs and topics we have here in one room, and so many of you. And I would like to congratulate you on organizing this conference. Now, and I think the speakers before just said it, you know, NGOs are, by genetic programming, supposed to lead through critical discussions, but also through mutual learning from each other. I think that's so nice that you are from various aspects of the NGO, CBO arena. Okay. And why do you do this? You want to enhance the livelihoods of the communities in which you live. And I'm jumping a little bit. I like your vision, which you have, because we looked it up. And the vision is a vibrant and sustainable network of civil society organizations delivering quality services to an empowered community. It's a long sentence, of course, but it's a right sentence, and I think it's worth a while looking at this sentence and saying, okay, that's why we want to do it. Yes, and I just whispered to Stephen Okello and said, you've got a tall order and loads of things to discuss. And you're right, NGOs, to do that and say, okay, let's discuss the internal and external challenges which we have in terms of the existing legal requirements. Now, the other thing, you know, you got so much private content from me today. I had two NGOs in the years 2001 and 2006, which we founded together with some friends and some colleagues from the Ministry of Gender. One was working together or working for street children, which were numerous at the time. And we also have one NGO which I'm not a member of anymore, okay, because that would be, of course, a conflict of interest. But Stephen, they must be on your books, YSA, and I know the process then, okay. Now I look at the process, and it's slightly more complicated, but I like the publication which you have, and the translation which you have, what could be a birth certificate of an organization. So thank you very much for doing this, and I'm really happy that we could support it. Doesn't make things easier, and I'm quite keen to see the discussions which we are having later on in the various breakout sessions. How can we make it a much more smooth running process in running an NGO? And why? To help you to concentrate on the work you want to do. All right? I do understand the regulations, because you're dealing with money, you're very often dealing with other people's money, and you're dealing with the fate of your communities. So it is good to have regulations, but let's look at them, whether we have, you know, the gaps which we need to fill, look at the existing legal requirements and see whether we can learn from each other. Goodness gracious, and only 1/3 through what I wanted to say. I'm so sorry. Okay. But of course NGOs, and you find that as well, and we had it with my NGOs, there's always the funding question. And that is very difficult. Sometimes the funding question has an impact on what you can do and what you can't do. So that would be quite interesting to hear, Edward, what your constituents say about that. Okay. It's so lovely to see a quite well-filled conference room here. So you do take an interest. It's, and it's, from our point of view, GIZ, it's such an important component of governing a nation such as yours in Uganda. Okay, now, what does it need to cooperate, with government structures as an NGO? One of the main ingredients would be trust. What are these guys doing? Why are they doing this? Are they not undermining policies or whatever? We'll have to build this trust. And trust can only be built if you sit together in a room like this and you talk about it. And you will find you might have very different opinions about topics. And you might find problems and challenges. But from experience, you know that challenges and problems don't go away if you don't talk about it. So having a conference like this, sitting together for 3 days, which is a long time, taking time off, I hope that gets you a little bit further. I hope that you can speak with one voice, that's what you said, Edward, and discuss, with the NGO Bureau, but also with the other partners you have in the local authorities and central government. Okay, so you have a strong team, and I think we're going to be moving forward later on. I would like to say something about how proud I am that my colleagues are here from GIZ and the governance program. You're doing a wonderful job, and I'm really happy that we can support this particular aspect of our development cooperation, which has been going on for 60 years. So we're celebrating 60 years this year. And we've had our ups and downs, we've had our very intense discussions, and I think at the moment, there's a lot of discourse going on between the two countries which we have. So we've got good times, but also difficult ones. But being in a partnership, that's what you do together with the government. Things need to be discussed, ironed out, and hopefully a good compromise found for both sides. That's it. So I said something why I think that Germany will also continue being engaged in civil society and supporting you. I said something why we would like to support you, Stephen Okello, and your NGO Bureau in order to have the capacities, I think Edward said something about the progressing digitalization of a lot of things. So there's a lot to do where we can work together, and I hope that we can be something of a bridge in between. I told you so much about myself, and I said thank you to everyone, to the organizers and you as the guests, and I think before I go on and on and on, I wish us all a very fruitful and a very intensive, even if it's sometimes we have a controversy or whatever, very intensive but positive outcome of these 3 days. Let's make this investment, and I'm not talking about the money, but the human investment, the thoughts and the hearts, let's make that a success. Right, thank you. So I did preach after all.
Very wonderful preaching. A big hand clap. Thank you so much, James, for the very good preaching and very good presentation. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, emphasis. I think we need to, there are very interesting things for us as civil society coming from the country director. And somehow it could have gone into passing. But one, James emphasized his commitment to supporting Uganda and the civil society. We have to clap for that. But also specifically supporting the NGO Bureau, and the NGO Bureau is the regulatory body that supports us here. So a big hand clap also for the support of the NGO Bureau. His emphasis on partnership, his emphasis on the importance of the 3 days conference was really emphasized. And please, let's keep connected. Let's keep the buzz. Let's keep the conversation going on throughout the 3 days conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we are expecting the RCC, and she's not yet here with us. But with those opening remarks, we have opened the conference officially. Big hand clap. Yes, thank you very much. I'm giving a last chance to the people who have just joined us to quickly introduce themselves, and then we go into our other session. There. If you know that you've joined us, just joined us, please just introduce yourself, and then we go to another session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bwango Issa. I am the team leader in Zuru Youth in Arts Peace Initiative. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am called Lega Eva, and I work with Rwenzori Anti-Corruption Coalition as a program assistant.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Biangwa Angela. I'm the executive director for Rwenzori Anti-Corruption Coalition.
Good morning, members. I'm Isaac Mugisa. I work with Vulnerable Children and Youth Support Organization. I'm elated to meet you all this morning.
You are all very welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, after having those introductions, I still welcome all of you to this 3 days civil society conference. We've already had general introductions, we've had opening remarks, and our conference is officially open. We are going to start our first session. I'm waiting for the team, COG team, to please project the program, and we get started. In the meantime, as they do that, allow me also to introduce myself as Mwanga Julius, and I'm the moderator for the for the 3 days of this conference. But I'm not just here by accident. I'm here because I'm a jaja in the civil society. I've seen culture grow from infancy to what it is. I was very excited the last time when we were there, and Kancha was able to show me the old computer that we gave them. So I know how the struggle we've been going through. Currently, I'm the Chief Executive Officer for TSED Uganda, and our key business is capacity support for NGOs and compliance support. We've helped so many organizations to go through those hurdles of registration, permit renewal, URSB, FIA, data protection certificates, and the rest. And we are willing to again continue supporting you in that area. So I'm here as a moderator, but I'm here also with a very special interest, and that particular interest is being part of the society and continuing being part of the civil society. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, all right, next on the agenda is a presentation, a keynote address from Chris Nkwasiwe. Please, Chris Nkwasiwe, come forward. And as he comes forward, ladies and gentlemen, I share with you his profile. Chris Nkwasiwe is a development economist and a social justice activist. He has knowledge and experience working with governance processes and initiatives in Uganda in various positions. Chris is a 2017 Mandela Rhodes Scholar and a leading public life fellow at the Nelson Mandela School of Public Guidance. He has a Master's of Philosophy, specializing in development policy and practice. His research centered on civil society advocacy strategies in semi-dominant neo-patrimonial states with a focus on Uganda. Chris currently is the Deputy Chief of Party on the Strengthening Citizens' Engagement. That is election scene activity, and is the team leader, policy governance and civic engagement at the National NGO Forum. In these roles, he provides strategic leadership to the National NGO Forum efforts in influencing internal and external, including global, operating environments for civil society organizations and facilitating citizen engagement in governance and development processes. Chris has previously supported the design and coordination and implementation of various civil society campaigns, including the free and fair elections, and specifically looking at the Black Monday campaigns, and of course you all know Black Monday campaigns, which were focusing on corruption, and the Citizens Manifesto Initiative. He has also contributed to various civil society collective efforts to monitor governance processes and address the human rights challenges in Uganda. Most recently, he coordinated the disrupted National Elections Watch Uganda, NEW, a civil society collective effort to observe the 2021 general elections in Uganda. That is the man standing in front of you, and wouldn't have selected any other person other than him to give us this keynote address. Please, let's put our hands together to welcome Chris Nkwasibu. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Julius. He decided to read that. So I don't think I paid him to do that. So
it was my honor to introduce him.
But really, thank you so much. I also tried really to negotiate with the hotel to give me a height booster so that I can stand here. But I think they have failed. So I will try and stand here, because you know, those of us who are challenged by height, we have, can you see me? Oh, you can see my hair. So I will stand here because I need to use my laptop. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not very good with protocol like James, so you've done it for me. All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I mean, Stephen stepped out, but I wanted to say something about him. I think I can say that I am friends with, okay, let him come in. So first of all, thank you so much, Kancha and the team, for inviting the Uganda National NGO Forum. In fact, I was second choice. I wasn't first choice. The first choice was Dr. Moses Isoba, who is certainly my boss. And when he realized that this topic is something that I should be the one engaging with, he decided to ask Kancha and GIZ to let me make the presentation. And I think it's been called the keynote address, but perhaps it's also going to be a conversation, more of a reflection. And Stephen is back, so I can say something about him. I tell people that Stephen is my friend, whether he believes it or not. For me, I believe he's my friend. And I think as a very young person, I had just joined the civil society sector. I had the opportunity to travel in every region in this country with Stephen. And we ate sausages together. We ate cassava at Kafu. We ate chicken on the road to Busoga. And that was at the time when the NGO Bureau, I think the NGO board at the time, was writing the NGO regulations. And since then, we've had an incredible relationship, really fostered by the NGO Forum and other stakeholders. And we've engaged with these questions of the operating environment collectively for a long time. He also knows that I have a challenge. I can be a little bit provocative in some of the things that I say, with the intention to actually make sure that we are thinking about these things in the extremes, not just in the middle. And so my presentation is going to have some of those extremes. This presentation is inspired by quite a number of things. When Julius was reading that profile, it seemed too long, but it's actually very, very short. I don't have that much experience. I've just squeezed quite a lot of things within a short time that I've been working with the Uganda National NGO Forum. I also have a particular academic interest in the question of civil society effectiveness, especially in contexts like Uganda, which are not necessarily very open, very responsive and very democratic. And so this academic quest is also something that informs some of the things that I am going to say. So there's limited research exposure that I'll be covering. There's also an evening conversation that we had yesterday when Kancha was having a planning meeting. So I sat in the room and I asked the question, what do you really want me to cover or achieve in this particular conversation? And given what they said, I decided that some of the areas that they mentioned will be covering them. Then lastly, we have had in the I think the past one year, we are conducting research on the state of civil society in Uganda. And we interviewed 280 organizations thereabout. And this report is ready. Now we are in the process of publishing it. And then lastly, everything I'm going to say is not necessarily true. These are views of my experience informed by everything that I've said. Conversations last night, limited experience, conversations with most of you. I see most of you that I know personally. Kakuru is here. You know, Edward said mentor, but I feel like our relationship is, it's more that I'm learning from him than, you know, they are learning from me, and quite a number of you that I've interacted with. And so these views are basically informed by that experience and those interactions with different civil society organizations and some of the things that we've been able to do together with the NGO Bureau over the past few years. Now, what will I cover? Because all of you in this room are experts, the presentation actually was already, you know, covered part of it by James and Edward when they give their opening remarks by asking, you know, Stephen, to simplify the regulatory processes. They are actually covering part of the presentation. And most of you have interacted with the sector. You have more experience than I have in the civil society sector. So I will be covering things that I feel maybe there is a little bit of a gap in terms of the conceptual, but also to make sure that we have clarity. So I will trace the evolution of civil society in Uganda from, I'll touch a little bit on the pre-independence era and the immediate post-independence era, but I'll focus a little bit more on 1986. You guys know Uganda started in 1986, right? My tag has a yellow, so I'm safe. 1986, when the current government took over. I will engage with the question of what civil society is and perhaps what it is not. And the misconception that as a sector we have collectively made. I will also engage with the question of how civil society today is organized, with a particular focus on the relationship between civil society and the state, civil society and the government of Uganda. Now, I will answer all those questions through about 3 dimensions. One, the question around legal compliance. As told, that is one of the most important conversations here, and I think Stephen is here to cover that comprehensively. The form of organizing that civil society has done over the years. I'll also talk about the question around sustainability and institutional integrity of civil society organizations. Now, you realize that I am using the word civil society, but I will actually make a switch at some point and I'll explain why. So what is civil society and what is it not? So most of us use this term to mean NGOs. But we forget that civil society is very diverse, multifaceted, broad, and defining it, like some of the academics have said, it is actually very difficult. And it's very possible that there's no unified definition of civil society. There are some elements that people agree on across, and I'll mention that. So between the 1750s, before most of us, or all of us in this room were born, the conceptual understanding of civil society gradually emerged through the Hegel-Marx theory, which espoused the idea of a self-regulating, complex web of associations that permeate the middle class society, that was particularly in the West, but constitute and operate as distinct from the state and the market. So that is like the original definition of what civil society was. This was really largely dominated by trade unions and other civic formations, mostly informally organized. In Uganda, and I said I will talk about someone said they were here before the colonialists. During the colonial era, missionary activities laid foundation for some of the religious-based civil society initiatives. The earliest iterations of civil society are seen in non-state actors spanning culture, socio-economic, and political domains. Prominent amongst these actually were the colonial, the labor rights movements, which were organized around workforce made up of professional and laborers whose employment ran the engines of the Ugandan colony. Now, post-independence, or even, and I'll talk about how civil society was organized then in the next section. During the heydays of state formation and state intervention, civic organizations organized around economic issues and economic production to promote this whole idea of economic independence and nationalism. And that's why you see the emergence of cooperatives and grassroots movements advocating for democratic reform. So for me, that is really, really very fundamental. And that is what was originally called civil society. And then enter the new reform agenda, the structural adjustment era. You guys were there at the time? Yes or yes? Yes, Museveni had already come. Following a series of global crises, and guys, Stephen already knows all my jokes, so if you see him not laughing, just so you know, you guys are expected to laugh. So following a series of global crises in the global south, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, introduced what they called the structural adjustment programs, 1980s and 1990s. So incidentally, NGOs began to be seen, I have changed from what civil society to NGOs, began to be seen as alternatives to the state, taking self-help initiative and filling the gaps that were left by governments. So alongside aid that came in to governments, there was an influx of money that came into civic organizations to fill the gap. And this required these organizations to establish robust corporate structures. Because you're getting $1 million US, $2 million US, now here you're required to establish a governance system like a board that Kancha has. You have a secretariat, you have financial manual. So what used to be civic organizations, informally organized, shaped around civic aspirations, funded by citizens, started becoming professional bodies, driven primarily by donor priorities. And that's really, really fundamental for us to know. And the definition started shifting at that time. And you had people like Balding starting to say, the liberal perspective, you know, at that time, structured adjustment programs came with, you know, the whole new reform agenda. Often favored by donors, governments, and civil society, viewed civil society organization as an arena of organized citizens, working on democratic values, preserve and promote economic independence, working between the state and the market. The most common feature being that they were the third sector, government being the first, the market the second, and civil society the third. So there are a few characteristics that I would like us to talk about. First of all, we agree that they are formal, private. Remember, there's a mutation from informal organizing during the post and pre-independence era around the independence struggles and economic freedoms. Now they are formal, private, non-for-profit, self-governing, and voluntary. But you guys know that cooperatives were for profit. But now we've been advised that they have to be not for profit. And so what has happened, because of the money that came in and the professionalization of these entities, NGOs became so powerful in a sense that they crowded out what used to be informal civic organizations. And that's why this is a civil society conference. And when we ask how many of you are actually informal, you realize most of you have NGO permits signed by Stephen Okello. But we have described ourselves as the civil society. Now, the law, NGO law, is very interesting. It also defines what NGOs are as private voluntary groupings providing services to the community without profit motive. The national NGO policies actually provides a much broader definition, encompassing legally constituted private voluntary groups engaged in community work without commercial interests. And they even go further to say that the policy actually recognizes the fact that NGOs play a role in civic sensitization, outlining work like around organizing around civic interests. But for me, what is really, really instructive here is that the definition emphasizes the non-profit nature of civil society. And it's very, very critical because that is a very huge shift from what we used to have pre and post-independence. In the conclusion, what I really wanted to achieve with this, because my literally depends on it. So as we evolve, acknowledging this complexity for us in this room, and avoiding the fallacy that we are, consistently equating NGOs to civil society is very, very critical. We are simply a part of civil society. We are not the civil society. We are not the civil society. And yes, they might close us. Stephen Okello, I told you he knows all these jokes, so don't worry. He can issue us all letters suspending our permits. Civil society in Uganda will survive. NGOs will die. Civil society will do what? I really hope that I have made the point that I wanted to make. If I haven't, I will repeat. We are not the civil society. We are simply part of civil society. Perhaps Kasita is more of civil society than we are from the original conception of civil society. So that was really something that I wanted to cover in the first parts of my presentation so that we are very clear that we are just a constituent part. Now, I also talk about the present context because you can't talk about, NGO status, the state of NGOs in Uganda, without talking about the context that we operate in. And this is where, sometimes I hoped the RCC was here. There's a bit of divergent opinion. But just a few, maybe 4 or 3 areas that I thought are very important. The first one is really political unpredictability. Most of us are coming closer to 2026 elections. And I can tell you, at the NGO forum, we made sure we get our permit. We called Stephen all manner of things. You are our friend, please. Of course, it didn't need to take that. It didn't take that. But we had to get our permit before because we are not sure what 2021 will look like. There's this whole question around transition. We don't know whether we should be wearing yellow or we should be praising PLU. The sun? Yeah? Or whether we should be doing some red. I saw some red here. We don't know. So there's that unpredictability and instability. So we are all there hedging our bets. So that's the situation. And this really affects how we engage with the process. I remember at some point, when the sector had challenges, we would be told, you go and meet the brother. You know the brother? Yeah, Julius was there at the time. He was the one leading the effort. If you meet the brother, all your problems will go away. But we're like, but we are meeting with Stephen. He's the man in charge. And then they would laugh and say, you people. The second thing, which is very fundamental. No. Really, it's a fundamental thing for civil society in Uganda, for NGOs in Uganda. Political unpredictability. Question around political interference. And this has been really one of the things that the Bureau has been trying to deal with. Create a bit of a structure where NGOs can know who to engage with. But over the past 5 years or few years, all manner of things, the RCC will come in the room and say, I know you people, you can't operate here. In my city, you can't. So this is one of the issues. The RDC will tell you the same thing, we don't like it. This meeting, if they are unhappy, they come and say no. But I think what the Bureau has been doing is to make sure that that is streamlined. So for you to engage with the sector, you have to go through the NGO Bureau. It has been a difficult thing. I know that there's been struggles for that or on that. But it's something that they have been working on. So this whole thing of interference is something that has shaped how the sector has structured itself. Now, of course, we are living in a country where about 40%, and these are government statistics, of Ugandans live in what they call below, is it below the poverty line? No, there's another term that is being used now. They are vulnerable to poverty. So how do you organize in a society where close to a half of the people are actually struggling to meet present-day needs? And it's something that we must deal with. So how does Kancha or KIK talk about corruption in a context where you're telling them $1 billion Ugandan shillings? They're like, what? Billion? What do you mean? Where the present-day need is about school fees, food, and medical care. So how does civil society, how do NGOs organize in such a context? And then there was this whole thing of COVID-19, which really shaped a lot of things that happened. And CSOS did a study. And it pointed out that at a personal level, we struggled. As individuals, staff of organizations, we struggled. Some of us lost our jobs because donors changed priorities. They were focusing more internally in their own countries because they didn't know how this crisis would be dealt with. Here in Uganda, some of them had, oh, if you're not working, you can't be paid. So they said we shall halt activities because we're not doing activities. So people lost their jobs. They started farming. They started a piggery project. 2 years later, they all died. So that is something that happened. At organizational level, we didn't know how to work remotely. We didn't know. We only used internet for sending emails. So we had to repurpose, we had to reshape what we're doing. So that's something that has had an impact, and I thought I should just point that out. Now, there's something which we are going to go to when we go into the state-civil society relationship, or NGO-state relationships. The question about narratives. Narratives, negative narratives particularly, by some government officials. As sometime in 2022, there was a speech, and someone said, and I don't know whether you guys can remember this, NGOs are as useless, and Ugandans, young Ugandans, are too busy playing music and singing to understand history. Who remembers who said this? NGOs are as useless. Anyone remembers? 2022. You don't follow TV addresses. You no longer listen to the man when he's speaking. Huh? But we have been told we are a security threat. And I'll come to that. There's a history to it. Some people believe we are opposition. When you speak and you're not wearing yellow, oh, my friend. 2021, we have to change our shirts. They think you're political. So there have been those narratives, agents of foreign interests. Now you have James here. I mean, the guy is German. You're seated next to him. If Stephen wasn't there, they'll say, oh, Germans are interfering. Kancha, what is your saying? You know. Agents of foreign interests. We've been told that. So these narratives, unfortunately, sometimes come from senior government officials, including spokespersons that are of government. And this is something that has shaped how we engage. And all the things that I'm pointing out are those that have shaped how we engage. There's something I hadn't pointed out, but maybe let me even reflect about it. The global crisis. So you have a war in Russia, in Ukraine. A lot of funding going there. But you also have a rise of the far-right movement. At some point, in the United States of America, you had someone whose rhetoric was not very sure, we liked it. You know? In Europe, the far right was rising with its anti-global agenda and sentiments. Governments looking more inward, anti-immigration, anti-everything. And this had a direct effect on how much funding we're receiving, but also what kind of funding we were receiving. And then there are these questions around accountability. And as NGOs, we have suffered. They look at you, they see a walking corrupt man. Now, you see, if you look at Kakuru, he's very healthy. Yeah? He's walking, he's like a minister. Like, this one, donor money, he's eating. And the NGO exhibition made matters worse. Beyond corruption, they started saying we're even abusing our own staff. So the questions around institutional integrity have shaped how the NGOs do things. I remember where the presentation is the state of civil society, but I changed the state of NGOs in Uganda. So this is what is happening within our organizations. And I don't know whether I'm speaking things that you are actually very familiar with. So we are told we are slapping our staff. But that's wrong. Questions about accountability, donors are saying we are stealing the money instead of putting the money where it's supposed to be. I can tell you there are many cases your friend Stephen Okello is dealing with, where the board is accusing the ED of not sharing. And the man has to sit in the room where these two civil society people and many more are just debating amongst themselves who is eating more. And I mean, what do you expect him to do? Halt operations and investigate? When you investigate, you find sometimes these things are very true. Very, very true. Yeah? So there's that. So summing all this together, what happens to the credibility, the legitimacy of the NGO sector? And it's something that, we'll talk about it. The citizens that see you driving big Land Cruisers, coming, under scene we do this work called the Topwa meetings. Each meeting, the average cost is 300,000 Ugandan shillings. Is that correct? 300, 400. But sometimes we decide, the chief of party wants to go and see how that meeting is going. So they go in a big Land Cruiser with a driver, per diem, and fuel to see citizens discussing things that affect them. 300 Ugandan shillings. And sometimes, James tells you have to do monitoring. There's a budget for monitoring. You need evidence that you have been doing monitoring. So we move. And these guys see us. They're like, okay, so you've spent 1 million to come and see an activity of 300,000 Ugandan shillings. So what does that do to our credibility? I finished that part. Context that we're operating in. The third area is about the relationship, and this is something that emerged from yesterday's briefing when I was told, talk about, the relationship with the state. And the representative of the state is here. So I will say things for the time when he was not yet born and the time when he was really, really present. So that if he disagrees with the time when he's present, he can provide, at least I have a part where he will not contest. Pre-independence. Civic organizations are organizing around the independence struggle, the struggle of self-determination. What does the colonial state do? The King's African Rifles Ordinance. You guys know about this? Huh? It empowered colonial soldiers to suppress, actually the word is suppress, all forms of civic organizing that was dissenting to colonial rule. So a response of the colonial state to civic organizing or civil society. I mention this now because as you will see, even after 1986, the state has consistently had the same disposition towards civic organizing. And now in this particular case, NGOs, because you became powerful. And so the preoccupation of the state, and that's the argument that I'm making here, has consistently been one to control and suppress any forms of self-organizing, self-determination, and dissent. Post-independence, in the 1980s, successive governments sought to control civil society through coercion, continuing the colonial era. Most of those laws were not repealed. And so the successive governments, Obote 1, Obote 2, I think they had someone for 71 days, and then you had, of course, the big general, Field Marshal Idi Amin Dada. During that era, there's always state using the infrastructure of the state, the coercive elements to suppress civic organizing and dissent. So that's the argument. 1980, as you know what happened, 27 people. Is it 27 people or 27 guns? One of those. What was it? Milton. Is it 27 people or 27 guns? People. So 27 boys go to the bush. But remember, civic organizations, civil society organizations were among those that were suppressed. So it became inevitable that when the NRA was in the bush, that civic organizations, and now in particular NGOs, Oxfams of this world, the Catholic Church, supported the NRA, both with material things, money, cash, places for hiding, and moral support. So you guys, our organization supported the NRA struggle. And therefore, the NRA always knew that NGOs have the same capacity to support an opposition group. Because when in 1980 the election was lost and they went to the bush, civic organizations and NGOs provided material and moral support. And so the dominant disposition of the NRA has consistently been that NGOs have the capacity to support another opposition group against the government. And this explains, and this is something we've engaged with the Bureau on, why NGOs are consistently called a security threat. Because they knew, they saw firsthand how you supported them to hide the guns, pray for them, give them money. So since the NRA took over, the relationship has been, love, hate. Love when we are happy, hate when we are very unhappy. Strained in some instances, and while very cooperative in others. And this is really, really very fundamental. But for me, the argument here is the fact that we always were seen as a potential threat. And that foundation, unfortunately, whether you have the head of the NGO Bureau being a very good man, Stephen is a good man, professional, lawyer, not a soldier. He was not in the bush, you guys. He was in Makerere. Whether you have the head being a civilian, the foundation is the same. Civil society organizations, security threat. Potential opposition supporters. And that's why the narrative has been consistent. Guys, that is why we are under the Ministry of Internal Affairs and not the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, or even the Office of the Prime Minister. Who are the leadership of the Ministry of Internal Affairs? 4-star general, 4-star general, and a 3-star general. But the issue is they are all generals. Security threat. So what happens? The NRA takes over 1986, and there's effort to recover from the war. So what are NGOs doing? Remember, NGOs now are supporting the recovery effort to recover from the effects of the war. Unfortunately, in northern Uganda, you had a crisis. I think James talked about it. And NGOs were at the core of rebuilding and providing aid. It's true that in Germany, yes, NGOs are providing education services. In Uganda, it is the same. The Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, were providing the bulk of education services and health. Actually, to date, I think the statistic is not very verified. Up to 40% of education services are provided by the NGOs. Even my school, my former school, which is supposed to be a government school, is church-founded. Okay? If you look at some of the best hospitals we have in this country, owned by the Catholic Church. So NGOs were involved significantly in that effort. Now, it's also very important to remember that during that time, the 1986, early 1990s, the NRM enjoyed popular support and legitimacy. And that is very, very critical. And so there was not a lot of dissent. So the relationship was okay. No one would even come and close you. You are okay. So that is really very fundamental. But there's something that happened. The movement system, remember, abolishes political parties. So you had a lot of co-option. DP was in government, UPC in government, So there was, civil society remained the pseudo-opposition in a sense. So on questions of accountability, NGOs around the early 2000s start realizing that the way they had been approaching development, this whole thing of providing material support, augmenting service delivery, was not achieving a lot of results. And I got this from one of the prominent civil society actors, Arthur LaRocque. Says, we realized that the way we had been approaching development, had limitation. And therefore, we needed to engage with issues of accountability, issues of governance. And in fact, around 2004, 2005, NGOs are vocal against the removal of term limits. Remember that thing? Term limits? But also, NGOs are involved in the struggle to return multipartyism. Donors also started investing significantly. I think that's where programs like 2006, DGF, what was before DGF? Danida Hugo, MS something, yeah? I wasn't there. Hey, you guys had a lot of money. From those deepening democracy program, a lot of money to organize citizens about rights. So NGOs start, focusing a little bit on those matters and those issues. And if actually the first NGO Registration Amendment Act was introduced in 2006. That's very fundamental. I point this out because the expert of the law is here. He's going to try and prove. But because NGOs started becoming vocal, we need rights, you can't remove term limits to spoil our democracy, then things around multi-party. Anyway, so development agencies also invest to make sure that we are cultivating this culture, and that becomes a problem. So that's around 2005, 2004, 2006. Between 2010 and 2011, a series of defining things happened. I think at the time I was just joining the university. The first general election, 2011, under multipartyism. Was it 2011? Extremely violent, walk-to-work protests. Quite a number of people lost their lives. NGOs are saying, no, human rights, human rights, human rights. The Black Monday campaign, theft of public resources. You remember that campaign? I think you referenced it as well. People are wearing black every Monday, distributing, and people are watching and they were not happy. So this bred a series of confrontations. Remember, what is the predominant view or disposition of the NRA? NGOs can potentially support the opposition against, two, they are likely a security threat. And then now you start making noise on the streets, stop stealing our money. Then you start saying, human rights, human rights. So government is watching, and there's a lot of confrontation. If you remember, that's the time I think some of the first arrests of civic activists started happening around that time. I don't think we had a case, and I've been trying to do research in that period, a case of an arrest of an NGO actor before 2010, 2011. The first ones that are recorded are around that time. Because even during the Save Mavira campaign, the arrests were limited. So between 2014 and 2015, now you remember now this is the time when I also now start seeing things. Learning from the efforts of the previous engagements, observing elections and all that, NGOs ran a campaign for constitutional reforms. I remember that was my first time to actually actively engage. Traveling across the country, singing these anthems, the cultural institutions' anthems, consulting. But what was unique is that NGOs openly worked with opposition political parties. In fact, it was Mr. Richard Sewachirianga on the left, Dr. Kiza Besje on the right, Bishop Lak Nilinjie, Orara Otunu, General Mujisha Muntu, and the pictures were not good. They were received with that original perception. NGOs have the capacity to support the opposition. So this campaign is nationwide. Opposition and civil society are engaging directly. And it is scary. So what do you get? 2015, NGO Bill 2015. And that is the time we start engaging, with Mr. Stephen Okello. The first draft of that bill was scary, extremely scary. And I need to wind up. Extremely scary. So the relationship has always been strained. What has really changed is what NGOs are doing. So 1986 to around early 2000, we are supporting recovery efforts. So we are darlings. When we start saying term limits can't be removed, they are saying, okay, what are you saying? When you start saying free and fair elections, they are saying something. So the relationship, and this is the core argument for this section, the relationship between the government of Uganda, or the state, or the NRA and the NRM, and NGOs has always been one of mutual suspicion and one that is consistently strained, where the dominant view is that we are a security threat and potential opposition. And matters were made worse with the movement system of governance, where we were actually the pseudo-opposition because we didn't have opposition political parties. So what does, how do we see, and I just wanted to lightly touch on, the compliance and how this love-hate relationship manifests itself. But, Stephen has a long session. He is the leading expert on this one, so I will not spend time on it. But I also think, Edward mentioned it. NGOs, if you do not really have capacity, you cannot comply with the laws of Uganda. Even if you wanted, you cannot. Because on an annual basis, you have to file returns with NGO Bureau, URSB, FIA, DPO. For DPO, you actually have to renew a certificate. After 2 years, no, after 1 year. A friend of mine recently received a letter from CID summoning them. I don't know whether Stephen heard about this case. To come because they have not renewed or re-registered for data protection. And I was shocked. I had just recently had an initial interaction with Mercy. So we just called and said, oh, no, don't worry about it. The law provides. Like, oh, so it's a criminal. And if you're here and you don't have a valid certificate, you are a walking criminal. They'll summon you, CID. So, beyond the fact that these are legal obligations, even if you're really willing, it is very difficult for you to be 100% compliant. Now, just beyond the law, let's assume that the law is good. In Uganda, what we have seen is that sometimes the law can also be misapplied. This is a part where I have to be humble, because Stephen might. NGO Forum, we were really fully registered with FIA. 100% compliant. Before we knew it, 2020, our accounts were frozen. And we were told, now, you see, to get this thing done. We called Stephen, he didn't know. He didn't know they had been frozen, but he tried to help us. Said, but now what do we do? So the law can actually be abused. Several meetings later, no, I think you need to go and meet the general. So that's what was happening. The law can be misapplied sometimes. Now, beyond the law, activists are threatened. NGO actors are threatened. It is not uncommon these days to find a CEO of an organization arrested for the work that they are doing. We have seen it happen. We have seen it happen. Or maybe this hasn't happened in recent past because I think the Bureau has done a good job to actually get a permit. So that's something around compliance. So CSO competence and governance, you know, this whole question around how we are structured. When we did the survey, we realized that 31% of the civil society staff of 280 organizations that we surveyed actually had some form of degree and upwards. So if we asked here, all of us have degrees, masters, others PhDs. So in terms of capacity of those working in our organizations, we actually have that. Even our volunteers either have a diploma or a degree, which is really, really very fundamental. Most of the organizations surveyed, about 80%, also had functional governance structures. So the NGOs in Uganda, in fact, I think we have to thank GIZ because they have been doing incredible work in that area, have been supported to develop functional governance system. And I think it is Edward who helped me make that point very clearly here. You have a board, chairperson of the board. You have a secretariat, and they're doing different things. You also have transition within the boards. This whole thing of founder syndrome is not a big issue because he also showed us someone who used to serve on the board but has since retired and replaced. So I think that we can comfortably say that in spite of the challenges, the institutional infrastructure of NGOs is a little bit robust. Most organizations have strategic directions, strategic plans. It's a question around our capacity. And I remember there's a time GIZ was really excited to give organizations strategic plans from west to northern Uganda. So helping organizations develop that. So that's something that is very fundamental in terms of the state of NGOs in Uganda. How about this whole question about sustainability? Because that's also one of the issues I was asked to talk about. About 77% of organizations that were surveyed indicated that they get their funding externally, but they have difficulty to access money. One of the common challenges is administrative expenditure. No donor is willing, okay, very few, are willing to pay for the true cost of doing business. So you get a small grant, 200,000 euros. And that 200,000 euros, the maximum they can give you to run your organization, to meet your overhead expenditure is 10%. Maximum. Most of them, 7%. This is one of the biggest challenges for organizations. We actually realized that most organizations are actually living on the edge. About 60% of organizations we surveyed told us they are not sure whether they will have funding in the following year. That's something that is really, really important for us to know about this, sustainability question. And matters were made worse when DGF was closed. But all is not lost. There are positives. Conversations around sustainability have become more commonplace these days. So you have situations where organizations are resorting to mobilizing resources locally. Innovative approaches. We have to really thank the NGO Act 2016. Allows NGOs to do business. You remember how they told you you're non-profit after the, structural adjustment programs? Right now they're telling you, yeah, you can make profit, but when you make profit, please invest in the strategic mission of your organization, which is really something we have to commend. And we had never paid attention. In our language, we say, Kanwa Kagamba, me of NGO Forum. If donors stopped tomorrow, we will all go home. We will go walking on foot. And NGO Forum has been existing for how many years? More than 20 years. Even when the law was passed, we haven't started the social business. Very wrong. We should be able to work on that. But there is effort. You see quite a number of organizations taking up the initiative. And then I talked about local fundraising. The fact that organizations now are looking to raise resources locally. NGO Farm is running a program, Philanthropy for Development, and this is something that we are working on with organizations that we work with. So what we really see is that in spite of the challenges, you see some elements of resilience. In spite of the fact that we have been arrested, organizations closed, permits suspended. I was talking to someone here in the morning who told me, yeah, you remember the 54 organizations? I was one of them. I said, hey, but your friend Okello is here, talk to him. He said, no, now everything is sorted, we have a permit. So you find that organizations are resilient. In spite of the slowness in funding, we are keeping there. So I see an NGO sector that is working towards or moving towards resilience and adaptation. I have a few recommendations and then I'll close, Julius. With everything that I've said, well knowing that there are so many dimensions that I couldn't talk about, that perhaps all of you are very familiar with and the different sessions are going to cover, I think what we need to do as a sector is to improve our channels of communication with the government of Uganda. It is very, very fundamental that we engage directly with the government of Uganda, not just Mr. Stephen Okello. Because this man and his staff understand the NGO sector. They will tell you, we know you are not a security threat. I don't know whether he believes it, but he tells us, you are good people. So we need to engage with the people that think we are a security threat. So communication must be robust. It's something we must work on. These dialogues, of course, are important. Some of the work that we are doing together with the NGO Bureau, talk to the regulator, which is run by DPI. Regular dialogues with the Ministry of Internal Affairs, together with the NGO Bureau and the Human Rights Center. Reflection meetings across the country where RDCs are told, no, these guys are your partners. And it comes from Stephen, and we are happy. It is not Chris saying it. That's really fundamental. We must work on that. 2, we must make sure that we improve our corporate image. Kwame is important. Of course, we are struggling. But we must strengthen our internal governance mechanism. We can't have CEOs slapping staff because it's going to be exhibited. We can't steal donor money. It's not correct. I'm not saying we do, but they are saying we do. So those people, we have to prove them wrong. Because when government money is stolen, we make noise. We even call for sanctions. So we have to lead by example. We have to demonstrate that we have robust systems. 3, we have to rebuild our collectives. The idea that an organization can solve, one individual organization, the problems the sector faces is a fallacy. We must work collectively together and build a formidable force to challenge whatever is externally challenging us, but also build what is internally challenging, rebuild what is internally challenging us. And then lastly, for the NGOs, it is very, very fundamental that we actually demonstrate our value. We have had this conversation with the NGO Bureau. GIZ has stepped in once in a while saying they want to support, but we need to demonstrate that we are actually making the contribution that we claim to be making. I strongly believe that if all NGOs closed in this country, it would collapse. It would collapse. I know that. The amount of taxes we pay from the money that we receive, it's a lot. Now, my salary, I can tell you my salary is shared between me, my father's family, my uncle's family. I'm even worried about my family, my own. Because the dependency ratio in this country is very high. And it is not just me. Any one of you, including government officials, your salary goes to more than 20 people. Somehow you're the one paying fees for the whole family. So if I stopped getting my salary, I know my father will start fasting and praying. So we need to demonstrate this contribution we are making in the health sector, in the education sector, but also in the governance space. Making sure that the people who are kidnapped come back, things like that, which they don't like. So we need to demonstrate this. On the government side, and good thing Stephen is here, only 2. If you just work on that, we are happy. 1, make the process of complying with the laws easy. I mean, we are voluntary, we are not for profit, we are small. We are volunteering. We do not have the time and the money to comply with all the laws that we have. Let's work on that. At least let's have just one-stop center for compliance. It's very critical. It is very critical. And if you cannot, let's assume it is Parliament and our MPs, we no longer trust them, make it easy for us. Make it easy for us. Let me come today to the NGO bureau and get my permit. Me, I have people who call us at NGO Forum who have been moving from Karamoja to the bureau every week, every month. So we are saying, no, make it easy. If the law cannot allow, you are our friend. Make it easy for us. Number 2, and this is something I think it is also philosophical. Let's incentivize compliance. So there's one way of saying we punish non-compliance, but we can also incentivize compliance. Make it, okay, we are all young. Make it sexy to be compliant. So if the law has something called blacklist, let's have a good list where, Stephen, every month goes and says, we want to thank and acknowledge these organizations that have gotten their permits. Let's make people feel good that they are compliant. And in that way, we feel motivated to do it, rather than criminalize, punish non-compliance. And, Edward talked about fines. I wanted to tell him, no, the fines are supposed to be high because they are not supposed to make it easy for you to default. So the idea is that please do not operate without a permit. That's as simple as that. So they make it 10 million to make sure you don't do what? You don't default. But what we are saying, Stephen, is find ways of making it sexy for us to comply. There's another one that just came to mind. I don't know whether we need to meet with President Museveni or, some people, military generals, those who are in the NRA resistance, and tell them, yes, we supported you those days, but the people who supported you are long gone. The country director of Oxfam in 1980, I don't know whether they are still alive. So we are new ones. For us, we don't support opposition. Let's have that conversation so that this narrative is changed. To the donors, and James, you represent all of them here. I think some conditions are very disempowering. Some donor conditions are really disempowering. We must work on empowering conditions for NGOs to access. And I have actually done some work on localization agenda. I mean, we can't even compete with international organizations. Ugandan organizations are small. So let's create conditions that are empowering for local organizations, for KIC, for Kancha, to access $1 million. No, 500,000 is not enough. It is 200,000 is not enough. Sometimes it's worse, it's just 50. And you have to apply for it. Make the conditions for access good. 2, let's support organization sustainability efforts. I work with the USAID closely. I always tell them, so when you leave 5 years later, what do you want to see? That we are gone? What? Because you're telling us your money cannot be used to invest in some things. So you want this dependency thing. If we are getting $1 million, allow us to use 30% to invest in initiatives that encourage our sustainability. So that 2 years later, when you're gone, we can already say, this one, we are still here. And you'll be proud. We'll be proud that we are still standing when we are not dependent. Oh, okay, that is really a complex conversation. And I would like us to, we can debate it, because some people have said neocolonialism, all that. So, but we can talk about it. Lastly for the donors, I think that 1 year funding is okay. 6 months is okay. But when we have 1 year funding and 6 months, the ED is spending all their time not sleeping. They are dreaming, so what happens next month? But when they have a 5-year grant, they invest in innovation, how to do things better. efficiency. But me, I can tell you, forum, Moses and I don't see it. We are always there walking around, talking to donors. We don't have time to think. We don't. We are just looking for money. Because next year we are not sure we shall be there. We should stop that. Donors must invest in multi-year projects. And finally, democracy, governance, rights is not like building schools. Because you build one school, you give them classroom blocks, you know. Students and pupils are going to find decent places to study. The democracy project is more complex. It is a marathon. So even capacity building, now that GIZ is here, even capacity building is a marathon. So we must invest long term. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the state of civil society, and from no one other than Chris Nkwasiwe. Can we give him a big hand clap? I think we would not have had any other person to present like he did. And I know some people were already asking for handouts. We shall be sharing key takeaways from our rapporteurs. But briefly, he shared with us the historical context of civil society. And the judges like Kakuru's and Annette and myself, I think we know all that one. And then he brought in a very interesting question for our consumption. We are not civil society. We are just part of what? Civil society. Maybe some is asking, are we walking towards civil society? What are we? But we always call ourselves civil society. He also brought in the political context and emphasized the aspect of uncertainty, but also reminding us that elections are across the what? The corner. But also brought in the discussions about the power dynamics of RCCs, RDCs, and of course telling you that they are here for 1,000 years. That is the yellow part. And he slotted in the challenges we went through, especially during the COVID-19, and how the donor dynamics started changing and their focus, but also talked about the community we are serving, how impoverished it is, and how we focus our interventions, especially working with the impoverished society in Uganda. He also shared with us the NGO civil state relationship, which is sometimes suspicious in nature, and also always being seen as agents of foreign interests. He took us to the global perspective and raised issues of the global crisis, you know, all the wars around and how they're impacting on the donor landscape, but also the civil society landscape itself locally here in Uganda. He emphasized the issues of security consciousness, knowing the governance and management of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which is directly governing or looking after our issues here. And the Star Generals are the ones who are running it over there. And also brought in the aspect of the NGO compliance and the pressures, especially the state-threatening activists, which is slowly improving. But the interesting thing was bringing in the ray of hope that with the coming in of the NGO Bureau, a lot is improving. And thank you so much, Mr. Stephen Okello, for that great input and continuing to understand us. A big hand clap to him. He gave quick summaries, and these ones, I just want to repeat them for our own intake. One, to the civil society, to improve our channels of communication, especially with the state. This time not with Stephen, but with the what? With the state, because Stephen understands you. When I'm talking about Stephen, for the people who just came in late, we have the executive director of the NGO Bureau right here with us. So that is the Stephen we are talking about. He recommended on improving corporate image. And for those who have not quammed yourselves, we'll have a session here to discuss about the quam, and please be the first to be on the list to be quammed. Rebuilding collectiveness. Let's work together and build a formidable force as civil society. The other recommendation to the government was making the compliance process simple for NGOs, but also incentivize compliance. I will not talk about it. The other one he talked about, but you got it. The donor environment, the recommendations to the donor, please make access to funding simple, less complex, less difficult. Support funding for sustainability, and also get to know that the returns on investment for some of the initiatives of the organizations, especially the NGOs, like the deepening democracy, takes longer. So you cannot fund for 1 year, 2 years, and expect the returns on investment. Ladies and gentlemen, another big hand clap to Chris Kwasiwe for that great presentation. As we said, we shall be sharing these presentations in summary form as time goes on. All right. I'm very sure each one of you has got either a yellow card, a green card, or a pink card. But also to remind you, they are not meal cards. I know some of us, they are not meal cards. Can somebody, anyone with a yellow card? Yes. Can I see you up? Yellow cards? Okay. The yellow card, you're going to stay here. You're all going to be in room 1. So after this session, we are going for group photo, and then after group photo, break tea, and then we'll break in group sessions. So all yellows, you stay here. Pink, let me see the pinks. All right, those are the pinks. All pinks, you go in group breakaway session group 2, and second room is just up the stairs there. We'll have somebody to direct you. Oh, can I see the leader for yellow? Annette is staying here, so Annette will be convening you. And then Mr. Tadeo, for the pink, second room. And all the presentations are there. And then the light green, can I see the light green colors? The light green colors, you are going to room 3, and it's just past the mine reception. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me briefly introduce to you the next presenters. Next presenters, we have 3 presenters in the breakaway sessions. Yes, we have 3 presenters. Yes, the first presenter is Chris Kwasiwe. He will be staying here. Yes, and he will be taking us through Yes, the technical team, can you be present the program to us? Technical team. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, Nkwasiwe will be taking us through the breakout session 1 in this room with all people with yellow cards. And the breakaway session will focus on the state of civil society, outstanding issues from the national perspective. I think you're going to deepen the understanding. It's going to be more of in-depth discussion of what he has just presented to us. The second presentation is going to be challenges and opportunities for civil society. And this one is going to be led by Nganda Kizito. Please, Nganda Kizito, come forward. I want you to see Nganda Kizito. Allow me just take you through his profile. Mr. Nganda Kizito is married, father to one daughter. He's a professional social worker, counselor, and lifetime scout. He has devoted his life to contribute to youth skilling for enterprise, leadership, gender and development, and HIV prevention using research to fully impact human life with decent livelihoods. Mr. Kizito's academics, he has a degree of philosophy with interest in ethics, postgraduate of public administration and management. He is also a product of Cornerstone Leadership Development Africa, and that shapes his leadership and commitment. He's inspired by the topics of capitalism. He's currently working with Accord Uganda, that is Agency for Cooperation in Research and Development, and he's working as a cluster linkage officer, Kabarole Cluster, Fort Portal, Bunyangabo, and Carroll District. Let's put our hands together for Mr. He's going to be leading us in Breakaway Session 2. The other presenter is Mr. Muhammad Ahmad Sharif. Mr. Muhammad Ahmad Sharif, kindly come forward. Mr. Muhammad Ahmad Sharif is a Ugandan holding a master's degree in applied social research acquired from Trinity College Dublin, that is TCD, Republic of Ireland, and a Bachelor of Science in Quantitative Economics from the Institute of Statistics and Applied Economics, Makerere University in Uganda. He is the Executive Director of KRC Uganda. He has over 20 years experience in research, citizen-led advocacy, and community development. He has been a key player knowledge initiatives relating to small producer agency in globalized markets, informal market governance, and sustainable food systems using the innovative system labs. He has over time developed community empowering innovations and research models that have produced evidence and prototypes for advocacy and community empowerment. He has done numerous studies on inclusive green growth economy and is currently championing sustainable food systems, informal market governance, and bio-based circular economy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Sharif Muhammad Sharif. And he will be taking us through a topic on leadership as a success factor for the sustainability of civil society sector. So please, thank you so much for preparing the presentations. You can have a seat, and these people will be leading you. So in brief, we shall have Chris right here in room 1. We shall have Kizito in room 2, and Mr. Muhammad Ahmad Sharif in room 3. The last one on this is we want each group to get a team leader. That one you can do it in your small rooms. We'll need a team leader, and the role of the team leader will be capturing 5 key takeaways. The takeaways can be in form of messages, takeaways can be in form of lessons learned. They could be also in form of questions, but we need at least 5 takeaways. When we finish an hour session, we'll come back, we reconvene here in form of plenary, and each group will share for the interest of the other groups, learning from these interconnected but a little different topics. And I still want to remind all of us that we have a well-crafted basket, tailor-made. It has Q&A. It has papers, marker, and a pen. We've had a very lengthy presentation from Chris. We've had opening remarks. We've had so many speakers here. Just in case you have that question lingering in you and we are not answering it, please capture it, get a paper, write, and then you can pin it over there. We have those blackboards pinned there. They are punch boards. Just pinch them there. Lastly, we are going to break away for a group photo, and the team, the technical team, taking our photography and live streaming will lead us to where we are going to have the photo from. I hope the gentleman is ready for that. Where is the gentleman? Okay, he's right there. please, you can come forward and tell us where we are going to take the photo from. Immediately after the photo session, we shall have our tea break. And I'm requesting that for the tea break, we make it a little shorter because we have cheated our time a little bit. If we can take at least 15 to 20 minutes so that we are able to catch up with our program. And immediately after the tea break, we shall go in our breakaway sessions. And I'm around with a team of rapporteurs to guide you to where those colored cards will take you. Ladies and gentlemen, please feel comfortable, feel at home, interact, and enjoy the conference. I thank you.
So the photos will be taken just right in front of the room. Yes. Yeah.
Gentlemen, let's go just outside the room, faster, and then we have our tea. Members, let's go for the photo. The informal conversations can come later. Yes. Thank you. Let's go for the photo, and then we can have the formal conversations coming in later. Can I have the management of the hotel? There is some technical issue I have to settle very fast. The hotel, management of the hotel. Management of the hotel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we can start moving to our breakaway session rooms. If you know you have a yellow card, you stay around. And I'm requesting, since we are going to be few in this room, we take the front seats. Those with yellows, you stay around. And those with pink, you go to room 2. Room 2 is over there. And the session presenter, keynote speaker, is already there waiting for you. Session 3, group breakaway session 3 is in room 3. Those with light green cards, if you have color disability, you can also call it blue. If you have that disability, you can call it blue, and that is okay. Please go in room 3. The presentations are already there. I'm still inviting you, the yellow people, to come a little closer. The yellow people doesn't mean your movement. I've withdrawn no yellow people, people with yellow cards. Please come closer. Chris should be joining you shortly. Feel free to carry your tea. Chris, I'm handing over your yellow people. So I've asked them to get closer. So what? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, are people walking out in protest? Okay. Oh, the yellow ones. They gave. So I was given a wrong color. I like red. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, are you part of us? Oh. Are they? Okay. Oh, the press, yeah. I know the gentleman from NTV. Okay. Let's see. No, we will start. We'll start our conversation. This is supposed to be very big. Yeah, it's okay. So, can we? What has happened? No, it's not on. Okay, if it is on, then yeah. We'll start with that. Yeah, I'm just waiting for those who are talking in the. Peter, that conference can either join us or leave us. Okay. Perfect. 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 The gentleman with a cup of tea, are you with us or against us? Please leave that man alone. He's a criminal. Okay.
Peter, you have to decide which battle you want to fight. All right, so we will get a chairperson. Can I appoint or someone wants to volunteer? Appoint or volunteer? Okay, so I have, you want to volunteer? I have appointed Kakuru as our chairperson. Please clap. So what Kakuru is going to do is going to get like 5 key takeaways from this conversation. And he's also going to help represent us in the plenary when we are providing feedback to everyone in terms of what summarize the conversation, but also have like key takeaways. Now, because I have made a presentation, I wouldn't want to use the minutes they have given me to make another presentation. So perhaps what we should do, and is to open up and we have a conversation. I hope all of us were there during the morning session, yes? Anyone who wasn't there? Anyone? Okay. So this session is about this program has a different topic, but it's about the state of civil society. Yeah, the state of civil society, issues from the national perspective, but I think we can say issues. What are those issues that are important or that define the state of civil society? What I tried to do with the presentation is just try not to say things that we already know in terms of what civil society is currently struggling with or where we are. Because all of you are practitioners and you know these things. So my intention was to try and achieve like 3 major things. The first one, to understand that NGOs are not necessarily the civil society. That even when we are engaging, it is very, very critical for us to know we are just a part of. And maybe ask the question, how do we connect with the rest of the civil society? Does it make sense that Kasita, traders in Barara, are protesting? And for us, we are working on governance and budget issues. Is CS Bag here? But we are there quiet. We are not connecting with that struggle. Because this is a question about tax justice, right? Because Kasita is part of civil society. Does it make sense when cooperatives are killed, you know? Some of you are part of cooperatives. And we are quiet. But that's where civic empowerment used to happen. That's where community issues used to be discussed. So that is, for me, one thing I wanted to achieve. So just we know that, you know, even if we are all closed, all the NGOs, those of us who get funding from donors, even if we are all closed, civil society will not die. NGOs will die. But civil society will do what? Will not die. Because civic organizing, even in contexts like ours where, you know, the state is not very polite, even in contexts like ours, civic organizing happens on issues that affect them. Now remember, one of the things that I said earlier is that pre-independence struggles and post-independence struggles, citizens used to organize on issues that they cared about. Okay? For Kasita, and it's the most recent, it's tax. It's affecting them. So for them, it's a matter of life and death. For the cooperatives, it was, how do we, for people from Ankole, you know Ankole Farmers something Union? Busoga coffee, because they were growing coffee. They wanted good markets. They wanted prices. They wanted predictability. Toro tea. Okay, now you remember what is happening with tea. So people are speaking because that's an issue affecting them. So that's really what I wanted to make as the first point. The second point is the relationship with the state. Because most of us keep making noise and say, oh, you know, government is harassing us. But we remember that the government has always acted that way. What has always changed is what we are doing, what we work on. Okay? And this one, if you're an RDC, you will understand much better. An RDC will let you do everything you want. But the day you start saying things where it feels like you're compromising the NRM,
they'll come for you. So that's what has happened. What changes is not the government or the state. What changes is how you behave. And that's why I trust history. When we supported the NRA, we were okay, darlings. 1986 up to around early 1990s or late 1990s, everything was okay because there was consensus. Government legitimacy was, we were complementing recovery efforts. So that we were friends. And then all of a sudden, the moment you start saying term limits should not be removed, you become an enemy. What do? NGO registrations bill, 2005. We start making noise, free and fair elections, what? They say you are an enemy. What do? Introduce an NGO amendment bill, 2015. Black Monday. We had never seen NGO actors arrested until these guys started wearing black and distributing newsletters. Then bishops were arrested, reverend fathers arrested, NGO workers arrested. One of my very close friends was first arrested during those protests. So why? Because we changed what we were doing. Right now, everything we are saying, by the way, is good. They don't mind. You start saying Museveni must go, Museveni must go. They'll close the meeting. So what would be changing is not the state. It's not the government. It is what we are doing and how we are doing it. Does that make sense? So the third point that I wanted to make, do I remember? The third point that I wanted to make is around, the current state on some of the things. Because one, there are valid points, there are also misconceptions. Civil society doesn't have capacity. And so donors, of course, James is here, they are bringing capacity building interventions. You must have financial management system. But you can't have a financial management system when your accounts, the biggest number of, the highest amount of money you've ever received is $10,000. So you can't have the same systems, and this is a point I make with some of our partners. You can't have the same systems like GIZ, like NGO Forum. Because, we have a budget of 3 billion. Kakuru, what's your budget?
400.
So, 400,000, how can you have the same systems as GIZ? Do you know their annual budget? Like $50 million. So you can't. But you see, there's a misconception, and perhaps this point didn't come out well. There's a misconception about what capacity means. But I can tell you that KIC with 400 million is certainly more effective, more connected to the community and the civic struggles than NGO Forum or even GIZ. Does that make sense? Then, of course, so that's why I talked about capacity in terms of qualifications, strategic plans, those things but I didn't make that point because of time. But really, for me, the point is about the misconceptions. Then there have also been, the laws around integrity in the sector, things, transition. Those things are there as narratives. But what we have argued before, and I'm not even trying to defend the sector per se. How many of us receive money from GIZ? Okay. You can't steal it. There's no way. Because they are watching. If they have said you have traveled 5 kilometers, they will give you 200 shillings for 5 kilometers. So the question of accountability has to be looked at from very, very deep lenses. Okay? We receive money from USAID. I know there is no way you can steal USAID money. Now, if you steal it, you are lucky. But they are watching. They look at every single detail. So when you say that NGOs are stealing money, then you have to understand the accountability mechanism. And that's why I always go back to what civil society was. Because, originally civic organizations were, connected to the people, connecting with civic struggles. There were even citizens who were contributing money to those struggles. Now, when, donors come, structured adjustment programs, when they gave $1 million to the government, they want to give $1 million to civil society. So what do they ask you to do? Develop a financial management system. Develop a big accountability system. Now, because they are giving you a lot of money, you must have an accountant, head of finance. You must have a management accounting software. That one, you no longer use Excel because you have big money. And if you do that very well, it means you are actually not stealing the money. But let me tell you, ask around. you can steal that money even using those things. Does that make sense? So this whole question of NGO is not accountable can be dealt with using real concrete examples and understanding what are the accountability mechanisms there. What should we be showing for the money that we receive? And I think that's very, very fundamental. I don't know whether I've made that point, but I know it's still very fuzzy in my head. Of course, there are also things about institutional integrity, which have been exposed most recently, and I talked about the exhibition a little bit lightly, but the point is, it's very possible that some of us have run our organizations in ways that really, really put the sector in disrepute. And so, this is something we must be able to reflect on, ultimately. And then the last part, which I felt maybe we needed to just maybe communicate to the different stakeholders ourselves, the things we should be working on as a sector to enhance our resilience. And that's why I said, I strongly believe that the civil society sector is heading towards resilience and adaptation. And that's the point I wanted to make with the status and the context. You might not see it today, because when DGF was available, you had money, you were driving cars. Now they are gone. So you feel like, no, we are struggling. No. We are becoming more creative. We are engaging with the communities more because of the things we believe in rather than because of the money. That's really fundamental. Number two, I don't know, you guys have you starved before? Hey. So you find creative ways of eating. You even eat raw cassava. So right now, it's a question of how do we survive. Now, in this period of struggle, we are building resilience. There are people who have argued in the sector that actually the NGO should die. That it is okay for some organizations to die. And die is being used in a certain way. Metaphorically, if you actually think about it, how do we get manure in forests? Some trees do what? Die. Shed off leaves and they do what? In fact, I strongly believe that if GIZ and your sisters and brothers closed shop, so many leaves would be shed off. And the legitimate ones will stay. This is very difficult for us to hear because that's where our paychecks come from. That the legitimate organizations that are connected to the communities, that are working on things that they are passionate about, will survive. And that's the resilience I was talking about. In fact, we will start thinking about how do we raise resources to do the work that we are doing. We will get out of the comfort zones, our ACs, big Land Cruisers, our big offices, and start connecting a little bit more. Does that make sense? There's a time at NGO Forum we were struggling. And I told you I like being provocative. So I told the leadership team, you know what? I think let's leave this office building and go and rent a cheaper place. And then someone said, how will people see us? They will think we have. I said, yes. Because if we think that our legitimacy is because of the building we are in, we are holding on to the wrong thing. But at that point, I think I have made. I know it's not pleasant. And then so the last part, of course, like I said, there were also things for the government. Now, we've engaged with the NGO Bureau extensively. I like saying things when Stephen is here so that I provoke him. But you know, guys, the NGO Bureau is not in charge of the sector. There are so many things that they have no control over. And it's something we have to fight for, redeem and protect. But perhaps it's also something for us to understand that when you're suffering, when you think they have closed your organization, when you attack Stephen, you're attacking the wrong enemy. So I wanted to go deep in that to understand what is the character of the Ugandan state. But I didn't have the time. So that's very, very fundamental. To understand who makes the decision. When they told us go and meet Salim Saleh, the person was high up in government. He's a minister. And you know, she told me, you know what, Chris? I think you should look for Salim Saleh. Where Akapeka? I told the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga. strongly believe that we should engage with the government institutions that are. But the point is, if we had met Salim and told him, we are nice people, we are your friends, remember, even when you were in the bush war, my grandfather, he would have made a call and the account would have been unfrozen. So that's how the Ugandan state operates. All right, I didn't want to go in that, so let's recover. Then, of course, there are things for the donors. Now, and I will share, I think when GIZ is sharing material, I'll share the paper that we have just authored on the localization agenda. There are some things James will like, but will not want to like. About, this relationship between civil society, NGOs in Uganda, and donors. The things that organizations really go through, to raise 500,000 US dollars. We should stop that. But I also know that the problem is not James, guys. The way the problem is not Stephen. The problem is not the USAID mission director. Nelson Richard had become our friend, so we would talk extensively about this. The problem is the aid architecture itself. At its core, it is extremely, extremely flawed. An NGO forum in Uganda is leading the effort about shifting the power. So it's something we are working on with global actors. So the pain is not ours. And when we talk to James and he says, no, I can't do anything about that. Our policies only allow us to give you up to how much? It's not him. It's not him. So we have to understand this. The reason I'm actually raising it in a civil society conference with you guys is not to even discourage you or anything, but for you to understand this, to study, research, to provoke you enough to be intimately connected so that you conceptually understand these issues. So when you're engaging with James and his team or the you basically that they are not the problem. When they're asking you, they need mileage to be able to pay your fuel. It's not them. The system is designed that way. USAID gives what they call negotiated NICRAs to mostly American organizations, IRI, NDI, East-West Management Institute. They get up to 45%, some of them up to 60%, administrative overhead expenditure. What do Ugandan organizations get? 10 de minimis. That has nothing to do with any mission director anywhere in the world. It's Congress. Okay? It is what? I know the Congress has recently, actually they're debating a bill. They have actually now, okay, this I can say. I don't know whether I can say. They haven't announced. But they are likely to revise it upwards a little bit because of the effort that has gone on in advocacy across the world. The last point we really have to appreciate, it is not our money. This money is German taxpayers' money. It is American taxpayers' money. In fact, they are poor Germans. They are poor Americans. I have friends in the US who work 4 jobs a day. Their money is reduced in form of taxes. It is given to us. We have to take care of our own development. It is very fundamental that we understand, guys, this is not our money. Yes, there are colonial history. We can talk about all that, exploitation, and we have written about it. We can have the debate. We can say we need to, change the world. But as it is right now, it is American taxpayers' money. In fact, on their logos, they say, money from the American people. You guys don't have that, eh? Okay. Put something. Money from Europeans, so that we know. Kakuru, have you heard? Your salary is from the American taxpayer. That's the last point I wanted to make. But I imagine that this session is supposed to be going deeper into the subject. I just wanted to make sure that at least what I thought would be the key messages for me from my presentation, because I didn't want to go the conventional way. NGO, we are like this, we have 1,000, 10,000. I just wanted us to have that conversation. So I will stop here and open up for a conversation. Like we said at the beginning, all of you guys are experts in this field, so just make your contributions. Now my job is to really simply hand over the microphone, I think, and then Kakuru will do all the work to synthesize things, and he will make the presentation during the session. Make sense? So we'll do the traditional way. You can just raise your hand, and I think I am allowed to turn off this for now.
Thank you very much, the session moderator and my colleagues in this group. For what you have alluded to, Munyakana, the Vice Chair Kancha, there are some key things that I'm trying really to internalize from your presentation. They always say that NGOs or civil society organizations complement on government programs. They complement on government programs. But as we're viewing on the issue of sustainability, let also civil society organizations be incorporated in government programs as well. Let them be incorporated in the budgets they are making. We shouldn't actually rely on donor funding all the time. In their government budgets, as civil society organizations are brought on board, and at some given point, it is also prudent that we bring these stakeholders, especially the government, state actors, have harmonization meetings from national up to the grassroots level. Maybe some of them, they don't know what civil society organizations have been doing, the dynamics involved, so that they can there is some sense developed for them to appreciate. We may not do it, say, to 100%, but some of the gaps may be identified. Because actually, as you alluded, there are some technicalities which are coming on board, which our young civil society organizations may not really afford to penetrate. And we want to help these young coming up civil society organizations which are within our communities. They cannot compete favorably. And yet, they have a bigger input in terms of social and economic development in their communities. And if other, as you said, some of the systems, there are costs involved. The one-stop center, you talked about it. Some of the organizations really will close down. So this is my humble submission.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah. Thank you.
My concern is on the organizations which have been existing for many years. Like my organization which I come from, it started in 1991. Now it is almost 33 years. But we keep on going, renewing. We started with 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. Now we have been keeping on renewing 5 years, 5 years. When will the government recognize that these are organizations which have worked for the community for many years and have served the communities? They don't need even to keep renewing every time. They are there, they exist, and they have done a lot of work for the community. And when will they think of alternative ways of supporting these organizations to continue doing their work? I give an example. I was in an area around this place in Rubingo. We did water hygiene and sanitation in a community in 2000. Now it is almost like 10 years. You go there, you find the water source is still there, people are enjoying the water, and we have done a lot of work in different areas. But every day, you are tasked to renew, which is a hard task. Sometimes the donors, there's a time when you lack funding, they need accountability, they need audited finances. There are sometimes when you recruit the staff and when the money is out of the organization, these staff go away, then you have to continue to start mobilizing resources to make the organization continue again. So it becomes so challenging. When will the government recognize that these NGOs which have existed for quite long, they may be given a certificate which can say it is permanent?
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, there's a hand here. But also, we must have ladies speak.
Thank you so much. Now, for me, I had actually written down some of the things. I think it is very important for us to sometimes invite some lawmakers to come and be with us, because we are having such an engagement here and we do not have any member of parliament around. But these are the guys that we have trusted to at least do some policy making for us as a country and also for us as a sector. So I think it's very important that we have them. How I wish they were here to hear such deliberations coming from people. And then I think it is also good that we talk to these regulators to use, they use a lot of force whenever they use like fines, but they have not used the same efforts to come and like teach organizations how to be compliant. Now let's say like URA, the efforts they use on IFRIS is not the same when it comes to like educating the people. So you see the NGO Bureau, and all these other regulators that we have as a country, the efforts they use when they are maybe like giving us penalties, it's not the same efforts they are using like maybe to try and at least try to like, because the law has very many terminologies that can only be understood by lawyers. And finally, I wanted also to look at, I think we should revise the laws that are regulating us as a sector from time to time, because right now, if you're going to register, they ask for a PO box. I mean, at this time, the post office, box number. Why? When we have Google Maps, I can send you where I am and you can come and find me. We have coordinates we can use. So I think we should revise our laws from time to time to meet the needs of the current times. Thank you.
So much. So let's go to your neighbor and we'll come to you, Robert. Okay, I've seen your hand as well.
Thank you so much, Bwana Moderator.
Am I allowed to sit? Yeah? You won't feel disrespected?
Yes.
Okay, no.
So I'm Masaraka Ernest from Rweko. My concern is also about compliance. And when it comes to compliance for us NGOs, the regulatory authorities are really becoming too many. You can talk of Finance Intelligence Authority, then URSB, then NGO Bureau, URA, NSSF. And some organizations sometimes have limited funding. And some of these filings, some of these returns will say require audit reports. And these audit reports, of course, will need some funding to at least have the audit reports, and then to be able to do what, to file some of these returns. It is also becoming more complicated, more especially when you are returning to URSB, where even when you are changing signatories on your accounts, you have to file those minutes, location of offices, and box numbers, and then submitting these beneficiary lists. You find in filing some of these returns, you even find out that some of the beneficiaries are really old members of board who have even resigned, and even others you cannot trace them, and maybe others have gotten maybe issues with the organizations, and maybe they cannot do maybe some signing. And so it has really become very complicated. So if these issues can be addressed to these these authorities, at least they become a bit flexible, such that at least can give us some a bit of ample space and ample opportunities, at least to enable us become compliant. But otherwise, everything is becoming very complicated and very hectic and very stressing for organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Just pass on your microphone to your neighbor behind. But first we'll have Robert. Let's have Robert. No, just keep the microphone. Robert will use mine.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine, the first one, we are looking at you tipped on some issues regarding some NGOs that call you or any other person about having walked back and forth to the Bureau, and there is no result withstanding. I just wanted to add my voice that since we are very lucky, I think we are very lucky, for all the forums I've visited, we have always just had a representative of the ED for the Bureau. I think this is what, even if this conference stopped today, I think I've already met some of my expectation. If you look at the Bureau staff, when you go to submit, they say, check in 2 weeks. They put the date of submission. They never put the date of checking. But they say, check in 2 weeks. Then in 2 weeks, you go, there is nothing. They have no idea what took you to get there. At least, on a positive note, we could speak to ED to engage his staff, because I think this is within his managerial mandate, that if you know a file has not been worked on and the 2 weeks are approaching, it's much better if you write an email to the organization so that they may not waste time, valuable time, to come and check. You just get that frustration. Those are some of the indicators that start tearing the relationship between the civil NGOs or CBOs and the Bureau. That's one. Secondly, Chris, you know, and other members, you know very well that the board of the Bureau is made up of someone who represents the civil society organizations. Isn't that right? But the question is, why can't the civil society, at least from the regional level, be given a chance to choose such a representative? Unless I am lacking enough information, but the information I have is that the person who represents the civil society at the Bureau is not mandated or is not chosen by the civil society themselves. So the question is, are we really well represented? So on the positive note, can you request him to see that next time when they are choosing such a person, maybe they can change the trend and we can be choosing that person, because it is easier to reach that person than any other person. Then lastly, finally, actually, this is finally, you realize that I want to appreciate, honestly, it's my first time working with this online government, trying to be, that you submit a document and in 1 hour it is worked on. I'm only seeing it with URSB. I'm really happy with URSB, partly. But why can't we, when are we having the whole Bureau, which is the mother of civil society, online, so that we can be able to track the status of our application? And maybe we even get auto notices notifying members that your license, your permit will expire in 3 months, 6 months. Please start prepare accordingly to the process of the what? Of renewal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I see how many other hands are there?
Okay, thank you very much, Chris, for your presentation and the colleagues. I think, to me, when Kansha, in partnership with GIZ, invited for this conference, to my understanding, a conference is where you interact, say things that really make you happy, and those that don't make you happy, appreciate or not appreciate, learn from each other, and really have that kind of conferencing. So what I want to say may not sound very well to some of us, but also the state, your presentation, the state of CSOs in Uganda today, is that we also have, we are members of CSOs who do not want to read. Someone sends you a 2, 3, 4 concept note, you just see it, and that's all. What some of us read is the last statement, or maybe the heading. But the content of, actually, even from this conference, if a report is shared with all of us, like 30% of us will read it. So the sense of reading, and that one has, I want to make my point that also we have a sector that has neglected the component of research and innovations. We do not, we are a sector that is not giving this a priority. And also I wanted to say that possibly, that's why I bring in our friend like James, the GIZ, getting interested in the sector that really prioritizes research and innovations and support it, so that to contribute to the knowledge, to the knowledge, the knowledge maybe, knowledge pool as a sector. I also wanted to end by saying that we need also to be very strategic. If the government, for us where I come from in Chigezi, we have that if someone, they are saying that if someone cooks for you a head, and for you what you do, you also add by cooking the feet, yeah? So that you don't depend on the head meat alone. So now the government is cooking for us the head by giving us all these laws that we are crying about. We need also to start thinking about how do we cook the feet for the government and survive with it. I'm just not saying that we dodge anything, but I'm saying, why can't we also think about some other important platforms, partnership platforms, where our efforts can easily be recognized and not be neglected? For example, partnering with higher institutions of learning like universities. Because a university looks independent, if you have your input in what they are doing, in their reports, in what you do, it is not easy for you to be detached from such an institution. So we need also to rethink around by not keeping just working around something. I thought I should have that as a contribution, and thank you very much.
Perfect. So we have,
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Peter. I work for Bantwana Initiative in Uganda. My question really is, how do we brainstorm the localization? You talked about the localization agenda, but I'm just wondering, how best can organization be supported to localize? For example, if I was Peter International a few days ago and I wanted to transit and be Peter in Uganda, in other words, that because of the registration and the documentation, you are seen as a new organization. But you might find the experience, the work done, is cumulative over a period of time. So how do we support organizations in terms of, even if someone is to compete for a given grant, you might find the requirements automatically take you out. So an organization really goes back to work for more like 2 or 3 years, depending on your reputation, really, to again compete. So that's like, as a bureau, how do we support the transitioning of organization to localization? Thank you.
just briefly, I think for me, since we are discussing about issues, I think I really thank the efforts done by URSB to decentralize, to digitalize some of their services. But I think it is very important that at least they go on decentralizing most of their services, because you see, I'm in Fort Portal here. I have to travel from here to Mbara to pick some of the essential documentation I need. And then lastly, about the district management committees, I can tell you there is a lot of politics involved with how these committees sit, how they give you MOUs. I think the government needs to look into budgeting for them, and also maybe coming out with guidelines for them on how often they should sit, because I can tell you NGOs are really, really disturbed when it comes to getting MOUs, but also the same should be done for the sub-counties. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. You talked about sustainability for NGOs, that is the ability to survive in business, and it's actually what I'm looking at, the capacity to be able to mobilize resources locally even when our donors have closed out. So mine is a request. I am actually looking, because GIZ is into capacity building, if we could look at capacity building, because some of us need some trainings in form of capacity building for sustainability. We should be in position to raise resources locally even when some of these donors have left. I thank you.
George? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I am George from GIZ. I'm part of. I want to connect with your point when you talked about legitimacy of civil society, legitimacy with the constituents that they work for, that they represent. And I think this has a connection with sustainability. I do capacity building in the program, and quite often we talk about how can you locally, okay, make yourself relevant and speak to the hearts of the citizens. That citizen may see the value addition in addressing the issues that affect them. I have seen in some places, in some countries, where even somebody who doesn't seem to be doing well financially is able to make a donation. And this is about local donation, okay? When you talk about CSO sustainability. And I think this strongly connects to the relevance, how citizens feels about your cause, about the cause you are supporting or you're fighting for. Now, when you talk about drawing some budget from government, and you're going to talk about accountability, you're going to talk about human rights, I am not quite sure whether the finance minister will approve that budget for you. So, but the question is, like Casita is doing in Kampala, okay? If civil society supports that same cause, don't you think that even the poorest of the poor will make a donation of 500 shillings because you are speaking the real issue that affect them? So when we talk about sustainability, most often the language is, okay, how do we make ourselves really appealing to the real issues that affect citizens, that the people that we work for? So they see sense in what we are doing as civil society and support in whichever way. Because support might not necessarily be financial, okay? In many other ways, civil society, the citizens can support the cause of civil society. And I think as a capacity building person, I look at that angle because, I mean, this can go beyond the donor funds. That is my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very interesting discussion. I have not much to say, but I hope you can, it is okay for what I'm going to be saying now, all right? My heart goes out to you as civil society NGO actors, and I know so much out of my own experience, and because I am a reasonably intelligent person, that the sustainability, financial sustainability of NGOs is precarious. It is terrible. I understand where you're coming from, and Chris, you and I, we talked just earlier on, just before the coffee, and I have no answer. I don't have a very good answer of how you can approach this problem also sustainably and see that your organizations not only survive but thrive. Because now we're looking very much at the survival part of it, but you want to do much, much more. Okay, and without the core funding, for example, it is so difficult. You were talking about the leaves from the trees, and I think that will happen, and it happens every day. And so I wanted to say we share your I personally share your concern. Everybody in the project, they share your concern. Okay, and the best we can do as donors is to use the instruments which we have to the best of what we can do within the framework which we have. And I have the same thing. I'm the country director, but I'm just the country director. I have to follow the lead of the German Ministry for Cooperation and Economic Cooperation and Development. And they say, no, James, we've done a lot of basic health services. We've done a lot of primary education. We've done a lot of water. We would like to do renewable energy, you know. We would like to do that. And then you sort of leave, you know, even if you say, but, you know, it needs some constancy or whatever, then we have to refocus our efforts and also the financial resources which we have. But within that, we're quite happy to support. And somebody asked him, you know, for capacity development, and that's what we do, mostly, okay, capacity development. And we've got an assortment of grants, but they are within the range which you've mentioned earlier on. It's not enough to, you know, live as a organization, but too little to die, if you understand what I mean. It just keeps you above the waterline. In Germany, the difference is, because I was boasting about Germany and how they do it, of course. In Germany, these NGOs and civil society organizations are supported by the government, even if they're critical, because the government and the constitution, which I bragged about earlier on, said, we don't want to go back to the history of Germany, where we had a central state and they, you know, went completely wrong historically. We need to have that accountability, you know, and even if it is critical. So you will see that a number of very critical NGOs or, you know, civil society organizations will be, you know, supported by the government because they need that. They need it, and it's a lively discourse. And sometimes also, you know, people get hurt, like not physically, but, you know, by in terms of what they do. There's of course membership contributions, but they are only little or whatever. And some of the NGOs or civil society organizations, they do deliver services and get paid for it. How we do it here, that's a tough nut to crack, I would say. Okay. Yes, and Germany has the technical cooperation, which we do. We also have financial cooperation, which is unfortunately not geared towards civil society. Okay, that's maybe the downside of your partnership with the Germans at a moment. But what we can do as GIZ, I'd be quite happy to put in place. Somebody talked about research, and I find that very interesting. We're tasked also to work together, you know, with institutions of learning and research, and that is something where I would like to continue a little bit more with our programming, to have the civil society organizations have us as partners, but also academic institutions, and do a lot of research on, you know, which will hopefully inform our policies and your policies. And that's, Chris, everything I wanted to say.
Thank you, James. Okay. No, go ahead. Yes, go ahead. So okay. So let me just do this. No, just one moment. Is there anyone else who has something to say before we close this session? I see your hand. Okay. So we'll have you a minute, and then we'll have a minute for him as well.
Since we have the ED here, I'll also request you or anyone presenting. There is a situation where they update our permits. And when our permits renewal are updated,
I actually don't want to stop you, but there is a session really on compliance, which Stephen is going to be seated here and working on. So anything compliance related, don't worry. These guys have sorted it for you. Yeah. No, we actually have 5. Yeah, we don't have 10. Oh, okay. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I didn't want to stop you because I think many compliance related issues have emerged and we have a session. I'll just touch on a few of them from the NGO Forum's perspective and maybe someone who's worked closely with the Bureau, but Stephen is going to really address those things. Here we're just supposed to be digging deep into how we are as a sector. Go ahead.
Thank you, Tadeo, Cso Uganda. In your presentation, you also talked about state interference. And we are seeing that one is likely to continue affecting the NGOs or said civil society. How best can we interface with the state actors who assume that we are against them? They end up freezing, closing our organizations, and we find we don't have an entry point of defending ourselves against the state, or why they have closed our organization. Can we use the court system to defend ourselves against the state and prove them that we are not against them? Thank you.
Thank you.
okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, moderator. Mine is on the issue of research and innovations. And also, I want to also talk about, as I talk on those ones, I want also to talk about how can we cooperate with the government. Now, number one, now everything, when we want to make sure our sustainability is in place, we have to encourage all NGOs and CBOs have to ensure that in their program they have research and creativeness. That is innovation. Because when you have a research, you can discover many things are not yet being discovered. You can discover new things and ensure you implement them, and hence you will bring more cooperation in the government and NGOs and CSOS as concerned. And secondly, sustainability. It can also, when we want to look on sustainability, we should talk to NGO, to our donors, that despite of this, 10% is very little. Why can't it at least make it 20% or 15%, so that they can, NGO, when your project gets finished, at least they have something to see that this organization was supporting us. I think that goes to the donors. To add on that, then lastly,
on government. You know now, when you tell the truth, they will take you to be bad. But the NGOs stands on the truth. When people has no well to get water from, they are taking bad water, and then you come out to say, please, let's organize this and ensure that people receive water. They say this one is what? Is now wants to bring in opposition. So May would encourage that let us stand on the truth, even if the government is, it will come to understand that we are not against them, we are working for our community, working for the people. Thank you very much.
I knew it. Okay, so let's have the two of you. I will not ask this question again of anyone else. The two of you, and then we'll close.
Annette and him. Yeah?
Actually, mine is not a contribution. I was listening in and I'm charged with rapporteuring. I wanted to remind you that what I captured were that we need the ED of the Bureau to get the staff up to the task. Another thing I captured that is a key message is digitalization of the services at the Bureau.
Okay, so what we will do, just one thing.
Yes.
So in terms of our key takeaways, we will have, what's his name? Robert. Try and summarize them so that you align.
Yes.
So let's not do that now. So once we conclude the session, he's going to give us a series, and then you will harmonize.
Okay, because the other one I had was the representation on the board by the CSO representative.
So the reason I'm actually saying that is because some of the things we need to clarify, so that they are not captured as key takeaways. They might think we are not serious. Like representation on the board, we just need to have the right framing for them. Yeah. Go ahead.
You talked about research and innovations, and the good thing there are so many EDs here. I'm in the M&D department where I work, but the challenge we have as M&D people, most of our departments is not funded by donors. The funding is still low. So we request the donors and of course the EDs to also, if you want to have good cost reports and proposals, to increase on the funding in the M&D department. Thank you.
Okay. As the chair of the session, with your mandate, we are in some people's sitting room, so I think back to you, Mr. Facilitator, as we close. Thank you, sir. Mine is just an inquiry about the nature of our colleagues who have come for this conference. Because the political wing play a very key role in as far as the implementation of civil society work is concerned. I don't know if they were invited and maybe they are still on the way or they have not come, or maybe they have not given this important conference a priority. Because it will really be imperative if some of our MPs are here, our mayors are here, because political wing plays a very significant role in all what we are doing, so that we don't keep them away.
Okay, that's really helpful, and I know that at least the local governments were invited. We were supposed to have an RCC chief administrative officer. I looked at some of those names on the list. I'm not sure who invited MPs, but maybe we'll have an opportunity to also discuss that. You know, what role can Parliament play in this whole NGO sustainability thing? So we're going to close. I just want to clarify a few things, and then some of the things I'll push them to the other session, and then our chairperson is going to just give us the 5 takeaways, and then he will harmonize with our session rapporteur. The first one, government funding NGOs. And he's George, my father's name. George has really elaborately explained it. In 2015, there was a provision in the act, in the bill, for government funding of NGOs. And we fought it with our nails and teeth. Because, think about it. DGF is funding NGOs, right? They close it. So what do you think if the money is there, is ours? So there was that question, you know, and it's common in contexts like ours. In Europe, in the United States, governments fund NGOs because, and if we had time, we would go through the different categorization of contexts. They are, you know, not perfect, but an open system. In a way, dissent is not criminalized the way it is criminalized here. So NGOs are able to engage with the state, and there's responsiveness. Go in contexts where governments have closed out donors. Ethiopia. Talk to an NGO in Ethiopia and you'll see how they are struggling. Rwanda has a similar law. See the civil society sector in Rwanda. I don't know whether you guys follow. Rwanda is our neighbor here. If you're working on governance and human rights, you will definitely struggle. So that's something very fundamental. But also, let's be honest. Government is getting about which percentage from donors of our budget? The rest of it, about 40-something%, is paying loans. So we cannot survive. They can't get us the portion we are getting. So it's very, very critical that we deal with that question with awareness of the context. Why would NGOs keep renewing their permits? I don't know. Stephen will tell you there's nowhere in this world where NGOs are not regulated. How will government know that you still exist? I'm not speaking for government, but I understand that it's very important for government to be aware that you're still existing. So if you don't come back after 5 years, how will they know that you're still in the community? And make no mistake, we've had NGOs that go into the community and steal from the community. So it's one way of managing that. Role of the legislature, that one I will not talk too much. We know what's happening in parliament. I don't know, do our MPs represent us really? When they were considering this amendment bill to the NGO Act, take the Bureau back to Internal Affairs, how much can I say that is safe in this room? Are we going to cut out videos and put on social media? No? No? We are safe, okay. You know, the clerk to the committee told me, whether you come or not, it doesn't matter. The decision is already made. The Bureau will go back to Internal Affairs. And there's a clerk to the committee. Even MPs who are our friends told us. So to what extent do MPs represent us? So that's one of the things, I don't know, that's just my view. It's not the view of NGO Forum. NGO Forum supports the Parliament of Uganda and the Honorable Speaker, so we are good. Just wanted to be sure that the camera captures that we are safe. Teaching compliance to NGOs. Now, we've been going around the country with the NGO Bureau, teaching people. I mean, all of you who have participated, you know this. With Stephen. But it's not their job. The law is the law. As NGOs, we have obligations to teach ourselves. So for me, sometimes we have to be honest, because we are all NGOs here, right? It's our space. So don't expect, government to come and tell you that we have passed a new law. It's your job to look for the law, study it. These things that GIZ and Irish Aid are doing to bring the Bureau to us and educate us, just added advantage. So it's our obligation to make sure that we are right with the law. I just say that knowing that it's very difficult. I am aware of that, but it's very critical that we are also aware that it is our obligation to teach ourselves. Now, I wanted to go to the CSO representative on the board so that you actually don't capture it the way you have captured it. The law is absolutely clear. The appointment of the board is by the minister. Okay? It is at the discretion of. However, through a lot of advocacy, we have engaged the Bureau and they have given us a little bit of opportunity. It's not really a good one the way we would have loved it, but it's there. When the first board was being appointed, we received a letter, Deneva received a letter, and I think another platform, inviting us to send names. We quickly convened, I think Deneva NGO Forum, and we established a process. those of you who are on the NGO Forum membership, we sent out an email to every NGO that we had a database of anyway, to send names. So we set in place a process. I was the returning officer. Didn't act like Chigundo. I did so well. So every name that came in, we tallied. And there were about 3 names that emerged. Arthur LaRoque. There was Miss Margaret Sekaja, the ED of the NGO of Human Rights Center, Uganda. There was a 3rd one. So what we did, we wrote a letter to the ministry with 2 representatives, because the law provides for 2 representatives. So we sent a letter. The minister refused. Wrote back to us, said, no, you can't just give me no choice. Give us more names. But because, we like making sure that we are representing this, we said no. We have gone through a process. If you have consulted us, these are the people. I don't know how many of us participated in that process. Yeah, okay. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm glad to know that you guys participated. So we refused. The minister also ignored us and appointed 1 from our list, Sekaja, and refused the other and appointed someone else who we didn't know. I think it was John. So we protested. We had many meetings. The minister brought the law. Who is the appointing authority? But anyway, so we took that. Second process began. They're appointing a new board after the other one expired. And we have to really thank Stephen. He has tried, to advocate for us. The current minister refused, said, we even met him, said, I consult. Why? You know the current minister? Yeah, the general. He basically was there. Yeah. We met him twice, and anyway, there were names. None of they didn't consult, so we refused. But anyway, through advocacy, we managed to get an opportunity. Letters came. So we did a similar process. Wrote to everyone, even on the education committee, actually. So we got names. The names that we sent from that process, Margaret Sekaja, there's Nicholas Opio, Miss Perial Tua, there were others, Patricia Munabi, and all that. So anyway, the minister in his wisdom picked Margaret Sekaja, refused the others. So the point I'm making is that the process is there. The minister has the discretion. We can try and improve it by amending the law. DNMCs, we have representatives of NGOs, 1 representative on DNMCs. And they have done well in some districts. They have reached out to network organizations in the districts, Kancha, KRC, to send representatives. So what is the point that I'm making is that on that one, and the good thing Stephen has come, there are so many things that have been raised on the question of compliance. You guys, he's my friend. I have to acknowledge him when he comes. Why are you laughing? We have to protect our jobs. He can decide to close. Anyway. So there are so many things that have been raised on compliance. And I would like to just say, during that session, ask him as many questions as you can, including why you have to have a permit when you have existed for 30 years, things like that, including the question of digitization, because that's something he has been dealing with every time. I know every meeting I go to, they ask him, why don't you be like URSB? And he tells them, we are working on it, and he's working on it. Finally. Julius is...
I'm sorry, I'm terrorizing you.
All right, so there are so many. Okay, one last thing is on the engagement with the state. Now, that we should clarify these narratives, that's really fantastic. But the problem we have in the sector is that we define ourselves by what we are not. We always say we are non-profit, non-partisan, none this, none this. We should start defining what we are. Perhaps when we meet the RDCs, DPCs, we shall tell them. And we have succeeded in the past where we have had these kinds of engagements to make sure that duty bearers at least know what we are and what we stand for. And I think consistent communication is very important. So thank you so much. Can I just deal with one thing?
Just one
thing, really.
Yes.
On the question of local philanthropy, because it has come up. we forget that Ugandans actually give. But Ugandans give to causes they believe in. How many of us give to weddings, funerals? You give money, right? A lot. Do you know why? We believe in it. When someone is about to die and they need treatment, don't we do car washes? So, if Ugandans believed in what you're doing, your cause, they would give. Even if they don't give cash, they will give in kind. So what do we need to do? And I think this point came earlier in the conversation, that we need to make sure Ugandans feel us. Kasita is funded by traders. Doesn't have donor funding. Do you know why? Because they're dealing with issues that touch them. So if they feel that we are relevant, they will perhaps invest in us. I know it's difficult, but I imagine that it's something that we need to start working on.
And we can
Thank you so
start
much,
the
Julius.
process. Can we give ourselves a big hand clap? Group Yellow, a big hand clap. And a big hand clap to Chris. We also have our team leader, Mr. Kakuru from KIK Uganda. A big hand clap. We have also received Group 2 is already here. Group 2. Yes, a big hand clap to Group 2. And your facilitator. You're pink. Oh, Vanang. We're struggling with colors, now struggling with numbers. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Group number 2. And I didn't know that these sessions would be as engaging as they are, because I've been struggling with time. But again, all good things have to come to a what? To an end. So we are reconvening. We are waiting for Group 3. I've already sent them a reminder. But in the interest of time, we have to reconvene. And we are back here for plenary. Back here for plenary. I have already sent for Group 3. If they delay for 2 minutes, we get started. Mr. Stephen Okello, should I tell you something? While you are away, Group 1 was all about you. Joking, but we have so many questions. Oh, yes, and we're very honored that you're here, sir. All right, I think members, to appreciate the people who have kept time, why don't we start off, because the hotel is waiting for us for lunch, and we had informed them that we'll be out for lunch at exactly 1:30. We pushed it to 1:15, and we cannot push it further. I've requested the secretariat member to call in group number 3, but as we wait for group number 3, I'm calling upon the team leader from group number 1 to be prepared. You're going to start. You want a PowerPoint presentation? You can wrap it up in 5 minutes. You don't need. And the team leader for group number 2, Pink, you around? Ready? Yes, you'll have 5 minutes. And I hope group 3 will also be joining us shortly to present, and then we shall have a Q&A for only 10 minutes, and we break off for lunch. Good? I hope all of us have enjoyed our group conversations, and I will right away invite team leader group number 1 to make a presentation. 5 minutes, please. This is for the benefit of other members. Benefit for other members. Please pick questions to ask. We shall just answer them in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Julius. I'm representing group, the yellow group, and here in the sense that our 5 takeaways have been focusing on the task we had, which was the state of CSOs in Uganda today. And we did discuss, and we agreed that number 1, as a yellow group, we have that NGOs are not necessarily CSOs, but part of it. We need to continue civic engagements because they are citizens' initiatives. And that's what the group came to agree. The other one is we agree that there's strengthening relationship, that we have to strengthen relationship with government. Our government, it is very important to keep strong with it. The other one is, the other takeaway is maintaining resilience and adaptation of the CSO's operating environment. So legal compliance is a priority for us, is a must. And then that is it. Then the other one is we need to continue enhancing donor relationships and build on that, make sure that our marriages are not broken, but they keep strong and enjoyable. The other one, number 3 is to promote research and innovations as a sector, as CSOS sector, and especially members were saying by us partnering with education institutions or health institutions to conduct these researches and contribute to the knowledge gap. The other one is to continue engaging government to create a one-stop center for the CSOs regulators, so that we don't go from the bureau, you go to the other one, you go to the other one, and that one was the point takeaway. Then the last one was adopt social enterprises as organizations to cater for sustainability component and make sure that our institutions are stable. Thank you very much.
A big hand clap to the team leader, Group 1. Please, if you have any question, 1 or 2, keep them to yourselves. We shall just answer them in the next 10 minutes. Those additional ones, we can throw them in the basket there or punch them on those punch boards. Group number 2, team leader, group number 2, 5 minutes. Now, yellow, okay, pink now. Group pink. Yes. You feel free. You feel free to present from anywhere. 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Representing group number 2, pink, we are looking at challenges and opportunities for civil society. These are key recommendations from our discussion. Partnership with the government at all levels, both central and local government, by sharing reports, work plans, and recommending people to work with, because we have realized that many stakeholders go through the government structures. So if the partnership is there, they will always be able to link them to civil society organizations in the communities with ease. Joint support supervision with the government as well. Doing needs assessment to enable address key issues for beneficiaries. We realize that it's very important that what we tend to implement relates to the needs of the communities. Use visibility for civil society through media engagement is very key, because also as we are here, if nothing goes to media, this would be almost a wasted resource and known to only ourselves inside here. Key takeaways, mindful of wellness of our staff empowerment was very key through internal training exchanges. Considering gender mainstreaming within our programming, we realize it's very, very important. Then inclusion in the baseline survey to track success of the project, but also thinking more around exit plans for our projects. Usually get a 1-year project, but I think usually in our donor language is a sustainability plan. Because sustainability plan, what next after that 1-year grant has elapsed? Not working in silos to strengthen coalitions or building more coalitions on key issues is very important. Even the attacks we see, if we work in coalitions, we are able to fight back as defenders. So coalitions are very important on different themes to contribute to resources and mutual contribution. I think those are the highlights we are able to share. I've been Kayinga Mudisto. I come from Gotfon, from Greater Masaka. as GIZ partner from Greater Masaka. Thank you so much. Kayinga Mudisto.
Mr. Kayenga has been the team leader of Pink Group and the facilitator or keynote speaker, Mr. Kizito,
yeah.
Nganda. Yes, please, thank you so much, Group Pink, for such wonderful conversations and engagements. We are now moving to Group Blue, for those who are color blind, but light green for those who are not putting on, who are not having 4 eyes. Yes, light green. Team leader, light green. Team leader, you only have 5 minutes. And the key facilitator, keynote speaker, was Mr. Muhammad Ahmed Sharif. Is the group present? You're still compiling? You're still compiling. We can't wait. We are going to use the 10 minutes for Q&A. The team leaders come? Oh, team leader. Can you come straight? You're the team leader? Group 3? Okay, members, we can't wait. Time is not on our side. Please, do you have any questions? Any questions? Yes, Kizito. And please let us know who you're addressing it to. Feel free to address it to anyone.
Okay, thank you very much. In our discussions, there is a key idea that came up that donors are seemingly fatigued to fund non-profit efforts, and they want levels that can also generate profits for sustainability. Looking at the brains around and the vast teams in the house, Mr. Chris, do we have a plan to also support these organizations to have a double-minded vision, broader than just non-profit to profit and sustainability? Thank you.
Okay, Chris will handle that one. Any question? Any other question? Q&A, just in case. You know, we are trying to crisscross. I know some members would have wanted to be in one discussion group, but we were pushed to the other. So just in case there is that cross-cutting question at work. Yes, please, go ahead. We are left with 5 minutes for Q&A.
Thank you. In one of the points for the first group, there was continued engaging government for one resource center. For me, my request, with the hurdles we go through, you can't refer to the national, one piece is missing, then you bring it back, then take it back. I'm requesting for some decentralization.
Who are you addressing that one to?
The National Bureau.
Okay, Stephen Okello is over there.
If there can be some decentralization, that if, before I bring the file up, it can be somebody can go through it from here, and I take it when it is ready.
Okay.
It would ease our movement.
All right, thank you very much. There is a question just over there.
Thank you so much. I'm Majela Peter Guayaka. Sorry I came in late. I traveled this morning, and I found my friend Chris. Chris is my friend. We love to fight. I found him discussing some issues, and I missed a lot of what he said. Just 2 things. One is from her question.
You're addressing it to who?
I think maybe my other friend Stephen Okello could say something about it, and also Chris, maybe if he has any information.
Yes.
I noticed there has been a change in law, hopefully in the discussion with Chris. Hopefully that was discussed. So what we knew as the board of the NGO Bureau is no longer in existence, but there is an NGO Bureau. It's a bit confusing. But that change has brought in a very big change. to me, the biggest concern as an NGO leader is the fact that we will no longer have an executive director of the NGO Bureau. We'll have a secretary of the NGO Bureau. And the executive director of the NGO Bureau has been the one issuing us permits and certificates. And we will no longer get permits and certificates issued by that person, but rather those permits and certificates are going to be issued by a committee, which is now called an NGO Bureau. And that means that committee is going to be sitting at least maybe once 3 months, which means all your applications will have to wait until those guys sit, and you have to be lucky that your application is on their agenda, otherwise you don't get anything. So we need to think of how we are going to navigate that, because right now there is quite a huge backlog. People have been working daily, but there is a backlog. I don't know how it's going to be when people have to sit once in 3 months. My other comment,
Yes.
it's not addressed to anyone, but it's something to think about.
Yes, a brief
Under
one.
the old law, there was what was called the National NGO Consultative Dialogue Platform. The law created it. That was section 6F of the NGO Act. It has never been operationalized, and probably we need to think about how it's going to be.
Okay. All right, members, if we have to have our lunch by 2, I have to stop the questions here. I'll use the next 5 minutes, share them between Chris and Stephen. But Stephen is going to have a big session in the afternoon. So Stephen will just use a few minutes because I don't want to interrupt his session in the afternoon. And Chris?
I'll be quick, but also I think the questions that Stephen has been asked are substantially going to be covered, I think, in his presentation. Like Peter's question cannot be answered by just now. I think on the question of NGO sustainability, there are no easy answers. Some of the things we say are very easy to say, and they're very difficult to implement. But the point that we have to appreciate is the fact that we must adapt, or else we shall die. Donor financing is going down globally, not just for Uganda. Globally, donor financing is going down. Very few donors now have appetite in investing in things. They're asking the question, how effective has our aid been? Because over the past decades, we've been getting donor financing. Now, there are opportunities that are there. And for me, that's what I tried to point out earlier in the address. The first one, the NGO Act allows us to do business. Money is created through business. So can we think about how to develop social enterprises that will earn us money where the profit is invested in the institution? And that, I think, GIZ, you might think about investing in doing substantial research about models that have worked. Because you have the money, at least that one is something that is easy for you to do without doing local subsidy contracts. So this is something that they can help us build the capacity. The second thing which I think CSOS Africa and the NGO Forum have been trying to work on is how do we harness the capacity and the potential for local philanthropy. Like in the earlier session we just mentioned, Ugandans actually give. They only give to causes that they care about. That's why when someone needs cancer treatment, we will collect money, they will go to India for surgery. Each one of us has done that. At burials, we give money. At weddings, I recently organized a friend's wedding. We collected 200 million. We are organizing another one for a son's, bishop's son. The budget is 500 million, and I can guarantee you we are getting it. Yes, the annual budget of some of the NGOs in this room is 200 million. Yes. Site is wedding, 500 million. I can tell you we've raised half of it already. I show you the group. Anyway, the point I'm making, if Ugandans cared about what we do, we would. Now, how do they care? I think the point was made. Legitimacy. Legitimacy is not the NGO permit. The legitimacy is with our constituents, the people we claim that we represent. If they closed us today, if they closed the NGO Forum, how many Ugandans will protest?
A big hand clap to Chris. I'm seeing Mr. Muhammad Sharif Ahmad. We lost your team leader, and we could not get any issues from you. But we can give you a session after lunch, just 5 minutes for your team leader to share with us. Cool? Thank you. Stephen, I know you have a session, but you can just say, use 1 minute.
Yes, my humble request would be that since after lunch there's a session, let me respond to everything after lunch. Yes.
Very honored. Thank you very much. Peter, come forward. Peter Kancha, can you take us through how we are going to organize ourselves for lunch? It's lunchtime, but I saw you giving out meal cards, and I missed one. So I don't know whether, even all of us missed. So I don't know whether, please communicate to us what qualifies us to have lunch and where are we going to have lunch.
Our lunch will be served on the main dining down, and all of us, you are invited for that lunch after having gone through all these processes.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. Members, we have, I don't want to say we've cheated time. I think time has cheated us. Yes, and I don't know whether we gained or lost 1 hour. So we need to creatively work around that. So we move down straight away. Please don't stop over to make conversations. You know, there are some nice conversations when you're walking, especially in the afternoon session when you're hungry. So let's use that approach. Instead of walking back, let's walk down and have lunch, and let's reconvene at a quarter to 3. At a quarter to 3. Please, we shall pray from there. Okay? Yes. Members, please, we can pray from there. And let's move to catch up with time. Thank you so much again. Thank you very much. Members, there is a security issue, security concern, laptops. I want to get an assurance from the hotel management that our equipments are safe here. Then you can comfortably leave them here. Are we closing the rooms? Are we having somebody here? You can, yes, come. Can you bring someone here? We don't want to have anything disorganizing us. Yes, so the equipments can stay here, and you will be liable for any loss. Okay. So members, those who want to leave your equipment here, you can comfortably leave them here. I've been assured by the hotel management that all the equipments are secure here. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, you're very much welcome from that lunch break. I hope you have all enjoyed your lunch break. I'm requesting you to take up your seats. We agreed to steal time because it cheated us. So tit for tat is not bad. Let's reconvene, take up our seats. Those with informal conversations, you can continue for the next 5 minutes. We want to start at exactly, start in the next 10 minutes. Secretariat, kindly reconvene the people outside there. We want to start. Secretariat. Secretariat, please reconvene people. Secretariat, you can reconvene people. And we want to start as soon as now. Lamek is ready. Good. Yes, we want to start as soon as now. I've been reliably informed. Group 3, which was holding green cards, they had me calling green cards, but the cards were reading blue. So they were a little disturbed, but we have finally harmonized. The card is green and they are ready to present. Members, can we take up our seats? Secretariat, let's take up our seats. Let's take up our seats. Mr. Lamek. Mr. Lamek, can we harmonize? Lamek from Reporter. Ladies and gentlemen, you are very much welcome from the lunch break. I hope you have all enjoyed your lunch break. I'm seeing the buzz continuing, and that's very important. That is one of the things we are looking forward to. And please, let's take up our seats and get to the afternoon session. We're having a few changes in the afternoon session. One of the changes is we've carried forward. We brought forward, yes? Yes, a session, a lost session for group 3, or captured session. Let me be positive. We have it here. So group 3, they are going to present to us their 5 key takeaways. James will be chipping in for 10 minutes. A minute, good. That's very good. Then another change, especially for Alfred, is the keynote speaker, and then Gerald Twebaze, where is he? He's outside. We've changed the mode of presentation based on what has been coming out since morning. We are going to have a bigger presentation from the executive director of the NGO Bureau. And after that session, we shall have a panel. We shall have a panel, and that panel will be comprised of, we shall take 2 approaches. Presentation, but also we'll have Q&A. So the man that we've been talking about all through, the main man of compliance is with us here, and we have to utilize him. So he's going to be here with us, and he's very comfortable to take your questions and also respond to them. So that is the little adjustment we have made. In other words, we are not going for breakaways. All the breakaways will be right here. After Stephen's presentation, we shall have a panel. We shall have a few minutes to talk about Quam. We shall have a few minutes, Gerard also to make his presentation. And then also to add on, myself, I was also supposed to give a session. And then we shall have Q&A. And then we'll end the day like that. We want to make sure that time doesn't steal us this time round, but we steal it. Having said that, I welcome group 3, group green, to make a presentation, their takeaways.
Yeah, thank you, presenter. Kairumba Lamek once again is my name, and I'm the executive director for Rwenzori Empowerment Programs of Transformation and Action. It's known as Reporter, based in Ntoroko district. I'm here to represent the 3rd group, as you already said, that our focus was to look on the sustainability, but we are trying to match it with the leadership. And we have 5 key takeaway points, which will help members to really organize themselves from the organizations where they are coming from. In our discussion, we realized that organizations should have policies which are transparent, and they should also have that kind of promoting the accountable persons, and have courage to take risk and innovations. To add a voice on what, to explain a bit, we realized that without transparency in the organization, it is very hard for the organization to develop or to move forward or to sustain. If we go back to the topic, it is hard to sustain the organization if there is no transparency, especially at the leadership level. And also accountability is very key, because you can choose to work like the director works with the accountant, and the rest doesn't know what is happening, and eventually the organization may not actually survive. Then we looked at the issue of risk-taking and innovation as also a key. Actually, it is very important, because some members gave an example that there are other calls for proposal which are coming. You just look at it, you say, for us, we can't manage. We can't try this. They tell you that there is disappointment, you say, for us it is very hard, that one is not easy. So eventually, you keep on looking at you failing yourself instead of seeing progress in your organization. And we emphasized on the issue of fundraising. And, but fundraising, we tried to go deeper to inform the people in that group that if we had fundraise for organization, we shouldn't be diverted by calls. Like for example, if we know our focus as an organization is to do with agriculture, let us not be diverted by the call which is handling human rights. So we should remain focused for us to maintain our mission and objective of the organization. And also we looked at having qualified people, but also to motivate them. We need to motivate technical team for it to manage and sustain the organization in different ways. We also highlighted issues of proposal writing, but also people committing themselves to stay even when there is no funding. They can still move ahead and support the organization for it to sustain its work in the community. We also looked at the community ownership, especially on the projects we are running. It's very important to make sure that they are owned by the community members for us to sustain our organizations in those communities. We also looked at capacity building to mobilize resources and build teamwork. Organizations, sometimes you find that they are managed by one person, and when that person is not there, the organization is not there completely. So we are looking at teamwork as a key innovation to make sure that sustainability occurs in the organization. Then we also looked at the issue of NGO networking. What you have or what you don't have, your neighbor could be having it. So let's learn to network, or interact with different organizations such that we could have a meaningful organization and we keep sharing different knowledges. So otherwise, those are the few points which I tried to summarize from the discussion that we had. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lamek. A big hand clap to Group Green. Lamek was the team leader, Group Green, and Mr. Ahmed Sharif was the keynote speaker. So thank you so much for those engagements. I'm giving 1 minute for any question related to this subject matter. Yes, silence means no questions, and meaning that everything was very clear. At this juncture, allow me invite James for a minute or two, and then we'll move to our next session.
Good afternoon and welcome back. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, because I had my speech earlier on, but I forgot something which I thought was quite important and I would like to share with you. And that's very briefly, of course. But the other thing is thank you very much to the hotel who organized it. We have managed to resolve the waterfall feature in this room, so that's nice. And the other thing is, I am very much enjoying this conference, so thank you, Edward and colleagues, for putting this together. And I've already had a lot of insights this morning and this afternoon, so I'm looking forward to, the second part of the day. And I don't want to keep you hostage, but there's one thing I honestly forgot. And I said thank you to you participants, thank you very much for organizing it. As Kanja, the NGO representation here, but I also have my team, which was introduced to you earlier on, and some of you might know that we're missing one member of the team, okay, Josephine Kichonjo, who died about a month ago, and she was during childbirth, and the baby also did not make it. And that was quite a shock to us all. And so I would like to applaud my colleagues, from the GIZ Cost Project and Governance Project, that you still were able to support our partners in putting up this conference, despite the setback and the emotional hardship which we went through as GIZ, and possibly you as partners as well. So I wanted to say that because it is not a given that we managed to do this and support you in the way we did. So that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James, for that minute or two. And ladies and gentlemen, let's all have a moment of silence for Kichoncho. Just a minute of silence. May her soul rest in eternal peace. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And now the moment is now. The man in the house is here. Chris talked about him. Everybody is a friend of Stephen Okello. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Executive Director of the Uganda National NGO Bureau with us. Can we give him a big hand clap? Very big hand clap. Sir, we are very honored to have you here. Please take you at the podium.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I have only 30 minutes, so I'm going to try and be as brief as possible. So I'm not someone who makes PowerPoint presentations, so I'm just going to have a very quick conversation. I was requested to say something about NGO compliance in this country. And I think, are there any CBOs here? So it's mainly NGOs. So I'm going to request that you listen carefully, take note of anything you want to ask, because after this, as he said, we are going to have a very quick conversation and also more questions. So there are so many things I'll answer in your question time, other than the things I'm going to present here. Now, I have actually cut 3/4 of my presentation out because I want to be within the time. Now, going straight to the point is that NGOs in this country have got a regulatory framework that they are supposed to follow. And I think all of you know it. There is the NGO Policy 2010, the NGO Act 2016, the NGO Regulations 2017, and also the fees regulations. There are also the adjudication rules. And there are other laws like the Data Protection and Privacy Act, the Anti-Money Laundering Act. So there are so many legal obligations that NGOs are supposed to comply with. Now, it's so important that you need to take note that before 2016, the compliance level of NGOs in this country was extremely low. It was standing at 26.8%. But I will tell you that between 2016 and now, as we talk, the compliance level has risen to actually 62.4%. I think we should be clapping for the sector. That we may not be at 100%, but also we are not where we used to be. And that means that a lot is being done. And you see, it is such engagements like these ones, and the ones that you see all over the country, that are actually helping the compliance levels go up. So it's very clear that there's a very steady compliance growth that we are seeing in this country. But also, we need to also take note that as we talk now, the number of NGOs in this country stand at 6,000. But I will tell you that by July 2019, there were 14,207 NGOs in this country. And in August that same year, we decided to conduct a verification and validation exercise. And we started by looking at NGOs that had valid permits, only permits in this country. The number dropped from 14,207 to 3,811. That meant that all that number in between did not have valid permits, but were out there operating. Then afterwards, we went to another level where we decided to find out that out of the 3,811, how many were even out there operating? The number further dropped to 2,113. Now for us, our target was not about the numbers that were not compliant at that time. Our target was to have a starting point to address this whole compliance conversation. And from that day onwards, up to now, we have done so much. And that's why you can see the numbers have steadily risen, that from the 2,000 in 2019, the number now stands at 6,000. That also tells you that there is a steady increase in the number of NGOs. And those are some of the things that Chris was saying in the morning. That there's a sector that is there to stay. Others will come and go, they will close and go, but the sector is there to stay. So my request to all of you is that today's conversation is mainly focusing on the compliance arena. Now, I'm focusing only on NGOs, but I will tell you that if you moved to the CBOs, the situation is even worse. That right now, at the end of every financial year, every district is supposed to submit copies of their registers to the NGO Bureau. By the end of last financial year, the numbers were showing us that there were 3,226 CBOs registered in this country. But all of us know in this room that the number of CBOs is way beyond that. If you added all the CBOs in this country, that is not even a quarter of the number of CBOs in this country. CBOs definitely outnumber NGOs in this country. Now, what we have decided to do is that the same approach we used for NGOs is the same approach we're also going to use for CBOs. Meaning that this particular year, we are going to also have a verification and validation exercise for all the CBOs in this country. At the next dialogue meeting, what the Minister of Internal Affairs is going to do is to launch this whole exercise of that verification and validation exercise. We are going to give every district in this country a register, both hard and soft copy, to be a starting point to verify all CBOs in this country. And I'll tell you that the moment we finish that exercise, you're going to be shocked to find out how many CBOs are actually active in this country. Now, let me go straight to what I'm sure a number of you are more interested in. What are the key legal obligations for the NGOs in this country? There are so many, but I'm just picking the core ones. The first one is that every NGO in this country must be a body corporate. A body corporate means that you must be able to transact in your own capacity. Unfortunately, much as the laws require that NGOs should be a body corporate, that is not a requirement for CBOs. There's already a conversation going on that do we also start requesting CBOs to also incorporate? Unfortunately, that is yet to be addressed as we review the current NGO Act and policy. But as we talk now, every NGO operating in this country must be a body corporate. It means that you must be having a certificate of incorporation to show that you're a legal entity and you have the capacity to transact in your own capacity. I will tell you that before 2016, the law made it optional for an NGO to be a body corporate. Now, there are some things which you cannot do if you're not a body corporate. It means that you cannot acquire property, you cannot sign a partnership agreement, and yet those are some of the basic things that NGOs do all the time. Before a development partner gives you any money, you're going to sit down and sign a partnership agreement. Now, if you are not a body corporate, you do not have that capacity to transact in your own capacity. The other legal obligation for every NGO in this country is that you need to be registered with the NGO Bureau. Now, registration means that there is only one register for all NGOs in this country, and you should ensure that you are appearing on that register. So if you do not appear on that register, then there's no way you can claim you're registered in this country. And that's why if any, let me say, development partner or any stakeholder asks the Bureau, is this person a recognized NGO in this country? First thing we cross-check is, do you appear on the register? And then two is that, are you a body corporate? The third one is that you are supposed to be having a valid permit. That is a legal obligation that is a must for every NGO. Now, what happens is that each of them serves a different purpose. How I wish one time we would find a way to harmonize all that into one. In 2006, there was an attempt to merge incorporation and registration into one. But I'll tell you that the incorporation functions are way beyond the registration functions. For some of you who followed this conversation around 2006, you'll see that at one point they wanted to make the NGO Bureau incorporate and also register at the same time, then issue the permit. But it was hard that the NGO Bureau as a regulator could not take on that incorporation function. And that's how it had to remain with another stakeholder. So it means that you're supposed to incorporate somewhere first, then proceed to NGO Bureau when you're already incorporated to get a certificate of registration. Then afterwards, you must have a valid permit. Now, I have already had a lot of conversations around fines. Everywhere I go, the main conversation is around the 2 million fine. What the law requires is that 6 months before expiry of your permit, you are supposed to apply for renewal. And the moment you do not apply for renewal 6 months before expiry, then you are going to pay a fine of 2 million shillings. But I will tell you that there are so many people who are still falling victim to that. You see, originally, before the repeal in 2016, the law required that after your permit expires, you are given 3 months after expiry. Then after the 3 months, they can then make you pay a fine of 20,000 shillings per month. When this conversation went to the floor of Parliament in 2015, it was totally rejected. And the position of Parliament was that they want serious NGOs, and there's no way you can allow someone operate illegally for 3 months when their permit has expired. So the agreement was that instead of making someone's permit first expire, then they operate for 3 months illegally, you'd rather give them 6 months before expiry, then after that, charge them the 2 million shillings. And that is what is in the law now. But I will tell you that so many people are still falling victim to that. Now, the other legal obligation that is there is that if you have any changes within your organization, do not just quietly effect those changes without notifying or applying for review with the NGO Bureau. Meaning that if you decide to change your objectives, if you decide to change your area of operation, any change you want to cause within the organization, it's a requirement that you need to first apply for review so that those changes are effected. The other legal obligation is that you must avail only correct information to the NGO Bureau. Meaning that if the Bureau ever finds out that you are actually giving either false information or you have forged documents, then that is also going to be another problem. The other legal obligation is that you are supposed to file returns at the end of every financial year of your operation. Ensure that you are filing returns. It means you are submitting copies of your audited books of accounts, your annual reports, to show that you're out there operating and carrying out work. But there's also another key requirement that is a legal obligation that so many people fall victim to, that you are supposed to strictly follow your internal governing documents. Now, internal governing documents are what are developed by you. Your constitutions, others call it constitutions, others call it memorandum and articles of association, others call it bylaws. There are so many names for it, but to us we see it as internal governing documents. But I will tell you, and I've told people in so many forums, that if you wanted to see the percentage of NGOs that even know the content of their own internal governing documents, it's a very small number. A bigger percentage of NGOs don't even have a clue of what is in their own internal governing documents. Meaning that if we are to talk about compliance, that is the starting point of compliance. When people are forming NGOs, what they do is that they just hire a lawyer, hire a middleman to develop these documents. They are more interested in where to sign. As long as the bureau receives that's okay, that's all that matters. I will tell you that if we engage the number of EDs in this room to tell us how well versed they are with their own internal governing documents, you'd be shocked that so many don't even have a clue. For them, as long as the organization is operating, that's all that matters. So it's another legal obligation that, much as there are laws in this country, can you also be well versed with your own internal governing document? But there are also other requirements, like signing MOUs wherever you're operating and with line ministries. Meaning that if, let me say, you're operating in Fort Portal, there's no way you can effectively operate there when you have not signed an MOU with the district authorities. Now, an MOU, by then, in most cases, is a document that's supposed to protect the organization. Before we introduced MOUs, we had a lot of complaints from NGOs that district authorities used to change their rules and regulations all the time, their terms and conditions all the time. Now, MOUs were introduced as a way that the moment you go into a district, sit down with the district authorities and agree, what are you coming to do in the district? What should they expect from you? What should you expect from them? And after that, if they should make any change, it should not be abrupt. You need to go back and review that MOU first. Now, I do not know how many NGOs are following that. But apart from that, there are also other laws in the country that NGOs are supposed to comply with. I've already mentioned a couple of them, which a number of you are already well versed with. Now, a conversation that we do not go into each time we are talking about compliance is that people always see compliance as a burden. But compliance also has a positive side, that there are benefits of an organization being compliant. Now, there are so many, but I just want to bring out just a few of them. The first one, of course, is that it helps you to enhance and also protect the reputation and credibility of the organization. I'll tell you that any organization that is compliant, their reputation and credibility is more protected compared to an organization that is not compliant. The other benefit of compliance is that it also helps to mitigate potential legal and financial risks that would arise if you are not compliant. Meaning that there are so many risks involved out there, and the moment you are following them, then you are not going to run into risks of irregularities and fraud. You run into those issues just because you are not paying attention to the risks that involve with the legal and financial risks that you're dealing with. So the moment you're compliant, then you don't have to worry about all those risks. But also another benefit of compliance is that it makes you more transparent and accountable and fair in your own operations. So that instead of crying about compliance, you also need to know that the moment you're compliant, people will see you as more transparent and accountable in what you're doing. The other one is that it also helps you to be a step ahead or even on top of the regulatory framework that is there. You don't have to wait for the NGO Bureau to tell you you are not compliant, your permit expired, you have not done this, you have not filed returns. And I will tell you that the moment you step ahead because you're compliant, then it means you are not even worried about sanctions. You're not worried about fines of the 2 million. You are hearing other NGOs crying about the 2 million. For you, you are not losing sleep over that. And so it's important that you need to pay attention to the benefits of compliance. The other one also is that it also helps you to act in a more responsible way as an organization, because you are aligning the values and what the organization stands for to do the right thing at the end of the day. But the other thing that is key is that it also establishes trust between you and your stakeholders. You may hate the NGO Bureau for running after you on compliance issues, but the NGO Bureau is helping you to even establish more trust with your stakeholders. So that is a benefit of compliance. But the other one also is that it helps you to build a positive brand. And not only the brand, but also the image that ends up reflecting the ethical practices that you have as an organization. The other one is that it reinforces more confidence of all the stakeholders having in you. And also it helps to prolong your relationship with the stakeholders. The other benefit is that it helps to give you a very strong reputation that attracts potential funders and partners to you. I'm very sure that James here can clearly tell you that if you're a compliant organization, they would easily deal with you compared to one that has compliance issues. I'm very sure that even before a funder gives you money, you need to first convince them that you're compliant. Not only with the laws of the country, but also internal checks. That's why I started by telling you, don't think about compliance only in terms of laws of the country. No. Start with your own internal checks and balances. That's where compliance starts from. Meaning that if you are compliant, even internally, you know that donors and potential funders and partners will want to work with you. So it's not about the bureau running after you, but it's also opportunities you are creating for yourself. Now, the other one that is also key is that the moment you're a compliant entity, you know that you have the ability of even attracting and retaining the best human resource that is there. I'll tell you that there is no one who would want to come and work with you if they are hearing all over news that it's you who has compliance issues. But I'll tell you that people will do everything to work with an organization that is compliant. Meaning that much as we are having conversations of compliance in this room, let's not only look at the bit to make it appear as if some space for operation is being taken away. There's a shrinking space. But there's a positive angle to compliance. That the more compliant you are going to benefit from all the things that I'm listing. But I've told you that those are just the few I can list to you. but they are way more than that. Now, I want to move to the factors that are affecting the compliance levels. Why aren't we having organizations as compliant as, we may actually think it's obvious, but why aren't organizations as compliant as they should be? The first point that working at the Bureau has showed me over the years starts with the mindset of why people form these organizations. You'd think that people form organizations because they have the passion, they are demand-driven, and they want to go out and help the communities, help the citizens out there, and also help the country as a whole in developing. But I will tell you that that's not the only reason why people start organizations. A number of people start organizations of late because they're just looking for a job. That after I finish university and I've looked for jobs everywhere, I'll find out that the moment I start an NGO, then I can write a proposal and some funding is there somewhere, I'll land on it, then I can start. Meaning that the premise on which I'm going to start an NGO is not driven by passion, but it's driven by the fact that I want to address some individual challenge I'm facing as me. Meaning that I'm going to go into an arena where I have total ignorance of the regulatory framework, both internal and external. And also I don't have a clue of what I'm getting myself into. Meaning that I'm just going to look for a lawyer. I'm going to look for someone who has been in the sector. I may even go to Edward and say, Edward, you people already operating, help me the copy of your constitution. I'm going to pick a copy of their constitution, type something similar to theirs, go out there and start my NGO. But I don't have a clue of what I'm getting myself into. Meaning that the mindset of why people are forming NGOs are contributing to the compliance issues that we are having in this country. People are looking at it as a survival mode. People are looking at it as the financial gain. That I see people who started NGOs are doing well wherever I am. They look at Edward and say, Edward, I wish I can just be like Edward. He started an NGO, so let me start mine. I look at Kakura, I say now Kakura has been in this arena for long. Let me also do that. That is the motivation driving people. But not that it's the passion, not that it's demand driven. They're seeing the needs of the citizens out there, no. And I can tell you that if you start an NGO based on a wrong premises, then you are definitely going to run into compliance issues. There are people we invite into our offices to talk to about their compliance issues, and they don't even have a clue of anything. They don't have a clue of their own internal governing document. They don't have a clue of the country's regulatory framework. Then you wonder what arena they're operating in. Now, was approved by cabinet in 2010. Between 2010 and now, we have used a lot of resources. We have partnered with so many NGOs, development partners to disseminate, to do everything around this. The NGO Act came out in 2016. Between 2016 and today, we have moved all over. I have made so many presentations. We have carried copies and copies of these documents and distributed. We have all these documents online. But I will tell you right now, you talk to individuals who are so active in the sector, but they don't have a clue of the contents of these documents. Not that they do not even have it. They even have copies. When they came into meetings like this, they were given copies. All of them have smartphones where they can just go to online. Right now, even if I just Googled NGO Act 2016, it will just appear. Even if I Googled NGO Policy 2010, it will just appear. I don't even have to say, I don't have money. You see. People have these copies on their desks, in their shelves, but are they reading them? No. There are so many things I can tell you right now that are contained in the NGO policy and NGO Act, but so many NGOs are going to hear about it for the first time. So when it comes to compliance issues, before even you raise a finger to the NGO Bureau, can you start by questioning your reading culture, your level of appreciation of the regulatory framework in the country? So it's important that we need to appreciate the regulatory framework, but also ensure that we are cultivating a reading culture. And a reading culture is not supposed to be for only, let me say, the ED. Don't say, Edward, this is for only you, because maybe it's you to understand. No, it's for everyone. And that takes me to the next point. We are having serious capacity challenges. And the capacity challenges are factors that are contributing to the whole arena of why compliance is not at 100%. Capacity, I mean that when I form an NGO, and it is a membership organization, and I open a register, who are the people I am attracting to become members of this organization? So many people will just get a few individuals who can rubber stamp their decisions. Because the same individuals you put on that register, remember, the same individuals who are going to now form the AGM. They're the people who are going to sit in a general assembly, look at your audited books of accounts, ask questions, do you have a valid permit? Ask you the right questions. But I will tell you that if you fill your entire register with people who don't even have a clue of what we are discussing in this room, then what value are they coming to add to you? So start with the quality and caliber of the members that you are putting on your register to hold you accountable as an organization internally. Then move to the board. What kind of people are we electing to be on our boards? Do they have the capacity to promote a culture of compliance within the organization? Then move to the staff. What kind of staff are we bringing to work within our organizations? Do they have the capacity to move you to the next level? Meaning that if you don't have the right members, if you don't have the right boards, if you don't have the right staff, then before even you blame the NGO Bureau on compliance issues, how compliance is a challenge, you're going to have a bigger problem internally than even outside your own organization. The other factor, of course, that has been touched, Chris touched it in the morning, is the weak sustainability. There is no way you are going to talk of compliance when your level of sustainability is weak. You need to, first of all, ensure that you're a self-sustaining organization so that you focus more on what you want to achieve, on what you're doing for your beneficiaries, for what you're contributing to the country, other than struggling to stay alive. The other factor that was already touched in the morning, I had it come out of a group, is that a number of organizations do not even have compliance officers. Meaning that the assumption is that if we have our ED Edward is the one to know we are supposed to comply with that, we need to go and renew on time, we need to do this, yes. But you see, at the same time, what you do not know is that that is not Edward's job description. Edward is losing sleep over money for the organization, how to move forward, and he's focused on so many things other than compliance issues. So, I will tell you that a greater percentage of NGOs in this country do not have compliance officers. Meaning that in case, let me say, GIZ is calling for proposals or there's an opportunity and they tell you we want to see valid permits, that becomes a reminder to go and check whether your permit is valid or not. And yet that should not be the case. Right now we are complaining that almost every day you wake up, a new law is coming up, adding legal obligations. Your ED cannot remember all that. You need someone who is doing it as a full-time job so that If the organization runs into compliance issues, then there is someone to answer. There's someone you can say, okay, we are sitting for an appraisal here. These are the things we expected from you. Now the organization has run into compliance issues. It has not done A, B, C, D. There is someone who should take the blame. You cannot blame the ED. The other factor, of course, is failure to implement corporate governance principles. We hear about corporate governance all the time, but I will tell you, for all the years I've worked in the NGO Bureau, the sector has got serious corporate governance issues. We have already taken a decision that we need to develop corporate governance principles for this sector. We thought they would do it on their own, but on their own they are not paying attention to that. It's important that we need to come up with corporate governance principles for the NGOs of this country, so that the moment you register and go out to operate, at least you are sure that there are these principles you need to follow. We are still talking about founder-member syndrome, where I start an organization, I want to be everything in it. I am the ED, I'm the board chair, I'm the finance controller, I'm the only signatory to the account, I'm everything. This is not the day and era we can keep talking about that. If truly the sector wants to grow. But it's key that we need to pay attention to the corporate governance principles. We have so many organizations where boards are fighting their management. You find an ED and the board chair have fallen out. They cannot even look eye to eye. I'm glad we are seated in a room today where I'm seeing Edward and the board chair and a very good relationship. But I'm telling you, I know so many angels in this country. They cannot even sit in the same room. One has to live like bees are chasing them. And it's happening. You see, we do not sit to talk about it, but it's happening. And all that goes to one fact, that we are not following corporate governance principles. That if I sit on the board, I need to know why I'm on the board, where my boundaries stop, and I need to stay on the other side. Because the moment I'm on the board and I cross into the management and I want to micromanage, then it means at the end of the day, I compromise myself to the extent that I cannot even hold someone accountable. So those are all factors that are affecting compliance levels. But of course, the other one is the limited appreciation for the self-regulatory bodies and mechanisms that are in place. Our brother is here. They have been spearheading issues of QAM. I don't know how many organizations in this country have actually embraced self-regulatory bodies. What self-regulatory bodies are supposed to help you with is that before the NGO regulator even comes to you, as a sector, have your own bodies that help you check your compliance levels and help you become more transparent and accountable. Before 2016, these things were not even recognized in the law. But if you look at the 2016 NGO Act, self-regulatory bodies and mechanisms is a provision in the law. It encourages NGOs that please be part of these bodies and mechanisms. But right now, how many NGOs have embraced self-regulatory bodies? So it's important that we need to appreciate why they're there and how they are going to help us. But also the other bit is that I just took you through a list of benefits of being compliant. And it's important that we need to have appreciation of that. So many organizations do not appreciate those benefits. And it's high time that we started to see compliance from that positive angle and look at the benefits. But of course, there are also other factors that affect the compliance levels. There are factors that are not beyond, that go beyond the control of the NGO. There are so many cases of delays and frustrations coming from stakeholders who are supposed to facilitate the process to make it move faster. Now for that one, there's almost nothing you can do about it. Meaning that if at all I am supposed, let me say, to go to an office to get a recommendation in order to go and file something, and that person takes his own time, then it means that I'm going to run into more compliance issues because of a reason that is beyond my control. Because someone has frustrated me at some point, either is demanding for conditions that I cannot fulfill. The other bit that is affecting compliance issues is also poor record keeping. We are so busy all over the place, but if you went into people's office and asked for records, all of you should know that the Anti-Money Laundering Act requires that you should keep records of at least a minimum of 10 years. If you went to so many NGOs right now and asked them records for the last 5 years, so many do not even have them. And yet they have been there for 20 or 30 years. Where the records have gone, you cannot even tell. But you all have to take note that there is a requirement of a 10 years period for you to keep your records before you can even dispose them. So poor record keeping is also affecting the compliance levels. You go and get a permit from the NGO bureau, get back to your office, you do not know where it is, you just make a photocopy somewhere, that is the one you attach and give to GIZ and the others, but you actually do not have, you don't even know where the original was placed. Right now, ask so many organizations, give us a copy of your original internal governing document, the original one, that has the original signatures and stamps. People do not even know where they are. So you cannot talk of being compliant, yet record keeping alone is a very big challenge. But of course, the last factor that I want to stop on is the lack of automation. And the automation I'm talking about is not only with the NGOs, because I will tell you that so many NGOs are not automated, but also another one that also affects the compliance levels. Even the regulator, that is the NGO Bureau, we are still in the process of automating and digitalizing everything. If only the NGOs fully automated and digitalized and the NGO Bureau did the same as a regulator, I will tell you that this could greatly help the compliance levels. Now, I want to give a couple of recommendations and then I can actually stop. The first recommendation is that if we are to improve compliance levels in this country, the first one is that we need a whole mindset shift on this whole topic of compliance. I'm glad that we're in this room and the main subject matter is about compliance. This is going to help us have a mindset shift. But of course, my biggest concern is that in this room we may be around 100 or close to 200. But the question is, if there are 6,000 NGOs in this country, how do we bring on board the other bit that is left? We may have a mindset shift in this room, but what about the other arena that is not a part of this conversation? So it means that we need to do much more than what we are doing. The other bit that I'm recommending is that we need to increase the level of sensitization. We need more sensitization. People have to be sensitized. This conversation we have in this room, we have to comprehensively do it. Because if you are supposed to ensure that all 6,000 NGOs are compliant, you need to ensure that you're sensitizing them. The other recommendation is that we need to invest in capacity building, meaning that we need to pay attention to the capacity of the members who are in our NGOs. Let's stop picking friends, relatives, and say, please come. I want to become someone in this organization. Just come and endorse all our decisions. Ensure that even if one is that get the right people to put there, if you fail to get the right people and you get people who have something that can be there, build their capacity. Both the members, the staff, the board members. I will tell you that there are people who elect board members. They may come for, let me say, 3 years or 4 years, but they will arrive on the arena with this attitude of, we know it all. There's nothing. It's us to actually dictate terms on you. There's nothing for you to add to us because we are the board. And I will tell you that is where the problem starts. The board does not know the regulatory framework, has never read your internal governing document, has never even opened your strategic plan, has never done any of the basic things to build their own capacity. Then what are they governing? They don't know what is in your own strategic plan. They don't know the laws of this country. So what are they actually doing? But I will tell you, they will come and sit. Should you fail to pay them the allowances, then the drama you're going to have after that, you may not manage. So, the caliber of the people we are bringing, the staff, the board, the members, you need to ensure that if you don't even bring the ones who already have the capacity, invest in building their capacity. And this is to every organization. Don't let a board come and just arrive running that they know it all. They do not know it all. Actually have an orientation period. Say before even you start work, hold on. We need to ensure that someone takes you through the internal governing documents of this organization. 2, we take you through our strategic plan, where we want to go. We take you through the laws of this country. And if you do not do that, then you know they are not going to add any value to your organization. The other recommendation is that you need to recruit compliance officers. And each time I give this recommendation to people, the first cry I hear, and I'm sure I'm about to hear it in this room, is that we do not have money to recruit compliance officers. So where do you expect us to get that money? My advice to you is that if you do not have the money to recruit a compliance officer, go and find out what is entailed in the job description of a compliance officer. Look through your organization and look through your staff. Add it to someone's work. That is the smartest way to handle it. If you have the money, step number 1 is recruit. You are safer having a full-time compliance officer to do it as a full-time job. But if you claim you do not have money, it's important, look for someone who can perform that duty in addition to what they're already doing. Assuming the organization has got a legal officer, you don't have to recruit another compliance officer. Just get those same schedules that a compliance officer should do. Give it to your legal officer to add it on top of what they should be doing. So it's important that where we are heading, you need to have compliance officers. You cannot have requirements under the NGO Act, under the Anti-Money Laundering Act, and under the Data Protection and Privacy Act. And there are so many laws coming to play. I do not know how many are going to come out this year. And you think that Edward, the ED, will be remembering. So you people now, we have not done this, we have not done this. No. It must be someone's full-time job. And I just hope that if you could walk out of these engagements where focus on compliance and you just do that one thing, you'll have addressed a very big problem. But of course, the other one is that you need to initiate internal risk assessments. Meaning that you may be here at the surface, looking all fine and very compliant as an organization, and yet you have serious compliance issues in your organization. And why are you failing to see them in addition to not having a compliance officer? Even without a compliance officer being recruited, if only you are conducting periodic risk assessments, you would easily identify them. You just have to list all these things. What are our legal obligations under the NGO Act? A, B, C, D. What are our legal obligations under the Anti-Money Laundering Act? A, B, C, D. Under this is. That is the basis for your internal risk assessment. The moment you can conduct these internal risk assessments, then you are going to be able to identify the risk levels in relation to compliance before it goes out of hand. There's no way one day you should hear from the NGO Bureau that you have not filed returns for 5 years. If almost every year you are conducting risk assessments, you would find out easily and say, you people, we are here, but last year we did not file returns. The other recommendation I'm giving is that please embrace self-regulatory bodies. If you want to really become compliant, ensure that you are part of self-regulatory bodies and their mechanism. The moment you join that family, it will help you become more compliant. The other recommendation is that you need to invest in research and also compliance training. If you do not invest in research, then you do not know the new things coming up. Meaning that this person who is either performing the duties of a compliance officer, you need to always ensure that they're investing in research. Remember that ignorance of the law is no defense. Tomorrow the law should not catch up with you and you say, I do not have a clue of this law. I'm just hearing about it for the first time. But the fact that it is a gazetted law of this country, you cannot escape. So my request is that please invest in research, know what is coming out, what implications are, what benefits are out there, so that you are remaining compliant. But of course the other one is that you need to make compliance practices a daily part of the organization. Don't make compliance look like it is a foreign outside thing. Compliance must be a daily part of you. You see, it's just like someone getting into a vehicle. If you want to travel from Fort Portal to Kampala, you need to be sure you have that fuel in your vehicle. Do not just sit in the vehicle and start and say, oh, and then around Mubende, you run out of fuel and say, oh, how comes I had not even checked this? So all I'm asking for is that please make compliance issues a daily part of the organization. And the moment it becomes normal to you, then you'll stop seeing it as a burden. I told you that the moment you're compliant, you'll never receive a sanction, you'll never receive a fine. You'll always be on the right side. You'll have better relationship with your development partners, with key stakeholders, and people will want to associate with you. The other recommendation is that you need, and I heard Chris say it in the morning, that you need to have open communication channels with all your stakeholders. Right now I can tell you the current NGO Bureau is very approachable. The moment you have any questions, go and ask them. The moment you're not sure, before even hiring a lawyer to explain to you, just go and ask the bureau. Call the bureau. They will explain to you. Meaning that leave open communication channels with everyone. Within the district alone, ensure that you're talking to the CAO, you're talking to the DCDO, you're talking to every key stakeholder that you need in this whole compliance arena. The other recommendation is automation. The NGO Bureau for the last 3 years has been struggling to fully automate, but the limited resources is not permitting us to fully automate. But as we are struggling to do that, we pray that the NGOs are also doing the same. Because the moment we fully automate, and you should now integrate what you already have in your offices with that of the Bureau, then it becomes easy. Because we also do not want to create a bigger problem. The NGO Bureau automates, then the NGO sector begins demanding for manual processes. And that's what happens all the time. You have invested a lot of resources in automating, then people are crying instead. I will tell you that in 2019, when we conducted the verification and validation exercise, so many NGOs instead were petitioning and saying, you people, we do not have internet, We do not know how to use these computers. We do not know. Now, how do we move to the next level if we are not embracing automation and digitalization? The fact that the regulator is telling you we are doing everything to fully automate, you have already seen that almost all the other regulators are fully automated. FIA just finished recently, URSB is automated, Revenue Authority is automated, Personal Data Protection Office. They have already invested in automation. The NGO Bureau is telling you we are looking for resources to fully automate, meaning that you need to also start thinking of going E. Don't wait when the time comes and then you say, oh, we do not have a scanner in our office to scan the thing and submit. Because now, the moment we fully automate, we shall tell you, don't come to the NGO Bureau offices. You used to carry a big file coming with it to submit to the NGO Bureau. We shall tell you that stay in Fort Portal in your office, submit the things online, follow your process online, pay online, do everything online. Now, there's no way we shall reach that point and then someone is saying, oh, me, I cannot be a part of this. There are so many people who will start demanding for that we leave a window for the manual processes to continue. So my humble request is that as we are all going E, can we all go together? And also as we are going that direction, my request is that please start investing in training your staff. You may go E, but the staff you have don't even have a clue. What are they going to do? They're going to abandon the entire system and just give excuses. And say, oh, this thing is very hard to use. Oh, I cannot apply to anything to the Bureau online. But it's just because you have not invested in training. I will tell you that I've seen entities that have used a lot of money to put up very good systems. But those systems are abandoned by staff just because they did not give them the training they needed. So my humble request to you is that very soon, if all goes well and the Bureau gets the resources, we shall be fully automated. And it means comprehensively automated. All services, whether it is your reports, whether it's everything, sit at your desk. Don't even waste any money coming up to the NGO Bureau. Get all your answers there. So I'm requesting that as the Bureau is doing that, that please start also moving that same direction. But of course, the other ways we're also thinking and recommending, I had Chris touch on it in the morning, that instead of taking decisions on some NGOs, that we need to start publishing lists of good performing NGOs, and if possible, I think also give rewards to some of them. But also I think in addition to Chris's recommendation, and what I think is good, is that we need to also start thinking of publishing lists of the ones that are not compliant. I've got the answer already. You can just hear the murmuring and the grumbling already, that please, I don't want to appear on that list. So, just hearing that reaction means it's a very perfect recommendation, that no one would want to be on that list. So, all I want to say is that I want to conclude, because I was given very limited time. I've tried to squeeze within that time as much as possible. But there's so much I would have loved to discuss with you, because I'll tell you that these are daily compliance issues you're facing. So overall, in my conclusion, issues of compliance are a collective and shared responsibility. Stop pointing a finger at one in the Bureau, saying the Bureau, compliance issues, each time compliance comes, you want the Bureau's name to come out first. Compliance starts with you, internally. Your own internal regulatory framework, your own policies, your manuals, all your internal checks, that is still part of compliance. After that, then you move to the others. Then all the other stakeholders within the country. So it means that it is a collective and shared responsibility. And so my request is that please, from what we have discussed today, invest in sensitization, invest in capacity building, invest in automation, But also please ensure that there's a mindset shift. If you do not change the mindset and people are just jumping into the NGO sector without knowing what to expect, then we're going to have serious compliance issues. It means that if the sector is compliant, then I'll tell you the level of confidence in the sector, the level of transparency, the level of accountability, the level of quality assurance, and all these things are going to go high. So my humble request to you is that please, in order for the stakeholders to have satisfaction in what you do, you cannot run away from compliance. So, moderator, thank you so much.
Members, I think we need a bigger hand clap. Stephen, thank you so much for honoring our invitation, and thank you for that very elaborate presentation about NGOs and NGO compliance. Two things I pick from you is that we must be compliant, isn't it? We must be compliant, we must appreciate compliance, and we must, the second thing, automate. The Bureau is trying to automate. We also have to move a little faster to automate. Thank you so much again. Stephen, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm seeing some mangoes up. Can we stand up? Can we stand up and pick those mangoes? Yes? Pick those mangoes. Pick all of them. I want to, can anybody throw some mangoes to Stephen? I want, hit Stephen. Hit Stephen some mangoes. Hit James. Hit James. Hit Edward. Can we see the front table hitting us with those mangoes? Hit the mangoes. I just wanted you to stretch after that very wonderful presentation. We can take our seats. Yes, we are getting to the close of the session. We've just checked in our basket. We are not seeing any questions. I think the team is doing very well answering our questions. But you must be having more questions around compliance. And also to appreciate the breakaway sessions. We're supposed to have breakaway sessions in the afternoon. And the keynote speakers have made very wonderful research. We are going to summarize it in form of a panel discussion. And I know we shall still tire you, Mr. Stephen. We request you still come and be on the panel. I'm requesting 4 chairs right here. Please, the projector, can it go off a little bit? We'll have the projector off. Yes, we can put the 4 chairs over here. No, we don't worry. Okay, it's okay. 4 chairs. And we've agreed that the keynote speakers will summarize their presentation in 5 minutes, and then we shall have a Q&A. Yes, a Q&A, and I think in that Q&A we'll be able to. And Edward, don't go very far because you're going to take over another role, and. Yes. The first facilitator, I want to introduce him to us. And this one is Frederick Olinga. Frederick Olinga, can you come forward and take your seat as I introduce you? Frederick Olinga is the National Coordinator for NGO Quality Assurance Certification Mechanism, QAM, and Coordinator Civil Society Strengthening and Membership Engagement of the NIVA Network of Indigenous Voluntary Associations, DENIVA.
He's a professional with over 10 years of international, regional, and national experience as a development practitioner. Please welcome him with a big hand clap. Let me just read. I'll bring it back. So Fred is right here with us. The other presenter is Mr. Gerard Twebaze. Mr. Gerard Twebaze, take your seat in front. Mr. Gerard Twebaze is a local CSO activist with a passion of putting a smile on the face of the disadvantaged and vulnerable persons in the society. Gerald has been for over 15 years involved in the formation, establishment, and management of a number of CSOs in the Rwenzori region. Gerald is the founder and team leader of Kamwenge Development Center, KDC, operating in Kamwenge and Kitagwenda district. Gerald is the district workers councillor and speaker of Kamwenge district. Gerald also holds a master's degree in public administration and management, postgraduate diploma in project planning and management, and a degree in social science. Let's give him a big hand clap. The other person sit on this panel is Stephen Okello, and his profile is very long, but I will stop at the executive director of the Uganda National Bureau. Please take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, Gerard is going to take us through the governance in civil society organizations. He will have 5 minutes. He will specifically look at governance in civil society organizations and adherence to internal controls. Then Frederick will focus on strengthening the QAM as a mechanism to improve CSO compliance. The third speaker is Mr. Mwanga Julius, the fourth speaker. And Mr. Mwanga Julius is the CEO of TSED Uganda, and he'll give a practical experience in compliance because that is the work we do at TSED. And I'm requesting at this juncture and invite in a special way Mr. Itote Edward to come and facilitate this session for 30 minutes. We shall have 5 to 10 minutes, and then we shall have a Q&A. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Julius, you should not have invited yourself to the seat, but being a very fast man, I think you've been able to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have the team of 4 as key speakers on the topics that he has actually highlighted. Understanding issues of compliance with the legal framework, that is Mr. Mwanga Julius. Strengthening the QAM as a mechanism to improve CSO coordination, Mr. Frederick Olinga. And governance in the civil society organizations and adherence to internal controls, Mr. Twebaze Gerard. By proxy, Mr. Stephen Okello, as one keynote speaker on issues of compliance, he has been able to take over that seat so that he can also engage in the discussion in case of other critical issues that will be coming. After their presentations, we shall also have an opportunity to ask. So the Q&A session will also be able to take place. So allow me at this point in time, in the 5 minutes that has been allocated to each of these presenters, invite Mr. Mwanga Julius to present his summary on issues of compliance with the legal framework. He's a lucky man that many of the other issues have been presented, so he's going to look at those that have not been covered and expound on those that have really not been effectively presented or expounded on. The issue could be there, and I'm sure he's going to give us a good dose. Mr. Mwanga Julius, kindly take on the floor.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Edward Itote. Indeed, this topic has been adequately tackled since morning, and it's like the whole session has been
on compliance. But I'll pick out a few things in 5 minutes. One is that we have focused more and deeply on NGO or state compliance. And I had summarized my presentation to look at 3 levels of compliance. One is corporate stroke internal compliance, which Stephen has also talked about, emphasis on the standards within our institutions, focusing on management principles and systems. That one is about corporate or internal compliance. State or governance compliance, Stephen has ably presented and went through the Act, the NGO Act, and all the other applicable laws. And the other level of compliance is donor compliance. We always sign agreements, we always sign relationship documents, and also some of those, or many of those, require compliance. But also, going deeper, we also miss out the community compliance. Sometimes when we are writing the proposals, one of the questions is, have you consulted with your community? And how many say no? How many say no in the calls? We always say, we have consulted. But when we get the money, do we actually go back to engage with them? So there is also the other level of what? Of compliance. And I will move away from that because the rest has been ably covered by Stephen and also our brother Chris in the morning. And allow me to hint a little bit from the practical perspective on 4 of the laws. One concerning Financial Intelligence Authority, another one the data protection, URSB, and Form 1. And this one is in relation to permit renewal. Financial Intelligence Authority requires us to have a certificate. Indeed, the process is automated and it goes very fast. But when that certificate comes, it is not notarized. And the NGO bill requires a notarized certificate. So we have to go back to again send the certificate they gave us to be notarized. Now the question is, why would, if they wanted a notarized certificate, why would they not give us a notarized certificate? Why do they want us to take it back? And this again applies to URSB. URSB also, when you apply for certification, they give you a certificate. But the NGO Bureau requires a notarized certificate. So you have to go back and pay 50,000, 30 to 50,000 to have the certificate notarized. Yet they're the ones who did what? Issued it. And the NGO Bureau cannot allow you to have your permit renewed, because that is what we're coming to look at, without having a what? A notarized certificate. The personal data protection certificate. Why do we have to pay 100,000? And that has to be every year. So to get that certificate, you must pay 100,000 and you must renew it annually. You must renew it annually. And also, I was recently working on my clients. I went to the NGO Bureau office. It is even on the walls. New requirement, when you are renewing, you must have a data protection certificate. And it has to be current. And you have to pay 100,000. Then also, there is Form 1. I know many of us, the judges, we used to have Form 18 and Form 20. And now there is what? Form 1. That Form 1, you have to go through a long process of updating. But now the challenge we're having, Mr. Stephen, especially the old organizations, who had so many people who endorsed on those documents. Some are dead, and others very disinterested. And others don't even have national IDs. And to renew that permit, you must have a what? A Form 1. The automated system, you send it to URSB, it bounces it back. And I love it. With URSB, they will tell you, this one was not there, this one was not there, this one is supposed to be there. You cannot cheat it. So you have to look for those who are dead. And now the biggest challenge is cooperating with the families of the dead to give you the death certificate from where? From NERA. And remember, you cannot renew a permit without Form 1. And those are the dynamics. So what does it take us to? It takes us to NERA. That's another process. It takes us to the law, to the lawyers, because you have to come up with a resolution, and all those are what? All those are what? Costs. The Constitution has to be stamped by URSB. So you have to move with your Constitution from Kawale to Chisoro, because you are not, that one Constitution, you cannot send it automated. You have it, you have to run to Kampala office, have it there, wait for days to have it automated, drive there to keep checking. If you're lucky, you'll be calling somebody. Has it been stamped? And then you have to go there. Then that's how rigorous it is, sir, to have the NGO permit renewed. Then the law, sir, talks about having regional NGO bureau offices. And I don't know if we have any in Western Uganda or anywhere. Maybe I can be educated on that. The banking sector. The banking sector is also tight on us. It requires returns from the URSB. Sometimes those returns are not given out by URSB. They show filed, but you don't have copies of the what? Of the returns. The banks are closing your accounts. But also they require a permit to operate. So you can imagine you are struggling with those expired permits. You have this rigorous process, and they tell you for you either have a permit to operate or a license. Remember, you're not a business. So if you go to a council to look for a license, you have to pay 250,000 for a license. Remember, you are still waiting for that rigorous process. Then here the accounts are closed. Then the council, if that is an alternative, you have to get the 250,000. Those are the tricky processes. Of course, the other issue is a request. I want to conclude. A request. The request is, we have seen, we don't want to be like Kasita, because we have to continue serving the community. But Kasita succeeded in making Jaja, the president, waive off EFRIS. We are also requesting to have at least a period of a waiver. We have so many NGOs who are stuck. There is one of them who was having almost 60 millions. Because you can imagine, if you default for a month, it is 2 millions. So if you have defaulted for 3-4 years, you can count. Who is that donor who is going to give you that money? What does that one mean? You close. So we are requesting, sir, now that you are very here, now that IFRIS, Jaja has given that time of waiver, we are also asking on behalf of the NGOs to give us a waiver period, and then we can comply, so that if, for example, you have given us 1 month or 2 months, those who do not comply by then can be fined. Lastly, there are issues of returns. Returns. And this one is to all of us. Uganda NGO bill requires returns, 50,000 per year, I hope. URSB returns, 30,000. URA returns, I don't know how much. DPO annual fees, 100,000. Like Chris said, you must be having what? Capacity. You must comply, but you must have capacity to comply. I want to agree with you, Stephen. Compliance officers are very important in organizations. We need compliance officers. But just in case we don't have compliance officers, now that we have GIZ right here with us, we are requesting that you can add or strengthen a component of compliance at Kancha to be giving services to the rest of us. And if that one cannot work, TSED will be giving it to you at a cost. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause to Mr. Mwanga. Thank you very much, Mr. Mwanga Julius. He articulates issues and also goes ahead to lobby on behalf of the civil society fraternity. I thank you so much. In regard to the decentralization process, you know, NGO Bureau also decentralized as per the law. He talked of the regional branches or the regional centers, but also we have the district centers where we have the district NGO monitoring committees, and the law further goes to the sub-county NGO monitoring committees. I am not certain whether any of the sub-counties in Uganda has an operational sub-county NGO operating NGO management committee. Nevertheless, the districts are trying, but Mr. Stephen Okello, you'll find that in many of the districts, the district NGO monitoring committees are not budgeted for as far as a budgeting process is concerned. So this brings a hiccup, and when NGOs request for a service from these committees, it is in most cases very hard and not easy to get in the shortest possible time. So allow me to go to the next presenter. This is none other than Mr. Frederick Olinga. He's going to present an issue or a paper, a summarized version of the QAM as a way of improving CSO compliance. And because QAM is a very lengthy approach or self-regulatory mechanism, I'm going to allow Mr. Frederick Olinga to use 7 minutes. The 5 minutes will be very few. Allow me for that because I've been given the powers to manage. So Mr. Frederick Olinga, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening once again, members. It's very unfortunate that the house is so calm, but it's also very important. Now, QAM, I am aware that most of us in the house have heard what QAM is, because QAM is, for us as NGOs, in 2006, that was September, NGOs of Uganda put in place a mechanism, that is the NGO Quality Assurance Certification Mechanism, QAM. And this is a voluntary self-reflection. Why is it called a self-reflection? Because if you looked at the QAM assessment tool today, it has 60 standards that are internationally recognized. Why? Because the QAM is now aligned to the global standards. They have an opportunity that is granted to the organization to first self-reflect how, by one, you sit as management and governance and assess how far the organization has gone in terms of compliance, in terms of internal governance, before you can invite the council to do what we call a verification exercise. But also in 2006, the purpose of bringing QAM was basically to ensure that we have the general ethical standards honored, but also the other side is the accountability and the transparency aspects. For those of us who have appreciated QAM by undergoing through the process, because today we are talking about 780 NGOs that have been certified. It sounds a small and also a big number. In the morning, Mr. Stephen Okello was talking about 14,000 in 2019 and 6,000 today. But what does it mean? It means most of us have not appreciated QAM. So can we see the 780 as the current certified NGO number in Uganda change in the coming days? Because in terms of sensitization, we have reached about 2,800. But also, if you subtract this, there's really a big margin. And what would be the cause of this? One of course, one would be fear and not appreciating the mechanism. Now, we as QAM have different structures that we also would like to appreciate. And that starts with the General Assembly. The QAM Assembly is a legally formed that sits once a year, and it comprises of all the assessed or QAM'd organizations. We are talking about the 780, but also it also comprises of some organizations that are legit to be candidates of QAM but have not undergone the process. So we also interest them to be in the assembly. Under the assembly, we have the QAM Council. The QAM Council has 7 eminent members. And our current QAM chairperson for For those that know her, she's also the current chairperson of the Action Aid International Board. So you see the kind of persons that we have as the council there. So we have the secretariat. The secretariat also is led by the national coordinator with other staff. And then we have the regional QAM committees. These are committees that comprise of 5 eminent persons. In the, we currently have 8 operational. And of course, in this very region we are in, Kancha has been in representation of all QAM issues, and most of us know that. Below that, we have the regional host organizations, like Kancha have just said, is for this region. For other regions, we have these host organizations, and what are the, what is the purpose? The purpose is to see that we decentralize, that instead of coming to Kampala to have QAM services, we bring this down to your regions. But also the issue of automation. Today, you're able to pick your application form online, either through the NIVA website, either through the QAM website, either through the Uganda National NGO Forum website, because the NIVA and Uganda National NGO Forum are the current promoters of QAM, besides all the NGOs in Uganda. Why do I say all NGOs in Uganda? In 2006, this mechanism was for NGOs and by the NGOs. And later, we are going to have a conversation of how do we ensure that we embed QAM in all our activities, like this in our different organizations, to have at least a slot of 10 minutes, 5 minutes, to have either a regional QAM representative talk to the sector about QAM, so that we enlarge the sensitization base. Then lastly is we have on the structures, is we have the QAM promoters. I've just mentioned that DENIVA, that's Development Network of Indigenous Voluntary Associations, and Uganda National NGO Forum are the current national QAM promoters we have on board. So I've just said that the QAM assessment tool has 60 standards. These 60 standards are categorized into 3. When an NGO is able to fulfill from standard 1 to 20, you are awarded a certificate that is called an provisional. Provisional has a 1-year validity. Why is it called provisional? It's because most of the organizations that fulfill from 1 to 20 are basically newly formed organizations, maybe 2 years old, and therefore those are a bit lighter standards to fulfill, basically to ensure that are you compliant, are you fully registered. But also we have the 1 to 40 that earns you a certificate called ordinary, which is a 3-year validity. And then a 1 to 60 that gives you a certificate called advanced, which really ensures that you are a hard rock, you have all the sections, you're compliant, you have all, you preach what you say. Most of the organizations, or most of our organizations, you know, have these beautiful policies, but we do not practice what the policies are saying, which is really, really, really not good for us. The other one is also, what are the benefits of QAM? First and foremost is the credibility. Recently, we had Donor X advertising for a call for grants, and QAM was one, a QAM certificate was one of those requirements. Those that already had them smiled from ear to ear, but those that didn't, trust me, the QAM offices were all full all over the country. And then there is quite a process of how you can get that this certificate. And of course, also to avoid the NASA Road issue, we even had a certain level of verification to ensure that there is that. Also, the factor of legitimacy is really very key. Those that have appreciated QAM and those that have not and are in the house, please, we are calling upon you to appreciate QAM so that your organization can be legitimate in a way that your activities, your programs are recognized beyond your constituencies, because most of us, or all of us, have websites, we have social media handles, and of course, we write proposals, though we have been talking about the social enterprise, and of course, as a way of mitigating being a donor dependent. On the other hand, is also very key to ensure that you have this certificate, to ensure that it facilitates the process of having your resource sustainability. The other one is the NGO protection and autonomy, but also not forgetting that it enhances cohesion. We have just talked about the National Quam Assembly, where we bring together all the Quam organizations to discuss issues about compliance, discuss issues about internal policies, among others. I will not say much because most of this information is also on our websites. Please feel free to visit the Geneva, Quam, and the NGO Forum websites for most of this, but also the regional host organizations. We have this information there. On the other hand is, what are our achievements so far as Quam? Okay. One of those is, of course, to have recognition internationally. Quam is among the mechanisms that have been aligned to the global standards. We have also been having different countries calling in to ensure that they have Quam benchmarked so that they have the same standards in their country. Therefore, it's a very important tool. But also, we just talked about the 780. It's an achievement, though it's not that a big number. We also have organizations in the house that have been attending the Quam Masterclasses. Quam Masterclasses were launched last year, where every twice in a month, we have online conversations of how we can strengthen our organizations, how we can improve our compliance issues, and last but not least, is what are the recommendations and vis-a-vis the challenges that we have been coming through as Quam when visiting or while visiting organizations. One of those is, we could say, is please let's always appreciate the deadlines, however stringent they are. It starts with the deadlines of our policies. Most of our policies say to be reviewed after every 3 years, but you go to an organization, the policy was last reviewed in 2010. This is 2026. Moving out of the anti-money laundering and data protection, it may be a human resource policy. And this policy has very sensitive information about staff. This is why you see that most organizations close because of failure to update the organizational.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fred.
Maybe just in a minute.
I have added you more minutes, more than what you desired. So kindly conclude, 1 minute.
Thank you very much. And lastly is the issue of supporting, that Quam now is supporting 50 organizations that we, as a sector, identified as those that might be at risk in terms of compliance, and we are moving around the country to ensure that we are supporting them to customize the anti-money laundering policies and also the data protection policies, among other compliance issues. We are also still here for the rest of the days. Feel free to approach us. We shall have more time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mr. Frederick Kolinga. And he has ended it well that he's here for the rest of the days. Please, whenever you have the biggest challenge, contact him and we see how we move forward. But the benefits are enormous when it comes to Quam. Mr. Frederick Kolinga clearly states that only 720 NGOs are certified in Uganda. The 700 might be small, but are you there? Am I there? Is your NGO there? Is my NGO there? So this is a question we should be asking ourselves. The number looks small, but where are we as far as that number is concerned? So let's pick on that as one key aspect that we shall also take forward, and we see how to support each other. At this point in time, allow me to invite Mr. Gerard Twebaze, from KDC, Kamwenge Development Center, to give his presentation on leadership, on governance in CSOs and adherence to internal controls. He's a well-seasoned man, and I am very sure that as far as time management is concerned, he respects time because he's a speaker of the council. So Mr. Gerard, you're welcome. 5 minutes into this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator Edward, fellow panelists, esteemed friends in the audience, good evening. Once again, I'm Gerard Twebaze. I am here, first and foremost, I am excited to be part of this historical civil society conference and humbled to share my views and perspectives on the topic that has been given to me, governance in CSOs and adherence to internal controls. Me speaking after, if I'm not mistaken, after great men have presented, they have done justice to what I wanted to present largely, but also I'm speaking to a house full of experts and practitioners in as far as the CSO governance and adherence to internal controls is concerned. Therefore, my job is lessened. I am going to share my views. I want to put a disclaimer. These are my views punctuated by my experience. I am not an authority. I am here to share with you what I know, what I understand, in as far as CSO governance and adherence to internal controls is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, back in the day, one of the presenters shared with us extensively about CSOs. We now can understand. But for emphasis, from my own perspective, I understand we are discussing about organizations. We are discussing formal formations, establishments that are principally non-state, that are principally not for profit. This is the constituency I am about to discuss. And in the definition of the subject allocated to me, there are key terms. 1, governance. I am not an expert. I am yet to share for me as Gerard what I understand by governance. In me, governance means the act or process of overseeing, control, and direction of an organization. Control and direction of an organization. I believe, friends here, we all know, we can define, we can understand about the control and organization and the direction of organizations. Because we want to extensively talk about adherence to internal controls. What are those internal controls that contribute to the governance of our civil societies? But to qualify them further, we are talking about, I think without bias, good governance in civil society organizations. That is our objective at the end of it all. So what are those internal controls that we're talking about, which you and I, as civil society actors or stakeholders, need to adhere to, or what we've been doing that has enabled our civil society organizations to grow from strength to strength, to remain relevant, to be successful, to be sustainable. And when we talk about adherence, what do we mean? In my understanding, this means compliance. This means ensuring there are regulatory mechanisms, there are rules, there are regulations, there are systems. When we talk about the internal, we mean the inside. We are not talking about external factors of organizations. We're talking about in-house, about ourselves as organizations. And therefore, in this regard, one, I wish to share as follows. When we talk about adherence, one core thing we're talking about are our internal systems. The internal systems, what do I mean? These are summarized in the 5W of what, how, when, where, and who. When we talk about these internal systems, we mean the structure. We mean the regulations that help in controlling and directing an organization, or for today, what we call civil society organization, that is not for state and that is not for profit. What are those things that aid, that support, that enhance adherence to internal controls? We are talking about the structure. And I'll put down live and functional governance and oversight structures of an organization, comprised of the membership. A civil society does not exist in vacuum. You're talking about persons. The principal owners must constitute a structure that is supreme in nature, that primarily controls, that primarily sets direction, that primarily oversees the organization in the performance of the mission and objectives of the organization. We are talking about the governance body, that not every member, you know, all of us here, the structure, the organogram of traditional civil society organizations. Just beneath the membership is the governance board, the executive, that provides oversight, that provides direction. Below that, we are talking about the secretariat, the engine, the technical arm of the organization that does the running and day-to-day management of an institution, is what we're talking about. This is part of the structure we're talking about. But within the boards, within the membership, there could be other substructure, other subcommittees. Other could be ad hoc, other could be policy committees that are formed and established. All these contribute to the adherence of the internal controls. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon we're talking about if we are to achieve, and what I'm to share by my experience, what I have seen in institutions, the structure, the functionality, live. We have, of course, some of these structures in some organizations are there, but not functional. But for me, I'm talking about active, functional, live structures within an organization. And the previous presenters have talked to them. In adherence to internal controls, there are things I want to quickly mention that really guide. Okay, thank you. You know, a presentation of 1.5 hours to make it in 5 minutes. I think this is the hardest job I have. I'm sorry, but let me see how best I can quickly run through. If we are to achieve adherence, or given what I've seen. One, the principle of association, interaction, engagement. I'm simply meaning meetings within a civil society. Civil society organizations are constituted by persons. And therefore, one thing that helps us to adhere to the internal controls, the interactions, the engagements. And these meetings must be periodical, they must be regular, and they serve a purpose not limited to consultations, engagement, policy formulation, planning. Mention them. I cannot overemphasize the value and importance of meetings in organizations. My job this afternoon is that if we are to comply, to adhere to internal controls, these meetings must be there. That's why if we make submissions, they ask you minutes or something for membership or something, they must be there. The other area, in adherence to internal controls, I am yet to share with you, is the principle of good governance, leadership, and capacity building. Ladies and gentlemen, civil society organizations are not created by God. They are created by persons. And in most cases, an idea is birthed by a person. These are ambitious persons, active persons, and at times they enlist or recruit other persons. But the persons who are integrated or enlisted or brought into the establishment of civil society organizations end up assuming leadership roles, but they are challenged. Number one, human beings are dynamic in nature. Number two, they are taking on complex subjects or issues. For example, in the recent past when we had COVID, some organizations could have been formed purposely for COVID, but has since then changed the form and shape. But also the persons at that time in 2020, 2024 could have changed the focus or interest. But also people are brought out of passion, but in terms of also the technical and other abilities. In here, in addressing the question of adherence to internal controls, we are talking about orienting, we are talking about equipping, we are talking about skilling, we are talking about refueling. Even founders run short of fuel. We know voluntarism fatigue and all those things. They need to be repurposed, they need to be reorganized, they need to be built so that they stick to the foundations or establishment or a mission or the vision of the organization.
Thank you very much, Gerard. Allow me to stop it at that. I am happy for that great presentation. A round of applause for Mr. Gerard Twebaze.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is not easy. You know, in school they used to teach us summary writing, so sometimes you have to move that way. He has brought out an issue of a live and functional governance structure, and I think that summarizes it all. A live and functional governance structure. We're happy about that, and he brings in an issue of interaction, engagement, and association. So that already brings in the issues of capacity building, meetings, and the rest. But most importantly, he mentions the 5 W's. What is in your institution? When are you doing your activities? Where are you doing those activities? Who is involved? And why are you doing it? So the 5 W's are very pertinent as we continue moving forward. At this point in time, before our key presenter, the keynote speaker, Mr. Stephen Okello, comes in, I am allowing you to ask 5 questions. We have 5 members. You're given 5 minutes to ask. Each one of you 1 minute, present your issue. And then I'll be able to hand over back to the panelists, and finally, Mr. Stephen Okello will sum it up. Questions are welcome to the 3 panelists.
Thank you so much. My name is Wanko Issa. Now for me, I think had earlier on put out this in our breakout session. I think it is very important sometimes to invite some policymakers to be with us in such conversations, because right now we are discussing some policy issues and we don't have the lawmakers in the house. And then secondly, I think it is very important for us to continue revising and decentralizing services when it comes to URSB. Here in Fort Portal, I have to travel to Mbara to access some services from URSB. I think we should continue digitalizing and decentralizing services. Thank you.
Okay, he gives out recommendations, and I think the rapporteurs are picking those 2 recommendations. The invitation of policymakers is key, but of course we have one of our key persons who is implementing a policy, and that is the ED, who is here with us. So I want to give an opportunity to another person. Yes, David, from there, you'll come this side. There is Peter Majela.
Thank you so much.
moderator. I am called Mr. Kisemba Asman, AID President. I'm trying to inquire.
Maybe you can expound on AID because people would love to know it.
AID is African Agency for Integrated Development. I'm trying to inquire from NGO Bureau. Mr. Okello told us about the automated system, and we need that in our region to be centralized here, or it can be incorporated at the district NGO coordination office. It could work better for us. Secondly, URSB, me myself, I have been working there, but I find it is tiresome. But I have tried to raise a concern to them, and recently they have been here at the region. At least they coordinated with the Centenary Bank, and they have been here sensitizing the public on how to enter the data in the system and do filing. So if this is done also to NGO Bureau, and they sensitize the community on how to fill, not everybody here is knowing how to enter these systems in the computer. But if there is need of orientation of our community for some given number of days at the district, it could work better for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sman. There is a gentleman here, Peter. Then we shall go to Lamek. Those are 4. The last one will be a lady. So ladies, in case you want to speak, this is your opportunity. After Lamek, I'll allow 1 or 2 ladies, and then we close that session, and I get back to the panelists.
Maybe if you could consider mine as a response so that someone else could take the chance.
Beautiful.
I was just responding to someone. There is a URSB desk in the URA offices here in Fort Portal.
Malfunctional.
I send my things there. I don't know how it does. But also, if you could try and use a lot of, there's quite a lot of online. URSB is about 70–80% online. So if you're unable, maybe you'll contact me or Fred. We could just see how to help you with that.
Thank you so much. Lamek, that is good piece of information. Please get contacts of Peter Majela when we are in the mingling session.
Yeah, thank you. We have been discussing a lot to do with sustainability of local NGOs. And I'm just concerned about the number of taxes that they have mentioned. So I would wish to understand or to know whether it is Mr. Okello to give us light about the tax exemption, and how possible is it to actually help or support local NGOs to be tax exempted, such that we are able to move than being always paying, and we end up closing all the businesses. Then the other thing is about local NGOs competing with the international NGOs. I have realized that in most cases, we are not favored as local NGOs, because all what Mr. Julius has mentioned in terms of what is required, for example, if you want to renew, we are equally the same with the international organization. So I'm wondering whether there is a provision to say, no, these are young children of Uganda. How can we support them also to develop so that we can sustain our organizations?
Thank you very much, Lamek. Tax exemption, I think tomorrow we shall also have, we shall be lucky to have a team from URA here with us. But Mr. Stephen Okello, what qualifies an NGO to be tax exempt? Maybe you could say something in that regard. The competition, I hope you have been able to hear. Yes, ladies. Is that one a lady? Opportunity to 2 ladies first, then I'll add on the gentlemen. If the ladies are not there, I'll close it there. Yes.
Thank you. Alice is my name from Rakai. This one is just a request to Mr. Stephen. We have identified all the gaps in the NGOs. We have put ours on paper, and I believe we are going back to work on them from morning up to this time. I have seen we have a lot to do, but I want to request Mr. Stephen to also share with us some of the issues, the key issues that he has put down, that is going to go there and share with others with in his area of operation, to see that they help us according to what he has heard, the outcry from morning up to this time. Mr. Stephen, please, I request you to share with us at least 3-4 points.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alice, Mr. Stephen Okello, the lady there says, what are your key takeaways? What are you going to take from here? Are you just seated here and enjoying the atmosphere, or, or you're going to take something to NGO Bureau for action? Because that is very pertinent and it's a serious concern. Yes, another lady, and then we conclude it there. Another lady, opportunity to ladies. The men, we have spoken. Yes. 1 minute. I am giving you 2 minutes to make a decision, and then I close it off. Okay. Give an opportunity to the two gentlemen, that one and this, and we close it shop.
Thank you so much. My name is Afan Abdallah from Great Lakes Peace Center. I would also want to hit on the issue of the organization, DonorCof. Most donors give you the money these days with direction. And my brother here is talking about hiring a compliance staff in addition to what you already have. And most organizations down there, grassroots organizations, doing a lot of work, and most of them are incapacitated. They don't have really the money to hire some of these staffs, but they've got a good team of volunteers who are even not well facilitated. And then when you include someone like that, for sure, we are still going to have a very big challenge. And on top of that, we are doing a lot of work to support government work. And the government is there looking at us. And now it is the same government squeezing us with all these my brother has been talking about, the certificates, the what, and the challenges of moving up and down to certify our works in our communities. Honestly speaking, you should come and join us in the grassroots areas and see what we are doing. Maybe you will have the mercy. Maybe. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Abdallah. This makes me note that maybe those are revenue enhancement strategies, probably, because they are all targeting money, money, money. Lastly, there is a gentleman there, and then I hand back to our panelists.
Thank you
and
very
Mr.
much.
Stephen Okello will summarize.
My name is Baguma from Mikod. I earlier sent my questions to Mr. Okello when we had our yellow meeting, and I would request that they are reinstated on record. I only want to say one that I did not say, and it is a request. Mr. Okello, thank you for the nice presentation. It was actual. For me, I'm making a request that after getting a permit, there is a list that the Bureau populates, and that list is public information. And you find that the new update NGOs that have got permits, they take long to update them. And then the donor or the partner who wants to work with you does a background check on you and downloads the other list, only to find your organization is not listed, contradicting with the work permit, the operational permit that you have issued to me. May I think that can be, it is within your mandate.
Noted.
Let me conclude. Just 1 second.
No, that
it is
is
within your
noted.
mandate that we request this be done instantly. As I'm being called to collect the certificate, maybe on a monthly basis, we get that audited list so that we can boast and send this information with confidence. Thank you.
Okay, that is good. But you should also be happy that Mr. Stephen Okello is saying they are in the process of automating. So that will take us to another level. Mr. Baguma, I still wanted to talk to Baguma, David. He said he had the 3 questions that he presented. Mr. Stephen Okello came here and made a presentation. Probably some questions skipped his mind. Could they be of benefit for all of us, or they are only for you? If they are for benefit of us, you can say them out.
If they were for me, I wouldn't say them here.
Okay. Kindly share them out with us.
The second one was dealt with. I just wanted to request still. Mine are requests.
Okay.
That Chris, Chris has already talked much about this, but I'm just adding my voice. That you can still advocate for us. We need a well-generated person from the NGO members to represent us at the board. Although we completely understand that sometimes the minister says it is within the jurisdiction. The question is, in his or her jurisdiction, in whose interest? That is my request. Then, of course, the last one was, you have heard these people, Quam and so on. They have a whole 780 membership. And I know that Quam is doing a great job. One of the issues you raised was lack of enough funding to scale down to the district. Is there a possibility that you can allow Quam this kind of responsibility? Maybe they come down and engage the sub-county NGO committees, the district NGO committees, on your behalf as we help each other as partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Freddy Kolinga, do you have the capacity to form those other structures of Ukwam at district and sub-county? That's another question. David, kindly hand over the microphone. I gave the ladies enough time, so their time is over. They will be given another slot. So kindly hand over the microphone to the 3 presenters. We shall start with Mr. Mwanga Julius. If there is any issue that you feel is pertinent and came out from the questions, 1 minute response.
Thank you very much. I think the issues that came out of the team were points of emphasis. My humble request is to Stephen to find out if there is you can harmonize with these different departments and authorities. I know, like you're saying, certificates have to come from FIA, certificates have come to URSB. We are requesting that you do harmonization so that our issues are well catered for. The very last one is still the request of the waiver. Please give us at least 2 months waiver for those who are having backlogs of 2 million, 60 millions. 2 months, we shall comply, and trust us, we shall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me hear from Mr. Frederick Olinga for any of the issues that have come up.
Thank you very much. I think director to me was one on the capacities. Yes, Quam has regional structures all over the country that are well coordinated by the National Secretariat. But also, just in conclusion, is this goes to all of us in the House, is let's always invite Quam to come to your different events just for 5 minutes so that we widen the sensitization base and we preach the Quam gospel all over the country. The other one is let's take part of the Quam assessment process for those that have not. We also have those that are the certificates are about to expire. Please, let's respect the deadline or the different deadlines in our policies and our certificates. Just an example, just from the time I stepped in this room today, I've received 3 calls of NGOs that have fines with the NGO Bureau. In fact, I was even sharing with Okello during lunch. One was saying, I've been slapped 36 million, what can I do? So if we had respected the 6 months earlier time appreciation of when to start the process of renewal would also be another aspect. But of course, we have different challenges in our organizations, but that also calls for openness in communication. Last but not least, is that let's take part of the QAM compliance master classes that happen twice every month. These are so informative. We usually have different regulators come to speak to us online, and the beauty is you can join from wherever you are. So ensure that you pick contacts from either me or Peter. I also saw Uganda National NGO Forum colleagues here. We shall all connect you to the same. And lastly, when we come to your organization to QAM you and we find gaps, don't be scared that we shall leave you. The QAM tool has a full page of the improvement plan. The improvement plan is a tool that captures all the gaps that have been identified, and together we shall walk the journey until we cover up the gaps, and then you receive your certificate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frederick Kolenga. You know, I like him. He says last but not least, and then lastly. So I like that. That is something, it is something very great. So thank you so much, Fred, for that insight. A question comes from one of the members, and I think it goes directly to Mr. Stephen Okello, that what happens to organizations that fail to meet requirements of filing returns, especially audit reports, in cases where they have not conducted an audit report due to lack of funds? Are they given any special grace period after getting funds? Can they be able to submit? Rueko, thank you so much. Allow me at this point in time to invite Gerald Tebaze. He also has one or two other points that he had not summarized well. I am sure I can use this opportunity to present the same as we conclude.
Thank you very much, moderator. Dear members, my subject of a conversation this afternoon was on governance in CSOs. In summary, governance is the lock and foundation of civil society. Impliedly, it contributes to the character, to the state, and the quality of civil society that we have. And therefore, as actors in this house, we must do what it takes to ensure that we contribute to good and best performances in governance of our civil society organizations. The other issue, members, I want to contribute is that civil society organizations, especially from my experience, especially the indigenous organizations, there is a huge challenge, what I term as the cancer of high expectations. The membership, the founders have high expectations, especially that are driven to expect resources from development partners or actors. But also, the state expects too much, in my own view, from civil society organizations. And also, when you look at the donor conditions and the terms, also load too much expectations on civil society organizations. I wish to recommend that the need to have a tripartite engagement between the CSOs, donors, and the state. But also I wish to request, especially our brother Stephen, what is it that is in there? Because what I know, the principal role of civil society is to fix that gap that the state does not occupy. And therefore, they are primarily partners in development. Beyond the Bureau regulating and what I may term policing CSOs, is there any other proactive engagement that the Bureau or the state looks out to contributing to the growth, especially of the local and indigenous civil society organizations? If we went to put in our glasses to read through on the 6,000 registered and those organizations that comply, the indigenous ones, the graph might be lower. And therefore, I wish to request that we have that kind of engagement in terms of building the capacity, because we've seen from other democracies that the state facilitate or in one way support the development of civil society organizations because they are partners and contribute the well-being of society. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Gerard. Another question that comes to Mr. Stephen Okello is that for organizations that have operated for more than 20 years, why can they be given an open permit since they have delivered a lot without any query? Thank you very much. So at this point in time, allow me to invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to give a round of applause to the three presenters for the great job well done. Thank you so much. Mr. Kaligire Hamilton, please come over and invite the ED, NGO Bureau, to make a statement as we close this session.
Thank you so much, ED Kancha. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Are you fine? Are you sure? Hopefully so. You are very quiet. Of course, you are not unruly to speak when others are speaking, but I know you are still safe and cool. Thank you so much, gentlemen, at the front here for the contributions. Stephen, thank you so much for the contributions in the guidance. James, you are not left alone. We are caring about you. You will be speaking also. Very quickly, as I'm about to invite you, Stephen, I was wondering, civil society organizations, NGOs, are not business companies. Then there's that question of taxation. Think about it. But also the other one, in order for you to empower the district NGO monitoring committees and the sub-county ones, as you budget at that level to get empowered, also think about really moving down to empower them so that they can reduce on these tasks and the questions that come about. Maybe in the future we may think about a WhatsApp platform for regional networks to keep in touch with the Bureau on the updates of the latest events taking place. Finally, I would like now at this juncture to humbly invite you to make a statement in regard to what has been discussed in the form of a summary. You are welcome.
Yes, thank you so much. There are so many questions here, and I can see the focus shifted from the panel to one person. So, let me just see how fast I can answer a couple of them. But of course, before we broke off for lunch, there were some 3 questions asked, and I do not want anyone to feel that they were avoided. There was a question asked on the decentralization of the Bureau offices in relation to the one-stop center. I can inform you that the Bureau has been trying to push to also get a one-stop center, whereby if you walked in there, you can find all these stakeholders in one room, where you'll find URSB seated there, FIA seated there, personal data protections, so that you don't even have to run all over Kampala looking for the offices. Unfortunately, the issue still remains that these things require resources. And unfortunately, again, is that with this whole ongoing rationalization, it means that even the numbers are going to be cut further down. But we just hope that if this can be achieved, the better. But they all require resources. That for us to set up a one-stop center, we can do that. And there was a request for the decentralization. Under the NGO Act, there's a requirement for the branch offices. We should have established these offices a long time ago, but it still comes back to one same thing, resources. Actually, for the last, I think 2 years, we wanted to begin with 5 branch offices. We wanted to put one in Barara, another one in Gulu, another one in Arua, and then Masaka and Mbale, for just a start. But still, the funding could not allow us to do that. So we just hope that if we can get the resources, once those branches are opened, they will actually perform all the duties that that you actually go up to the bureau to get. So it means that if we can secure resources for this, then we can be able to achieve that. There was a question asked on the ongoing rationalization process. I remember, I think it was Peter, and I think I've been asked this question a couple of times, but what I've been telling everyone is that this process is still ongoing, and I would request that there will be a time when we shall have the actual law out, and once the president assents to it, so that we are in position to clearly know how that actual amendment act of 2014 is going to affect the sector. And it means that once it's out, I hope we can come back to this area again, because it's going to be a whole sensitization of its own again, because that amendment is going to cause a lot of changes. So instead of answering it as a question here, let's wait for the actual amendment act to come out, then we shall come out again. I just hope the funders, GIZ, may have the resources to give, but I can tell you that we need to have a comprehensive exercise around the country for people to understand what that amendment bill is going to introduce. Otherwise, they're going to have so many questions, or even are going to run into issues, but not know how to have it addressed. There was a question on the dialogue and consultative platform that is under Section 6, subsection F of the Act. I wanted to indicate that the dialogue platforms are already in place. Every quarter we are having them. But also, I'm seeing so many dialogue platforms coming up, including this one. This is also an example of a dialogue platform, and I'm seeing a number of entities like DPI and what, introducing all those platforms where people can engage. So those platforms are actually up and running. The only issue is that because of the resources, they may not be so consistent. But we need more of those platforms coming up. Some of the questions I was asked today that I want to respond to very fast. Of course, some of them came from my fellow panelists. I thought the questions would be coming more from this side, but every panelist had an opportunity of throwing questions here. The other one, of course, was the challenge being faced when it comes to getting certified copies, notarized copies of documents. It is a requirement in the law to avoid having issues of forgeries coming up, that any document that the Bureau is receiving should be notarized. And that's why you can see that the Bureau has almost put a roadblock, whereby if you are coming, let me say, to renew, you are required to first fulfill these other requirements under other laws. Now, the question he's raising is something I can actually have also as a takeaway, that those are colleagues I talk to all the time. I can actually let them know that these are things they can address at the point of issuance. You don't have to pick and then come back again for a service again. So I can treat it as a takeaway from here, that I talk to them, that the moment, let me say, FIA is issuing a document, just also give a certified copy. Or else another way of doing it, you can actually, anyway, I will discuss it with them so that they can manage it to save someone that burden of coming back. I've already said something about the branch offices, but also in addition to the branch offices, there were questions around the DNMCs and SNMCs. All of us are aware that a number of these committees that were put in place are also struggling in their operations. Others even are not operational. I don't know about the Toro and the Rwenzori sub-regions, but I'm being told they are not operational. Those committees were put there with very clear plans to save a lot in terms of ensuring that the sector is having a lot of things addressed at that point. But since they're not operational, the unfortunate thing is that much as the committee is not operational, I see NGOs now rely on individuals more. You start relying on DCDOs, you start relying on the cows or even a DSO to address a problem and not the committee. So I think their biggest cry has been funding. And yet all of us are aware that the spirit of having them there was to put individuals who already have jobs, who may not even require allowances. But it is very clear that these committees need funding. So I think we shall have to continue requesting government for more funding. Within the districts, I think they have failed to raise the money that can foot their budgets. It's important that it comes from the national level. There was another request for giving a general waiver to all the fines that are out there. But I can tell you that even if that waiver is granted, you're going to be shocked that the people will show up after that deadline. It will happen. So the only thing I can say is that I'm going to also have this as a takeaway, that that I will go and make these requests, because the first one to start with will be our minister, that I will have to engage him over this, so that, because even him, wherever he has gone, this conversation has come up on the fine. So if the sector feels that after expiry of that window given, everyone will be compliant and we shall not hear cries about fines, well and good. But it will be unfortunate if that window is given and people don't exploit it, and then we come back and there are still cries out there. Because I can understand that people will say it was a new law. We took time to understand it. We just found ourselves trapped. But I can tell you that I'm going to at least push it forward and we hear this. But of course, expect some objections from Minister of Finance. For them, this is an opportunity. Anything that brings in money, they don't want to hear that bit of waivers. So because all of you have seen, even in the NGO Act, there's a provision for having provisional permits given in emergency situations. But you'll see that that provision has a part that says that even in an emergency situation, they can exempt you from any other requirement but not paying the money. So it means that this conversation will start. For me, it is a takeaway. I'm going to take it and we can see how it can be addressed. Issues of the returns being submitted to different entities, that's really a huge concern. You have to file returns at URSB, file returns at Revenue Authority, file returns with NGO Bureau. But we only have one solution, and that is automation. And I can tell you that all these entities have automated. It means that they're only waiting for one key instrumental regulator to automate, and that's the NGO Bureau. It cannot be URSB addressing this. It cannot be Revenue Authority. It must be NGO Bureau. The reason why I'm saying NGO Bureau is that the moment NGO Bureau automates, it is the regulator of the sector. It has all your information with it. It's the only one that can tell its sister entities that please stop asking them for this information. Once the Bureau has it, then all you're going to have to do is integrate your systems with that of the Bureau and then pick this information from here. And that's the only way it can work. So this request of the concerns on returns everywhere, it's only going to come to an end if the Bureau automates. That the moment the Bureau automates, the next step will be to tell all the other entities that please stop asking them. Just integrate into our system and pick it from there. And I'll tell you that it will work, because we just have to design a system that allows for integration and it will work. So let's just hope the Bureau gets the resources to automate so that this is addressed. On the sensitization of the communities, I agree that some of the things have to go up to the communities. Right now we have introduced what is called community dialogues, where we don't only stop at this level. You need to also go and talk to the communities. They need to understand some of the things we are discussing in this room. So it is important that that is addressed. On the issue of tax exemption, how possible is this? I think the issue of tax exemption, we can leave it to tomorrow. It's a conversation for Revenue Authority. I do not want to preempt their discussion. But what I know is that tax exemption is handled on a case-by-case basis. I remember in November I was in Tanzania. I was invited to go and make a presentation there where they had their vice president and so many people. But I will tell you that their biggest cry was that they should scrap off tax issues for the NGOs. And I think the biggest response from the government was that giving a blanket exemption to the sector is hard. It can best be handled case by case. But I think tomorrow, since they're going to be in the room, raise this issue again so that this issue is addressed. There's a very important question that has come up, the issue of local NGOs versus international NGOs. I want to answer this together with what was asked here. Apart from you registering us, apart from you being a regulator of this sector, what else can you do for us? I want to answer it together with this question of local NGOs versus international NGOs. I think going into a conversation of trying to, let me say, put conditions on donors to either favor local NGOs over international NGOs is a very difficult conversation, and I don't think it's something possible. Because at the end of the day, I know that it is hard to say, okay, favor the local ones and let the international ones not get anything. I actually found that same conversation in Tanzania. And I remember I gave them one recommendation, which I'm going to give to this room. And I think even right there, because I was giving a presentation and answering questions right in front of their vice president, and he picked it up. He picked up the recommendation I gave, and I think I was informed that they're already following it up at even a higher level. The best way to support the indigenous NGOs is by opening a basket fund for them. Without a basket fund, you can never dictate an arm twist a development partner to give you resources over either an international organization. It is their discretion. Nothing can compel them that they should give you and discriminate against another. But I can tell you the only way forward, which I presented in Tanzania, is the same one I'm giving to everyone here. You need to advocate for a basket fund. This is something I've been pushing for years. Between 2011 and 2015, when we were working on the NGO Act 2016, one of the things I was pushing for was a basket fund. If you looked at the NGO Bill 2015, you'll see that there was a provision for a basket fund. There was supposed to be a fund. Do you know who shut down that basket fund? The NGOs. Now I'm telling you, and yet when I presented this in Tanzania, everyone embraced it, the NGOs, the government, they took it up, and they're pushing for it already. We had pushed that let this country have a fund where government puts money there, development partners put money there. There's a whole arena that has a lot of money that the sector is not benefiting from. Private sector. Private sector, I know, can put a lot of money. Look at all these giants around, MTN, everyone. If you had a basket fund and it was in the law that they needed to contribute a percentage of that, no one would even run after them. I picked this idea in South Africa, and I think I picked it so many years ago South Africa has been doing it. They actually have a whole agency, not even the regulator doing it. They have a whole body that handles this basket fund. And that's what we're actually pushing for. That let Uganda open a basket fund where all these stakeholders drop money there every year. And the biggest beneficiary of this money was indigenous NGOs. And we were very clear that that money was not going to be handled by the Bureau. We were supposed to put in place a different body. But this body was supposed to have guidelines on how this money was going to be handled, who should benefit from it. But I will tell you that the people who opposed it were the NGOs. And it had gone through Cabinet. Cabinet approved it. Cabinet said, this is good. It went through. On the floor of Parliament, even at the committee level, it went through. Now it was, I think, third reading, where now you are now in plenary. That is where it was shut down. Because a number of NGOs advocated that it should be removed. Their reasons were simple. Government is going to use this money to control us. That was their reasoning. And it was not money for the government. And they missed it. However, now that we are in the process of reviewing the NGO policy and act again, my humble request to you is that if you feel this was a missed opportunity and you want to rejuvenate that conversation, please do so. Because I will tell you that countries are doing it. That fund, if it is well handled, all these cries of how does the government support us apart from only putting laws and laws and laws, that's the only way you can benefit. That there's a fund where government puts money, development partners put money, and it is a fund which has a very clear criteria and way of being managed. So my request is that if this should be considered, that would be a solution to handle this. Someone asked about the key takeaways, but I can tell you everything that I hear the moment I go to such meetings, to me is a takeaway. I will tell you that I attend these meetings to listen and note these things. And the moment I go back, we then see how they address. So the key takeaways are so many. The person had requested for at least 3. The 3 I can give is, one is, everyone is crying for one thing, simplify the processes. Let the processes, and that I think is the biggest takeaway. The people are feeling that the processes are becoming too many. It is affecting the operation. So I think we are going to think of simplifying the processes. The other biggest cry is on the fines. People feel, he was talking of a fine of around 30-something million, but you do not know that the NGO is paying over 100 million. Yes. You may be crying here about 6,000, 6 million, 10 million, but the NGOs that have fines of over 100 million. So I think that's another big takeaway. But the other one, of course, that has come out the entire day is the issue of promoting trust between the stakeholders. That we need to address the issue of mistrust so that whatever we do should be done in good faith. Because the people feel at times you make these laws because either you're not happy or you're not trusting. So I think it's another takeaway. So I think because of time, I think I would really love to stop here. But there was a question that came up on the issue of this register. This register, the NGO Bureau, is handled every week. But also before you are put on the updated register, there is a form called the information request form that you're supposed to fill. So many people forget to fill that form, pick their permits and go. And yet we do not add you on the updated register until you have filled that form. So the request is that please pay attention to that other form you need to fill so that it is considered. So the rest of the things I've already told you are takeaways. I'm going to go with them. The cry of that, please can we start to consider organizations that have operated for over 20 years so that they even stop renewing. All those are proposals which for me, I will take away and go back with it. Then I'll hear what they have got to say. But overall, my parting shot for today is thank you so much. I have picked so much right from the time James was giving his remarks. I picked a lot from him. I picked a lot from Chris. I've picked a lot from the different panels that were actually here. And I can give you full assurance that you can have my word. These things, I pick them and you'll see them somewhere appearing. You see, a number of you may not actually know that I was actually let me say almost the lead counsel in developing that NJAC 2016. Before it even reached a point that you started to see it in terms of a draft form, the first document was a document prepared by me, whereby we listed all the concerns of the sector which we picked from such meetings. All of them. And for those of you who have read that act, every provision there was trying to address a cry of the sector. Every single provision. You may be reading that, but you may not know that there was a period people were crying. Oh, we have this challenge, that challenge, that challenge. So everything there was trying to address a challenge. My request is that you now have an opportunity. We are reviewing the NGO policy and the act together. We only halted the process because of the ongoing rationalization process. But once it's concluded, we are going to resume. I request that please take it seriously. All these issues you are raising can best be addressed in those documents. The moment you address it there, then it simplifies the rest of the processes. So I want to thank you so much. Tomorrow, unfortunately, I will not be here because I have engagements within, but that will pull me out. But I'll be back here on Thursday. So if anything comes up and I have opportunities to answer them while I was away tomorrow, I will still be able to answer them on Thursday. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Here we address people, big people, by their pet names. And I'm sure by end of Thursday you'll have a pet name. So thank you so much, Mr. Stephen Okello. Another round of applause for the team. Before I dismiss the team, because if I dismiss the team immediately, Julius is going to take the powers and they will not have an opportunity. Allow me to have the following proposals that we are going to concretize on. One, we shall not have the key outputs presented this evening due to time. They'll come in as a recap of today in tomorrow's session. Two, I want to propose that tomorrow we come early. Today was a reporting day, so many of us reported here late. And that is one reason why we are ending late for this particular session. Three, for anyone who is still having issues or questions, kindly, we have a basket for questions and answers. There are papers there and there are markers there. Kindly use those ones because they are purposely positioned. Let's not use the papers that we pluck out of our books. Four rather, we have tea after here. Kindly don't leave that tea for us. It is for all of us here. Don't leave it for the organizers. Then 5 is that for those who have come, at least each one of us received an invitation and we all have the information pertaining logistics. We shall be able to give a refund of transport and accommodation after the end of the workshop. And they allow us to do that because we shall endeavor that we do it timely. But also, the accommodation that we have around Boma area, as we communicated, is a little expensive, but the one in town is fairly. So you can make a choice. On Thursday, that's when we shall fill the transport and accommodation refund sheet. So if you attend today and tomorrow, and you're not around on Thursday, you'll not be able to get a refund. That is noted. So I want us members to note that and ensure that you are registered for today. If you have not registered today and you come tomorrow to register, the papers for today will be withdrawn, and that means you'll miss the first day refund. So I wouldn't expect anyone to complain because you have not registered. So every day we come here, let us ensure that we have registered. Today, register, tomorrow register, and on Friday, register. So on Friday we shall register twice, because rather Thursday, we shall register twice. Why? Because I have to give you 4 days of accommodation. So that means if you choose to go early before our reception, you'll register thrice, and therefore you'll get transport refund for 3 nights. So if you want to be here with us for 4 nights, we have to be with you for the reception. All through, no dodging. Next is that rapporteurs, GIZ, Kancha, and the moderator, during tea time, we are going to have a meeting. Allow me to stop here and invite Julius to take over. Julius was strategic that he gives me this opportunity. He gives me this opportunity to conclude so that he's not taken as a person who has spent this day and taken a lot of time. So I'll be the one regarded as having delayed the function for this evening. So Julius, Julius, you're very strategic. So members, I want to thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your perseverance. Allow me to stop this function here and invite you for tea as we move forward. GIZ, Jones, you have something to say? Okay, so we have this session adjourned for tomorrow. Thank you so much.